Good morning, traders! What's up and what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and happy hump day! That's right, baby. It's hump day, my favorite day of the week. Why do I like hump day so much, guys? Does anybody know why I love hump day so much? Because I get to throw up hump day gifts inside a chat with that little camel shaking his booty. I absolutely love it. But again, good morning, traders. Happy Wednesday. It is March 16th, 9:02 in the morning. Hope you guys are having a wonderful pre-market. You guys are getting prepared, having some fun, getting ready for an awesome day today. I hope you guys had a great end of day yesterday as well. A little bit on the slower side, a little bit on the choppier side, right? We're not seeing stocks ripping up 100%, 200%. I mean, we are seeing these big gappers, but some of these stocks that have been closing, right? 20%, 30%, 40%. It's definitely not like what we've had the last couple of weeks. So it's definitely a little bit more choppier, slower and steadier, but there's still some opportunity in the market, guys. But our job is to come in the mornings and get prepared. Identify the best of the best opportunity for the day, right? Eliminate that noise and focus on the top stocks for the day. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing over the next 28 minutes, dissecting the market, talk about what's going on today, what we need to be mindful of, and how we're going to navigate the market and lock in those profits. Crypto Cole, what's up? Good morning, Jamie, AJ, Mr. Angel, what's up, boss? J. Doss, Mr. Steve, Kamal, Jeff, Corey, Kids King, Catherine, Trendy Trader, welcome to the team. Mr. Chris, what's up? I ran out of breath, guys. So many traders inside of chat. We are all set, ready to rock, ready to roll. My goodness. Hit me up on YouTube. What's up, YouTubers? Good morning. How we feeling today? How we doing? Mootaz, what's up, buddy? Marvin, Joey, Raymond, Scott, Daniel, good morning. Where are we tuning in from today, right? Is it nice and beautiful outside, 80 degrees? We're gonna go swimming in the swimming pool, or is it ice cold where you're not even stepping outdoors today? So hit me with that big old good morning, traders inside of chat. Hit me with that big old good morning, everybody over on YouTube. And where are you guys tuning in from right now? I'm in sunny Florida. It's 80 degrees outside. It's beautiful. I might just pick up my computer and go outside and trade with you guys today. We might see that take place sometime. You'd be like, Josh, what are you doing? You're by the pool trading? You dang right I'm by the pool trading. All right, guys. So anyway, good morning once again. Happy hump day. Hope you guys are having a great morning and that you guys are fired up, ready to rock and roll. Raymond from Florida. Daniel, Kansas. Good old Kansas. What's up, guys? Good morning. Loving the intro. Thank you, thank you. It took me a week to put that together. I'm not good at video editing. I'm not good at being creative. But I'm glad you like the intro. Atlanta, Georgia. Good old Atlanta. Last time I was in Atlanta, I felt weird. I felt weird. Long Island. Daniel saying, hit that thumbs up. Absolutely, guys. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that subscribe. Hit that little notification bell. We go live every single morning, Monday through Friday from 9 to 9:45 for free here on YouTube. And then periodically, one day during the week, we keep the stream open. Today is free stream Wednesday. The stream is not being shut down until 7 o'clock. You guys got access to my scanners. You can trade live with us today. Have some fun, get some education, get some value, and most importantly, let's get some quick wins, baby. Let's lock in some profits. And today, we are doing a giveaway. Ladies and gentlemen, today is that day. We're doing a giveaway for everybody inside of chat. And maybe we do a giveaway for some traders over on YouTube as well. But today, we are giving away a $200 Razer wireless mechanical professional keyboard, baby. So if you guys want a nice, beautiful keyboard from Razer, today may be your day. Cashman, you cannot win again. He got the glasses. If Cashman wins again, we're just going to start just giving him everything for the giveaways because he's probably just going to be the winner time and time again. So if Cashman's here today, you are excluded from the giveaway. I am joking. You are not excluded. May the best trader win. I'll drop some details around 11 o'clock as far as what we're going to do to have some fun to announce our winner of the giveaway. And we'll probably be announcing the winner of the giveaway right at 4 o'clock, guys. All right, so we'll be dropping those details right around 11 o'clock for the giveaway, how to get entered into the giveaway. And then at 4 o'clock, we'll have a nice little giveaway party. We'll have some fun. We'll announce the winner, and we'll make it happen right around 4 o'clock, guys. All right, so let's go ahead and not waste any time. Let's go ahead and dive into it. Today's a pretty simple and a pretty easy day in the markets. All right, so really quick, I want to brush on, or I want to hit on markets conditions, right? We talked about this yesterday. We hit it on the head. We're going to briefly talk about it again today as well. What are the market conditions for penny stocks, right? Big gappers, 80%, 100%, 150%. But stocks are closing up 20, 30, 40%. So that means a lot of these top gainers are fading and falling. And we've seen that a lot, right? We've seen a lot of these top gaining stocks give a lot of their profits back. What's something else we've noticed as well? Right out of their gate, right? Right out of the gate, what's something else we noticed? Good setups, good stocks, good news, low floats, great volume. I mean, the ideal stock setting up 945, 950, fake breakouts, false moves, attempts to actually get those setups to move higher, but they're all failing. They're fading. They're falling. Literally 2 days back to back, the first 30 minutes, we're seeing decent setups, good setups. They're not working out. When are we seeing the best of the best setups? 10 o'clock, 10:30. I mean, Monday, our best of the best setup came at 10:30. Yesterday, the best of the best setup presented itself on MULN at 10:05. The first 30 minutes was very choppy. Couple good setups that just kept failing. So we need to understand market conditions. Typically what happens on Monday will set the tone for the rest of the week as far as market conditions. So again, Monday, we saw that take place. We understood what those market conditions were. Yesterday, we verified these are market conditions. So it's safe to say, I would say with 80% certainty, we'll probably see the same thing unfold today, right? 30 minutes, 45 minutes, right? Choppy, no sense of direction, good setups that aren't working out and failing, and then right around 10:30, we start to see these good setups setting up, right? And actually getting those nice big rips and runs. So with that being said, I'm treading very lightly out of the gate. I'm not going to be aggressive. If I see a trade, I may take it. It'll definitely be a scalp, right? Because I'm still looking at market conditions. 30 minutes, 45 minutes, choppy, unpredictable, and then we start seeing those good setups, and then we start seeing those rips and runs. And that's something that's taken place the last 2 days. So think about that, be mindful of that as we dive into our penny stock watch list. All right, so again, today's a pretty easy day, guys, right? We have one stock with great news that's currently up 81%, and that's SONN, up 81%, trading very good volume, trading 30 times the average volume in pre-markets. Average volume is 1 million shares. We're trading 31 million shares. Nice low float stock, 58 million in float. Now, why is SONN moving up? What's the catalyst? SONN announced FDA clearance, right, for the treatment of advanced solid tumors. So keyword, FDA clearance, announcing FDA clearance. That's not a bad press release. It's pretty decent, right? We see traders reacting to that press release. Again, up 80%. Trading really good volume, low enough float stock, we could see the stock rip and run. Okay, so SONN is going to be the #1 stock that we watch right out of the gate. We do have support back down at 45 cents, but we did just break our downtrend here in pre-market, back above 50 cents as well. So as long as we can stay above that downtrend that we just broke on, pretty high volume, and we can hold above 50 cent psychological support, we have potential back up to the pre-market high, 59 cents. We break over 59 cents and 60 cents. Our next main level of resistance is going to be the 200-day moving average at 72 cents. So we could see SONN as high as 72 cents today. Right now, we do have decent support right around 50 cents. Back below 50 cents, support's going to be right around 47 and then 45 cents on SONN. If SONN ever cracked below that 45-cent level, we do have potential to see this fade and fall all the way back down towards around 37 cents. We do not want to see that take place if we're going to get that set up for that nice rip and run up to 72 cents. So no lower than 45 cents, ideally holding above the downtrend that we just broke and 50 cents as well to see that nice higher low reversal up at least to that pre-market high of 59 cents. Anything over 59 cents, we could see this up towards around 72 cents. SONN is the #1 stock that we will be watching right out of the gates. All right. Now, the rest of these stocks don't have news. These are prior day movers. These are momentum plays. These are daily technical setups. RCAT. We got a beautiful mid-candle breakout, guys. Great mid-candle breakout opportunity on RCAT. Right now, we have some light support right around 220 to 223, right? We do have that spiking high and a lot of resistance right around 220 on the daily chart, and then yesterday's close was 223. So 220 to 223 is going to be the best level of support to see RCAT stay above to really get this nice mid-candle breakout. Now, if we do crack below 220, we do have potential to fall back down towards around 206 to 210. Yesterday's bottom, yesterday's support. We could still see this push for a mid-candle breakout even if we do crack below 220 and come back down to yesterday's lows. Ideally, I wouldn't want to see that happen. If this is going to be a mid-candle breakout that takes place right out of the gate, I'd like to see this hold 220, start breaking 238 and 243. That's going to be yesterday's open and yesterday's spiking high. If we can break above those two key levels of resistance, we could start to see this mid-candle breakout up to 257, up to 274, and then finally up towards around 291 on RCAT. So high watch today, RCAT, for the possible mid-candle breakout. Next, KALA. KALA has been a nice, slow, steady grinder. Nice momentum play over the past about week and a half now. We saw a pretty decent day yesterday. We held strong above 155. Prior resistance is new support. Held strong above that level. Nice little push in the afternoon. Nice, clean, strong break above 178. So if KALA can hold this uptrend and stay above 178, we do have potential to $2 today, possibly the 228. And if KALA steals the attention and it steals the volume, we could absolutely see this up towards around that 200 SMA. All right, guys, so I do want to keep KALA on high watch. More of a back burner at this point in time. You know, if we see the volume move in, we're holding above 178, right? We could absolutely look to take this long up to 228, and then 255 on KALA. So right now, definitely the top back burner stock that I have at this point in time to definitely keep on high watch, guys. All right. Lastly, I want to talk about HOUR. Not lastly, but this is another stock that's a top stock for the day that I do want to keep on watch. Want to keep this one on watch above 377. There was no news yesterday on HOUR. I did not see any news yesterday on HOUR. But again, we had a pretty decent day, up 31% from around $3 up to $5. Closing around $3.99. Right now, we're slightly gapping down, but we are holding above this $3.77 level of support. Like to see this re-break $4 and yesterday's close. We could see this back up towards around $5 today here on HOUR. Now, if it ever breaks over 5, we could see this thing really start to take off on HOUR. So again, this was one of yesterday's top gainers. This stock had a lot of good volume yesterday, decent little green day. Not gapping down substantially, actually trying to push on up here back above 4. I do want to keep the stock on high watch as another continuation day to the upside possibly. So again, over $4, we could see this one back up towards around yesterday's highs between $4.75 and $5 on HOUR. Now we do have some Chinese stocks moving today. So we do have shares of Chinese companies trading higher, following a report made by the Chinese state media that China's Financial Stability and Development Committee urged market stability measures and mentioned cooperation with U.S. regulators. So we do have some of these Chinese stocks that are slowly gapping up here in pre-market. So a couple of these Chinese related stocks, you're going to have DUO. All right, so DUO is a Chinese stock. RLX is a Chinese stock. We got BEKE, if I'm not mistaken, is a Chinese stock as well. Let's check that out. BEKE, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it's a real estate China stock. All right, so we do have some of these Chinese stocks moving on up. I saw some of you guys in chat talking about RLX. There is no news on RLX. There is no news on DUO. There's no news on BEKE, right? It's just some sector sympathy. Some of these stocks within this, this grouping of Chinese related stocks, they're just moving up based on those articles that were published by China, right? So we could see these stocks move today, but again, just keep in mind, there's not a direct catalyst. There's not a lot of attention and focus, and there's not substantial volume. I mean, DUO has pretty good volume, but BEKE is not trading above its average, right? We go look at another stock like RLX, it's not trading above its average volume either. So just keep in mind that they could move. There is potential here. There's not a direct catalyst, right, for these types of stocks, but we could see them continue to push on up today based on that market sentiment, right? So if you guys are looking at RLX, you would definitely want to be looking at DUO. You definitely want to be looking at BEKE as well, as these are these China-related stocks that are all currently gapping up. BEKE is gapping up 44%. RLX is gapping up from 171 to 203, about 10%. DUO is gapping up about 57%. So we'll definitely be watching DUO, RLX, and BEKE as some back burner trades just to see if we continue to see that volume move in and a slow grind higher, right? BEKE is a very large float stock. You got DIDI up 42% as well. That's a 4 billion in float stock. So the lowest float stock that we have is DUO and then RLX, but DIDI and BEKE are very large float stocks. What do we know about large float stocks, right? Slower and steadier movers. They're not as aggressive. They don't rip and run. So if you're looking for a stock that could rip and run and make some pretty good moves 10, 20% at a time, you'd be looking at RLX and DUO. If you want to find a slower, steadier mover that's easier to kind of scale in and scale out of and manage that trade for a duration of the day, you could be looking at DIDI and BEKE as well. But those four stocks, right, those are going to be some back burners because I believe we have better opportunity right out of the gate, especially with SONN. I'm really liking RCAT above that 206 for the potential mid-candle breakout. KALA off momentum, right? This has been a great momentum play. The stock's gone from under $1 up towards around that 183. We could absolutely see it breaking up to 228 and then 255. And then HOUR, prior day mover, if we hold above that 377 mark, we could absolutely see a decent another green day here on HOUR. But like I said, out of the gate, sit back on your hands. We've been seeing a lot of choppiness. Stocks are setting up, but they're feeling, and then we're starting to find the top stocks right around 10 o'clock as they're setting up, making some decent moves. So a lot of these stocks could be coming off the watch list, right around 10 o'clock. And we may see the attention and the volume shift to another stock that's not yet on the watch list. But right now we have a very good watch list to start the day right at 9:30. Again, SONN is number 1. RCAT, number 2 for the possible mid-candle breakout. KALA, number 3. Another day of continuation to the upside. And then let's see if we have some juice left. And our number 1 top gainer yesterday being HOUR. Some back burner stocks are going to be these Chinese related stocks. DUO, RLX are the stocks that can move the quickest and the fastest. They are lower float stocks. BEKE and DIDI, large float stocks that would be slower and steadier movers. All right, guys? We do know that we have a lot going on today, right? This is a pretty big week, right? We do have triple witching Friday. That's where stock index options, stock future options, and stock equity options all expire on the same day. That's going to be this Friday, the 18th. What's something else that we know is going on right now, right? The FOMC meeting. It started yesterday. It concludes today at 2 p.m. So what do we know leading up to these FOMC meetings, right? Usually it's very choppy. It's sideways, no sense of direction, pretty challenging, pretty hard to trade. So knowing we have a lot going on this week with triple witching, right? We know we have the Fed meeting today concluding at 2 o'clock, we need to sit back and see how the markets react. We know that the markets are probably going to be more choppy sideways. That's typically what happens. I would say 80 to 90% of the time is we see a lot of choppiness, no real sense of direction. 2 o'clock, conclusion of the FOMC meeting, and then we see the markets react based on what was discussed, right? And the main things that we're looking for is interest rate hikes. Right now, 25 basis points is what the market has already priced in, right? So the market's pricing in the Fed announcing its first interest rate hike of 25 basis points, okay? If it's higher than 25 basis points, that's something the market is unaware of, right? That would be something the market was not expecting. The market does not like uncertainty. The market does not like surprises. If we get a surprise, right, from this FOMC meeting in regards to, say, interest rate hikes, there's more things we're talking about. We're talking about inflation and other things as well. But the main thing that investors are looking for is, what are these interest rates going to look like? What's the hike going to be? Is it indeed going to be that 25 basis points? If so, we've already priced that in. We're probably not going to see a crazy reaction, right? But if we get any kind of surprises, or when, Powell's getting drilled with questions, we could see the markets react. So I would not have any positions right around 2 o'clock, right? Because again, the market's going to be very jumpy. It's going to be very volatile. We could see quick spikes to the upside, big drops on off. We know that right around 2 o'clock, it's going to be a little volatile. So we'll have to just really pay attention to the conclusion of the FOMC meeting today, see what's discussed, see how the markets react, still looking at the technicals that we've been looking at for the past couple of months now, and then basically just get prepared, have a plan in place right around 2 o'clock, and then based on what takes place, what's said, depending on how the technicals look, let's see if we have any action between 2 and 4 o'clock today in the broader market. All right, guys, so leading up until 2 o'clock, we'll definitely be looking at the SPY. We'll definitely be looking at the Qs, but I would think that would be more choppy, more sideways, no sense of direction, probably be a slower day leading up to 2 o'clock. So just be mindful of that, guys. So we'll definitely be watching the SPY. The SPY is gapping up pretty nice, 4 points to the upside. We are gapping up above our massive downtrend on the daily, and we are slightly gapping up right around our 20 EMA. And that 20 EMA has been a very strong level of resistance over the past month and a half. So just because we're gapping up doesn't mean we're going to continue the rip. Look at the last time we gapped up above our 20 EMA. We fell back down below. We gapped up again. We fell back down below. We continued to fade and fall. Here, we gapped up above our downtrend and the 20 EMA. We closed below, we dumped on off. So just because we're gapping up above the downtrend and we're slightly gapping up above the 20 EMA does not mean we are in the clear, and that does not mean we found a bottom, and that doesn't mean that we're breaking this falling channel. We'll really have to see what takes place at 2 o'clock, how the markets react. Now, if it's a good meeting and the markets react positively, we could see a short-term move back up to our 250 SMA. Now, if we see the markets react negatively and we see it closing back below the 20 EMA and the downtrend, I'm looking at taking puts a couple of weeks out, right? Because again, the last few times we've seen the gap up and it closed below, we've gotten a nice drop. Gap up, close below, nice drop. If we see the gap up and the close below, maybe 5 minutes before the bell, I'd definitely be looking about, to grab some puts going maybe a couple of weeks out, coming down towards around this 410.75 on the SPY. Now, if we actually see some good news and it's positive and we see the markets react positively and we see a nice push into the day and we are indeed breaking above the downtrend and staying above our 20 EMA, maybe I take some short-term calls back up towards around the 200 SMA and the 50 SMA. So I have a long plan in place, I have a short plan in place, and those plans will be executed probably the last 10 minutes of the day once we see how the markets react. All right, guys, so that's my plan on the SPY. The Qs are actually still below its 20 EMA and the downtrend. So the SPY is different than the Qs, right? The Qs are tech heavy. The SPY, you have some dividend related stocks, you have some growth and value, but the Qs are all tech heavy, and we know that the technology sector has not been doing good whatsoever. XLK is down 12% on the year, and it is lagging the market. So just because we're looking at the SPY doesn't mean we're going to be doing the same things with the Qs, right? Qs are completely different, very tech heavy. So with that being said, the Qs are still in the strong downtrend, still below resistance, but the SPY is really what I'm looking at towards the end of the day. I am going to be looking at the Qs because if we do indeed see some negativity and it's not positive and we do indeed get those puts on the SPY, I would be looking about jumping in for some puts on the Qs as well, guys. So definitely looking at the Qs today as well. Just wanted to point out we're still below this falling channel downtrend resistance, and we're still below this 20 EMA as well. So really putting more focus on the SPY today. We are going to be watching the Qs, looking to see what the VIX does today as well around 2 o'clock, and really just trading lightly and playing it safe. All right, that's really what we're doing, is trading lightly, playing it safe. We know it's going to be choppy. We know there's not going to really be a sense of direction. We know what to expect with penny stocks, so we're prepared. We're ready to go. We know where the best opportunity is. We know how we're going to take advantage of the trading day. But build your plans, be smart, get prepared, right? Make sure you have a plan in place and make sure you're taking only the best of the best setups. And just remember, penny stocks have been a little choppy the first 30 minutes and then they're setting up. So if that means sitting back the first 30 minutes and waiting for the best setup to present itself, sit back and wait, right? The market will be here tomorrow. The market will be here Friday. The market's going to be here next week. So again, if we don't see the best setups today, it's okay to sit back. Sometimes the best trade team is no trade, but we do have a great watch list. We're prepared for the day. We know what to expect. We know what's going on, and we know how to navigate the market today. And if we see those opportunities and those setups present themselves, let's attack them and let's make some big time profits. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and cast a vote, right? Let's go ahead and create a poll real quick. What stock do you think is going to do the best today? Do you think it's going to be SONN, FDA clearance news, currently up 78%? Do you think it's going to be RCAT for the mid candle breakout formation today? Do you think it's going to be HUOR, right? Prior day momentum, right? Do you think it's going to be HUR off some prior day momentum? Do you think it's going to be KALA? Do you think it's going to be something completely else? What are you guys thinking? Go ahead, if you're on YouTube, type it up inside of the live chat. If you guys are inside of chat, go ahead and look up to your chat box, right? So if you're inside of chat, you're going to find the poll in two different places. Number one, you're going to find it right here at the bottom of our recent poll list. What stock do you think will do the best today? Or you're going to see a little notification that just popped up inside your chat box. What stock do you think will do the best today? Go ahead and click on that and go ahead and cast your vote. Do you think it's going to be SONN, FDA clearance news, currently up 80%, trading 30 times the average volume? Do you think it's going to be RCAT for the mid candle breakout? Do you think it's going to be HOUR, HOUR, prior day momentum play? Do you think it's going to be KALA? This is also a momentum play. Or do you think it's going to be something completely else? Go ahead and cast your votes. The poll is in, and let me know what you guys are thinking here inside of chat. So right now, 50% of chat thinking SONN. We got Muta saying RCAT, SONN. Paul saying poop. Yeah, poop today. KALA. I mean, I like all of these stocks, guys. That's why I'm breaking them down. We're doing our due diligence. We're getting prepared. I think all of these stocks have some decent potential for today. And I want to keep these stocks on watch. But I would say the one I like the most, it's a sleeper play. It's something that, again, not looking the best right now, but it could definitely start ripping on up. And it had really good news there on Monday, right? Department of Defense contract news was RCAT. So I definitely want to be watching RCAT. I think that's the stock that has the best potential today. So we got 54% of chat saying SONN. We have 36% of chat saying RCAT. So the top two stocks that we will be watching today out of the gate, RCAT, SONN. Let's get prepared, guys. Let's get fired up. Let's have some fun. Let's make it happen, and let's lock in some big time profits, baby. I'm excited. I'm ready to go. Let's make it happen, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so RCAT, I'm watching this one off to the side. Number one stock that you guys voted on right out of the gate, SONN. That was 40, actually it's a tie between SONN and RCAT. So we're just gonna be watching those two stocks right out of the gate. Trader Girl Beth saying AKAN. New IPO after hours Tuesday. Saying this stock is moving on up, ripping on up. Absolutely. Let's watch AKAN as well, guys. AKAN, new IPO stock yesterday, 30 bucks, dropping all the way down to 10. We know that these IPO stocks, these newer IPO stocks, could absolutely rip and run. So let's watch AKAN as well to see if this stock does indeed start ripping and running. If we can break over those pre-market highs, breaking over 15 bucks, we could see this thing take on off. So let's watch AKAN. Again, we know that a lot of these small cap penny stocks that are gapping up substantially, they tend to set up out of the gate and they tend to fail and fade and fall. What we've been seeing the last 2 days is the best of the best setups presenting themselves right around 10 o'clock. So that's my mindset. That's what I'm looking for. Looking for those really good setups to really start presenting themselves right around that 10 o'clock mark. Right now, looking to see if we get a quick little break up towards around 15 bucks on AKAN. We do have some volume moving on in over 14. We could see a quick spike up towards around $15. This would be a scalp. This is a high risk, high reward trade. Again, there's no credible reason for the stock to be moving. It's a newer IPO stock that's currently halted to the upside. I have 600 shares and I'm currently in AKAN. And it's currently halted to the upside, guys. So let's see what takes place on AKAN after the halt. I'm currently up $87. We halted right at $13.97. I was not expecting to see this halt, but when we broke the open, we started to break the 9 EMA and the VWAP. I know that these newer IPO stocks could absolutely rip and run. We've seen it time and time again. So with that said, I started to see volume moving on in, breaking the open, getting above the VWAP. We can absolutely break above that pre-market high up over 15 and see a decent little day here on AKAN. So I'm currently long right now, 625 shares, 1383. Obviously we want to see a gap up, right? Obviously we want to see a nice gap up, a nice little rip over 15, maybe into another halt. If this stock gaps down, right, I'm gonna have to cut my loss. Right now, I would be looking to stop out probably at 13 bucks if we do gap down and we do start dumping on off. But ideally, nice little volume pop up to 13.97, currently halted to the upside. Ideally want to see a nice gap up and the next push higher, possibly into halt number 2 on AKAN. Again, high risk trade, right? There's no credibility. It's a newer IPO stock. It's very volatile. It's moving quickly. It already went from 12 to 14 bucks in 2 minutes. It's a high risk trade, but it's also a high reward trade. Why did I not take 2,000 shares? Why did I not take 3,000 shares? Because I realized this could go against me $1 and I'm not going to lose 2 to 3 grand. I'll lose 600 bucks. I'll lose 300 bucks. It's definitely worth me taking a small position for that potential rip and run on up. So again, guys, right now, AKAN, as you guys can see, I'm long 1383. Halted at 13.97, and right now we have bids at 14.66. So let's see if we get a nice gap up. We were halted at 932.12. We will be live at 937.12. All right, so 937.12 is the resume time. They can go ballistic, and we've seen it time and time again. How many stocks have we, had on watch? And it was just a newer IPO stock that ripped 100% in a day. We see that when the market's calm, when the market's not on fire, and traders are just like, "Where's the action? Where's the opportunity?" Right? A lot of traders go towards these newer IPO stocks, and we've seen a lot of these IPO stocks IPO. dump on down, and then the next day they blast on off. So I'm currently long AKAN with about 625 shares. And right now, out of this halt at 937.12, I'm looking to take a little bit. I'm looking to take a little bit of profit here on AKAN, and then my stop will be at break even on my my runner on AKAN. Right, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to scale out of this because I have an awkward position at 625. Usually I scale in 625, 625. I have 1,200 shares, but I only got 625 on the table, so I did some math. I'm seeing how I'm going to scale out. I'm going to scale out in 156 increments. So 156, 156, 156, 156. That's how I'm going to scale out. That'll leave me with about 4 shares on the table to where if I do have to get stopped out on 4 shares, it's not a big deal. So right now I have bids at 15 on AKAN. So right now we have bids at 15. We have the ask at 1260, which is way below my cost basis. So let's see what happens here on AKAN, right? I'm not a fan of being in halts, but when I'm in a halt and we do see the bid higher than the halt level, I do get a little excited because we could see the gap up. So again, we'll be live in about 10 seconds. My finger's on the trigger. Depending on what happens, I'm going to start closing out some of my position when this goes live. Let's see if we get a nice little gap up on AKAN. We should be live right now. We are live. I take a little bit of profit. Taking a little bit of profit. Taking a little bit of profit. I only have about 157 shares left. I scaled out quite a bit here because, again, it wasn't a massive gap up. This thing could dump on off if it falls back below 14. I still have 157 shares on the table, guys. Still have about 157 shares on the table that I'm currently holding. Back below 14.25, I'm going to have to lock it up, and I'm out because I do not want to get caught up in a dump. I am currently out of AKAN. I actually have that 1 share left, so let me close that 1 share out. Boom, I'm out. Done. I did not want to get caught up in a dump. So, made 192 bucks on that trade, right? Was wanting to see a gap up, push to 15. We never got it. We were struggling. We could definitely see that it was going to crack that halt level and start the fade and fall a little bit. I went ahead and got out for $192 profit. So I had a small loss on SONN this morning, 163, made a quick 192, currently break even on the day. So I'll take it. Nice little scalp out of the gate. Again, very, very risky. We didn't get that big gap up, so I had to lock in those profits quick. All right, so let's go ahead and check out RCAT. Now, RCAT is breaking back above yesterday's close. So that's the first thing we want to see. We had a slight gap down on RCAT. We're starting to break back above yesterday's close, right around that 220 to 223. That's the level that we want to see RCAT stay above. So right now, RCAT for the mid-candle breakout is on high watch, guys. High watch on RCAT for the start of this possible mid-candle breakout. Again, this is high watch, starting to break 238 and 243. This thing could absolutely rip and run, guys. So right now, high watch on RCAT for the start of this possible mid-candle breakout formation. We have room to 238, 243. Those are some of those levels from yesterday that we really want to see the break above to get that little pop up to 257, maybe even up towards around 274 and 291. We do not want to see this come back below $2.20 on RCAT. So right now we want to see the stock squeeze, break yesterday's open, break yesterday's highs. We ideally do not want to see this thing come back down below 220. So while we take a look at RCAT and as this thing's working itself out, again, I don't want to see it back below 220. I want to see that volume continue to move in, break 238, 243, ideally get halted to the upside. That'd be fantastic. Again, SONN out of the gate, very choppy. We pretty much called it. We knew that the market was going to be slightly choppy out of the gate, especially with some of these top gainers. Definitely watch SONN above 45 cents. But again, I'm more or less sitting back until about 10 o'clock before I take some aggressive trades if I do see a good setup, because I know that the market is pretty choppy the last couple of days right out of the gate. So again, a lot of these Chinese stocks not really doing too much out of the gate. AKAN is still ripping on up, guys. So right now, the top stock to watch is AKAN. Support 1466. So if it comes down to 1466 and it revisits 1466 briefly, we could see that immediate push and pop. But right now, it looks like we're getting halted at 1572 here on AKAN. So it looks like we're getting halted right now, 1572, and we're halted. All right, so maybe we have a nice halt strategy coming on up. And we know this stock has a lot of potential. Yesterday's lows right around 16, so that's going to be a level that you got to keep on watch. Then back up towards around 18. And then 20 bucks here on AKAN. So again, 16, 18, and 20. About every $2 to the upside is a great level to lock in some profits. So HOUR not really doing anything right now. So if HOUR sits sideways today and we close exactly like this on the daily chart, we have HOUR for a possible mid-candle breakout. Keep KALA on high watch, team. KALA is starting to pick on up just a little bit. You do not really want to see this dropping back down below, I would say, yesterday's close at 183. So you got 183 support. On KALA, you do have potential to $2 and then 228. KALA on high watch above 183, guys. SONN is rolling on over. And it was safe to say that we knew that was going to happen. A lot of these top gaining stocks, you know, really just choppy out of the gate. Not really setting up until about 10 o'clock. So right now, RCAT is our #1 watch. KALA, #2. Actually, I would say AKAN is our #1 watch, right? AKAN, newer IPO stock, #1 watch. We do have support back down at 1466. I would like to see this gap up out of the halt and ideally not drop back below the halt level at 1572. And we could see a nice halt strategy play on out. So #1 stock is AKAN. #2 stock is RCAT for this possible mid-candle breakout formation. And then KALA above 183, we have potential to 2, and then 228 on KALA. Those are the top 3 stocks right now at this point in time. So I'm going to put AKAN up on the live stream. We will be live at 9:46:20. We have about 2 more minutes to go here on AKAN. So again, the way that these halt strategies work, an ideal textbook, beautiful halt strategy, right? So obviously, #1, you get halted, right? And we establish a halt level. The halt level is at 1572, right? We want to see this gap up on a stock of this price, maybe 30 to 50 cents to gap up. So maybe right around like 16 to 1620, we see the stock open. We see initial profit taking, right? As traders in this trade, out of the halt, they're going to want to lock in profits, but you do have buyers ready to buy right at the halt level. So we see the stock open up, maybe 30 to 50 cents higher. We see an initial washout, initial profit taking right back down to the halt level of 1572. That's where I'm looking to be a buyer for that very strong bounce for that next move higher. So again, gap up, wash out to the penny, to the halt level, a very strong bounce from buyers, pushing the stock even higher. Now, if we do come down to 1572 and it doesn't bounce, right, and it actually falls lower, my stop is at 1550 on AKAN. So I'm looking to try and nail this to the penny off the halt level for the dip buy, the halt strategy, 1572. If I see it down at 1550, I cut it, but I want to see this hold the halt level at 1572 and get that immediate strong bounce back on up. And again, these are 80-20 setups. 80% of the time, these halt strategies work out beautifully. 20% of the time, you take a very small loss, but the risk to reward is fantastic. We're risking about 25 cents. We could grab $1 to $2 to the upside, depending on how strong the bounce is when we go live. So again, we'll be live in about 10 seconds here on AKAN. Let's see if we have a halt strategy trade. Right now, we got bids at 1854. There's your gap up. And no trades. No trades. And the reason that was not a trade, it gapped up. It didn't shoot down and then straight up. It actually, you saw it just trickle down, trickle down, trickle down, trickle down. So it wasn't up, down, up. It didn't happen quick, right? It was up, and then you just saw it trickle down over 5 seconds, trickle down. We need to see these open up within a second, come down and bounce, right? Plus, you took a lot of heat on this trade. So I never took that trade on AKAN, as we never came down to the penny and held that 1572. We took a little bit of heat. I wasn't confident in it, didn't take the trade. But it would have worked out, but I just never took it because it wasn't exactly what I wanted to see to get involved. But right now, AKAN is absolutely ripping to the upside. You can do market orders, you can do limit orders. Obviously, you can put limit orders in the system while the stock's halted. So if the stock's halted and you're looking for the halt strategy, you could already have limit orders in the system to be filled. And right now, you would have been filled at 1572. You would have taken heat, but you didn't take a lot of heat, right? As far as time-wise. So again, I like reading the level 2. I'm a price action trader. I trade with market orders. So when I saw this open up and it was just trickling down, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, 4, 5, that's not the type of price action that I want to see for a textbook halt strategy. So I use market orders ideally, right, for the halt strategies. But if you would have placed a limit order, you would have been in. It did come down about 50 cents on you, but that was literally a split second. It came down and then it just shot right back up. You took heat, but you probably didn't even realize you took any heat on the trade. So this would have been a profitable trade. You're definitely winning right now. But again, I wanted to walk you guys through the process as to why I didn't take the trade. When we see the gap up, right, and we got our nice 30 to 50 cent gap up, it wasn't boom, boom. It wasn't drop and then pop. I want to see an initial drop and then a pop within literally 2 seconds, right? That's how quick these take place. That's how we want to see these play on out. So again, we opened and it wasn't a drop and a pop. It was drop, 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 drop. I'm looking at the level 2, looking at the time in sales. We dropped below 1572. I didn't take the trade, but if you guys would have taken it, you took heat, probably didn't even realize you took heat because it was boom, boom, and you guys are currently up a little over $2 a share right now. So again, a trade that didn't work out to the penny, like we want to see it. I didn't take it, but if you guys did get involved with that trade and you guys are holding it, you guys are up $2 a share, so good job. It wasn't the textbook ideal halt strategy, but the market's the market, guys, right? Sometimes things happen. Sometimes trades work out when typically those usually halt to the downside. So you can call that luck if you want to call it luck. We have a plan in place. It didn't work out exactly the way we had built our plan. You know, I would have been stopped out if I took that trade. But again, it happened so quick that, again, the reaction time probably wouldn't have been there in the first place. So that's, you know, a great example on you build a plan, you have a strategy, right? You're prepared. You could have taken a trade, right? And it happened so quick, you may have never been stopped out. And the trade, it was just a lucky trade, right? That's luck, right? Because when we crack those halt levels, when we get the gap ups, typically we continued the dump and halt to the downside. So again, we saw buyers move on in, took a little bit of heat. You know, from a good trade, not a great trade, a little bit of luck, hey, it's okay. I'll take luck every now and then in the market. So right now, AKAN halted again to the upside. And this is going to be the third halt, guys. I do not trade halt strategies after the second halt. So we have halt number 1, no halt strategy. Halt number 2, it worked. You just took a lot of heat on the trade. Halt number 3, I do not trade halt strategies on the third halt, right? Just gets a little too risky and a little too unpredictable after the third halt. But right now we've had 2-3 halts so far today on AKAN. Good call out, Trader Girl Beth. Good call out on AKAN. So I am still watching RCAT for the possible mid-candle breakout. We want to see it stay above 220. Let's see if volume can start moving on in. Over 18, we do have room to 20 on AKAN. So right now, the number 1 stock is still AKAN. Still just eyeballing RCAT to see if it starts getting the that mid-candle breakout. We do have earnings tomorrow after the market as well. So maybe we start to see a run-up into earnings also. Because again, the stock had some pretty good news on Monday. SONN, it's still chopping around. Give it another 10-15 minutes. See if it sets up, and if it does, you could start to see this move probably right around 10 o'clock, because that's when some of the best opportunities have really started presenting themselves, are right around 10 to 10:30. If you guys are watching DUO, or if you guys are long on DUO, we ideally do not want to see this stock dropping back below the open at 43 cents. So if this is a nice healthy pullback into 43 cents, you could absolutely see a reversal back up to 53 cents. So look at that profit potential. You have 10 cents of potential profit of DUO from 43 cents off support up to 53 cents. Where do you put your stops? Below 40 cents, right? So you have 3 cents of risk, but 10 cents of profit potential. That's a 3-to-1 setup DUO. So right now, DUO is on high watch for a break of this downtrend off of 43 cent support. Stops below 40 cents. You're looking to buy the break of the downtrend on volume. You have potential to 53 cents and then potential up to 56 and then 59 on DUO. So DUO right now, high watch, guys. High watch, break of the downtrend above 43 cent support with high volume. You guys have a clean entry up to 50, I actually call it 54 cents, 56, and then 59. If you guys are long on it or thinking about getting long, that's your plan. That's what we have right now at this point in time on DUO. So again, we opened and right the 20. This thing is moving quick. This thing is moving fast. Again, after the third halt, things get a little nasty, right? Things get a little nasty. And right now, things are getting pretty nasty on AKAN. Looks like we're going to get halted to the downside right now, guys. So right now, first halt to the downside. So a couple levels we could be looking to buy the dip, right? I love buying dips on volatile stocks. Now this stock's pretty volatile. We just went from 20 bucks to $17. It's a $3 drop, and we just halted to the downside. So we can look at this halt level being a good level to buy the dip off of, 1571 for a nice little dip buy, or back down towards around this level of prior resistance that could hold up as support, right around 1465. So I would be prepared in building a plan to A, look for a dip buy opportunity at 1571. And then if we do get that dip buy, lock in some profits. If we crack below 1571, I would also be looking for a dip buy opportunity at 1465 as well. So right now, we're looking for a few dip buy opportunities on AKAN. Once this goes live out of the halt, we'll probably see it gap down, come into this 1571, get a nice little dip buy, maybe 50 cents to $1. We can scalp that on up. We lose 1571. We could look for another dip buy opportunity at 1465. So again, number one stock right now is AKAN. That's where the best opportunity is. KALA. Again, 183 support. We have potential back up to $2, guys. SONN. I still say give it another maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Wait for this to really set on up. Get you a good setup right around 10 o'clock, 10:30. You see this thing set up and it's right around 10 to 10:30. You could definitely look to take that trade at that point in time, as that's when we're really seeing those moves start to take place. So, breaking the downtrend. That's all you're looking for here on SONN, right? You have support down at 44 cents. If you do see the setup for a downtrend break right around 10 o'clock, I would look to take that trade back up towards around 54 cents. And then you have potential back up towards around 57 cents. So right now, 44-cent support. You want to see this level hold on up, not fall below. As long as you come back down and retest 44 cents, and then you follow through with a break of this downtrend, and you're right around maybe 10, 10.05, 10.10, that sweet spot when penny stocks really start moving on up, that's when you could look to take that entry. Not only are you really waiting for the right time based on market conditions to get your entry, right, after 10 o'clock, you also have a pretty decent setup as well. We could have a very nice downtrend break strategy presenting itself after 10 o'clock when these small caps really start moving on up. So definitely watching SONN over the next 10 minutes to see if it sets up, to see if we get that volume to really start stepping on in. We do have some decent opportunity, guys, with SONN. So right now, if you guys are in AKAN for any reason, your next best level to see the stock bounce back up is going to be 1571. Be 1571 on AKAN. Halted at 953.56. We'll be live at 958.56. So we have about a minute and 26 seconds to go. And I'm still watching AKAN as my number one stock at this point in time. Looking for those couple dip buys. Dip buy number one, 1571. Maybe take it for about 50 cents to $1 off a nice bounce. Below 1571, looking for another dip buy opportunity back down towards around 1465. Again, SONN. I don't have time to build a plan on SONN with you guys. But again, support 44 cents. You get the break of the downtrend with volume. That's where you want to make your entries. But right now, we have about 30 seconds to go on AKAN, looking for those dip buys to play on out. All right, guys, so we have about 20 seconds to go before we're live. Right now, we have an ask down towards around 14. So that's pretty darn low. 14, 13, that's pretty darn low, but we got bids at 18. So let's see what happens out of this halt, guys. Let's see if we got a couple dip buy opportunities here. Again, 1571 is a decent little dip buy level. And I did not get filled. My orders are canceled. Orders are canceled. So if you had your limit order in like I did, I didn't get filled. But look where it came down to, guys. Do you see where that just came down to the penny? 1571, right? Out of the halt, 1571 dip buy. I did not get filled. If you guys did get filled on AKAN, you guys are up literally $1.50 a share. Look at that to the freaking penny. 1571, beautiful dip buy opportunity right out of the halt. That was a killer trade. So if you guys were able to grab that, good job, guys. I did not get filled. I went ahead and canceled my orders. Next dip buy, I would say 1465 if we do make it down that low. So what a beautiful dip buy. 1571, you're at 1670. You're up $1 a share right now. That's how we do it. Yeah, I'm not going to sing, guys. I'm done singing. So good job and good work for those of you that were able to grab that beautiful 1571 dip buy. Again, I didn't get filled for some reason, which is rare, right? It is very odd when I don't get filled, so it's all good. Still not touching it though. I still want to see it down at 1465. So I'm still not touching it right now at this point in time. Let's see how SONN is setting up. SONN has a lot of great opportunity, guys. So we can build a plan real quick. Okay, so this is exactly what we would like to see here on SONN. Okay, SONN. Got a nice little downtrend. Point number 1, point number 2, right? Coming on down to support, bouncing on up. Coming back down to support, maybe see it bounce on up. Now, this wouldn't be a 4th point break of the downtrend. This would be point number 3, but it would be coming off of a potential double bottom. So again, 44-cent support. If we see that double bottom form and we see some buying volume start to move back in, for a break of this downtrend, that would signal an entry. So entries would be right around 475, right? Right around that 47.5. Stops would be below 44 cents, or it's actually 44.29. So you put a stop at maybe like, what? Let's just go, let's just say 43.5 stops. That's going to be what? 4 cents of risk. So you're risking about 4 cents here on this trade. So you got 0.04 cents of risk. Where's your target? Target would be back up to high a day. Target's 53 cents. Now what is that? That's going to be 5.5. So it's not really a good setup, guys. That's why we build plans. That's why we build plans, right? If we're going to make an entry right around, let's call it 48 cents, let's round up, right? And we're risking 4 cents. We need to get 8 cents. Can we get 8 cents? 8 cents is doable. But again, our first target is our intraday high, right around 53 cents, right? So with that being said, this is a 1-to-1 setup. So now that we know it's a 1-to-1 setup, maybe we readjust our risk, right? Maybe we don't risk 3% of our account on the trade. Maybe we risk 1% of our account on the trade. Is this an A+ setup? It's not, right? The setup is great. The setup itself could be an A+ setup, right? But the plan, is it an A+ plan? It's not. Why? Because you cannot make 8 cents. Now you could make 8 cents, but you're asking it to break over our intraday high and push back up to pre-market highs. Now that's doable, but we know our first target is at least right at 53 cents, right? That's where we have to be locking in profits, because we could see 53 cents hit and then it dump on off. So is this a 2-to-1 setup? Right? It's not. It is a 1-to-1 setup. So from a trade plan perspective, right, it's not an A+ plan. Now, it may be an A+ setup, but the plan itself is not the best, as it's a 1-to-1. So would I take 3% risk? No. Would I take a 2% risk? No. Maybe I would risk 1% of my account, 0.5% of my account on this trade, knowing that the risk to reward is just not the best. So that's why we build plans, to assess these levels, to understand what kind of trade it is, what kind of plan it is, and that's how we assess our position sizing, and we gain an idea of what our risk tolerance is going to be on that particular trade. So with that being said, your stops need to be right at that 43 cents. You're probably making entries at 48 cents. You're risking what? Risking about 4 cents a share, right? 4 to 5 cents. You got to get 10 cents. That means you need to see this up at 57 cents. It's doable, but again, first target is a 1-to-1. So I wouldn't risk 3%, 2%, maybe 1% to still get my feet wet, to still take this trade, because it is showing potential. Great news, great volume, low float. It's 10 o'clock. It's setting up. We know that setups are typically playing out right around 10 o'clock in the market for penny stocks. Right now, SONN is on high watch, guys. Right? So build your plan, assess your size, right? Do your own due diligence, but I'm going to help you with that due diligence. I'm going to break things down like I just did to make you guys aware of the type of setup and how you should position yourself in the trade. All right? So you guys would have just gotten your entry right there at 47.5. Remember, 47.5 was the break of the downtrend. So you guys are in, and you guys are long, and you're up maybe a penny. Right now you're back down the break even. So again, if you guys took the trade, wanted to really break this down and walk you guys through the entire process. Okay, so hopefully you guys are aware of what we have in store, what we see unfolding, how to make your entries, where to make your entries, where to put stops, why stops go there, where your targets are at, why the target is your target, what type of setup is it, how do you position yourself in the trade. And again, walk you guys through the process. You guys could have been building a plan with me at the same time. You guys could have been taking that trade. So that's how we alert inside a chat, right? We don't just say buy, 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 buy. Say, hey, this is a good buy. I would recommend taking the trade. Here's why. Here's the plan to back up the trade. So again, it's quality alerts, and every alert has education behind it, guys, right? So that's what we do every single day inside a chat, especially when I'm making verbal alerts, is I'm gonna break down these plans. I'm gonna walk you through the process very thoroughly so you understand why we're taking the trade in the first place, right? You understand why you're stopping out at the price you're stopping out at, why you're taking profits at levels you're taking profits. I want you guys to learn why, not just trading because I say to take the trade, all right? So right now you're getting pretty close to the target. I would start trimming here, right? You're up decent. You're up about 4 to 5 cents a share. I would definitely start trimming some profit because you just got close to 53 cents. I mean, what did you hit? You hit 53 cents. That was your profit level, guys. Remember, 53 cents was your profit taking level on SONN. So you should have been locking in some profits up towards around 53 cents. And right now, your stop loss goes to break even. If you did take profits and you have a runner on the table, your stop loss is break even. Why is your stop loss break even? Right? So you're risk free. All right, I want you guys to be risk free. If you're in a position and you lock in profits to get paid, I don't want you to give those profits back. So stops go to break even on your runner. So worst case scenario, if you're stopped out, you're still walking away from the trade profitable. All right, so you always have to have a plan in place. The plan is going to allow you to take the blindfold off, to know when to make your entries, where to place your stops, where to take profit, and if you do take profit and you leave a runner on the table, how do you put your stop loss, right? Your stop's no longer at 43 cents. Your stop loss is at your entry price. All right, guys? So right now, you just continue managing this trade. If you get stopped out at break even, you're walking away profitable. If your runner continues to pay you, right? Your runner, you're going to start locking in more profits between 55 and 59 cents. If you continue to leave a runner on the table because you think it has potential to 72 cents, you run a very tight trailing stop loss. I would say probably every 5 cents on a stock like SONN. So again, your next target is going to be up towards around pre-market highs where you maybe lock in more profits. Then I'd bring your stop loss up below 50 cents. Let's say you break over 60 cents, you hit 65 cents, and you lock in more profit. Bring your stop loss up another 5 cents. Trail your stop loss every 5 cents every time we break a new key level of resistance. 55 cents, 60, 65, 70. Every time you hit those levels, bring your stop loss up 5 cents, trail it nice and tight. Always put yourself in a position to lock in profits when you have them. So this is why it's important to be here in the streams in the morning, guys, right? Because here out of the gate, what if you were trying to take this trade for a new high day break? Like we said, we have some decent setups out of the gate, right? Quick little pop, curling on up, breaking the VWAP, new high a day, high volume. That's trapping traders in, right? And then it fades and falls and gets a little choppy. What did we say? Top gaining stocks are not ripping and running out of the gate. They're consolidating, they're choppy for the first 30 minutes to an hour. And then what happens? 10 o'clock, 10:30, we're seeing these top gaining stocks set up for A+ setups, A+ entries. This was a great A+ setup. It wasn't an A+ plan, but it was an A+ setup, right? And what time did that take place? 10:03. What have we been seeing the last 2 days? Setups taking place and then the stock ripping and running right at 10 o'clock. So hopefully you guys are learning. That's the point, right? I know I talk a lot and I throw a lot of value out there and a lot of details and a lot of information. It can be overwhelming, but I really try and simplify the process, really simplify the trading process, make it easy to understand, right? Market conditions. What are market conditions? How do we be mindful of market conditions, right? Because we can apply all of these things that we talked about this morning in pre-market, right? From 9 to 9:30, everything that we talked about, we can apply that for the day to be more prepared than what we were when we woke up, right? So again, we knew that we weren't really being aggressive out of the gate. 10 o'clock, the best setups present themselves. We see SONN set up. We build a plan. We make our entries. We know stop losses. We have targets. You guys are getting paid, right? It took 30 minutes, but we knew coming into the day, we probably weren't going to get our first great trade until after 10 o'clock. And when we see that first great trade after 10 o'clock, we take it. We have a plan in place. We lock in profits. You guys are getting paid right now. It's all about patience. It's all about preparation. By being patient, by getting prepared, you guys could have locked in some great profits on SONN, about 10% to the upside right now. And 10% is 10%, guys. It's not bad. All right, let's do a quick scan through. KALA, never held 183, so nothing there. HOUR, probably a mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. You got your break in the downtrend on DUO, back up to 55-cent high a day. So you got your 10 cents of profit there on DUO, guys. So DUO was a great trade. We built a plan, breaking the downtrend on volume, right? Above 44-cent support, back up to high a day. That was a great 2-to-1 setup. DUO, you could have taken that one. RLX, we didn't have anything there. I never built a plan with you guys on BEKE, but it's slowly grinding on up into resistance. Wouldn't be looking to take that trade at resistance. DIDI is just sitting sideways, very choppy. We had a beautiful, beautiful dip buy at 1571. So we made a couple bucks here on AKAN. So across the board, we had some good opportunity on AKAN. We had some fantastic opportunity here on SONN. And right now, I'm still just eyeballing RCAT, but right now, RCAT is really not doing a whole lot, guys. So again, BEKE, guys, is right at its 20 EMA. So why would you be buying at resistance? Look at all that support at 1522 on the daily chart. Look at all that support at 1522. Look at your 20 EMA. It's right at 1513. So again, you got very, very strong support right there at 1522. Now that we're below 1522, what is that? That's very strong resistance. So again, I would not be a buyer right at resistance, but if we break above resistance, we come back down and we retest and we hold it and we see buyers still here, you could look to take that trade up towards around $18 next on BEKE. So again, I would not be buying it right now, right here at resistance. Maybe it pulls back, maybe it consolidates for a little bit under resistance, and if it then gets a nice big breakout with volume and it stays above that level, take it long to 18 bucks, guys. Take it long. If it ever falls back below 15, get out, right? You can grab about $3 to the upside out of BEKE, right? Your stop loss, if you get long, would be back below 15 bucks. So you have a great risk reward trade here on BEKE, guys. So again, first attempt to break 1522, it's failing. If it sits here and it consolidates above 15, below high a day, and it builds up, and then you see a volume breakout, that's a signal to go long. Stops below 15, or wait for the breakout, wait for the retest, and then go long. Stops still under $15. I'll take base hits all day too, Matt. Base hit, base hit, base hit. AKAN looks like it's done right now, guys. But SONN was your trade of the day. Patience, paying off, team. It pays to be patient. And this is what patience does. It allows you to take a step back, identify a setup, build a plan, identify your risk reward, position yourself correctly in the trade, take profits when you know you should be taking profits. And you guys are currently up over 10% right now on SONN. You're up about 17% on this trade from your entries. That's a pretty nice move on a 50-cent stack. Tony saying, Josh, I got to tell you, I'm using your strategies to swing trade so I can take my time and research for 7 to 14 days instead of 7 to 14 minutes. I like it. Baby steps, and it's working. Thanks for your feeds. Absolutely, Tony. I'm glad that what we do as day traders, what we do intraday, is working for you on those higher time frames. So good job, good work. Keep up the amazing work, man. That's awesome. I trade large caps. I trade large cap stocks. I just haven't been trading large cap stocks for the past, few weeks. Why is that? Right? Because there's so much volatility. There's so much focus with the SPY and the Qs, right? So if you go look at like Tesla, for example, people ask me all the time, why are you not trading Tesla? Well, number one, it's expensive, right? Number two, the options are expensive. Number three, I'm sure the spreads aren't the best, right? Implied volatility is 67%. The spreads are actually not that bad on Tesla. But again, look, you're paying $1,600 for an at-the-money contract. But here's the thing. Look at Tesla's daily chart. Look at Tesla's daily chart. Okay, you see that? Look at the Q's daily chart. Same thing. Same thing, right? So if you're going to have to go look at the SPY and go look at the Q's, just to trade Tesla, right? Same chart, same movement. When the SPY rips, Tesla, for example, rips. When the SPY dumps, Tesla, for example, dumps. So if you're going to have to go reflect and look at the SPY and the Qs to really dictate how you trade, say, Tesla, for example, why not just go trade the SPY and the Qs? Right? That's just my 2 cents. Again, that's just my 2 cents. That's my opinion, right? If I'm going to trade Tesla in this type of market, when the market's very volatile and it's moving erratically, I know with these market conditions, if I trade Tesla, I should probably be looking at the SPY and the Qs as well. I know that. So if I'm going to be looking at the SPY and the Qs to determine if Tesla is a good trade, why not just go trade the SPY and the Qs, right? If I see a good bullish setup on the SPY, why not just trade that bullish setup on the SPY, right? My investment's going to get me a lot further. Instead of buying one contract at $1,600, I can buy 10 contracts of the SPY at $100 a contract, right? That's just my 2 cents. And that gives me the availability to scale out as well versus just riding one contract on Tesla. I can have 5 to 10 on the SPY. It's the same investment, and I'm going to have to be watching the SPY and the Qs anyway, right? Again, that's my 2 cents as to why for the past few weeks, I haven't really been looking at large cap stocks, right? Now, when the SPY and the Qs in the broader market is just in a clean, healthy market, slow and steady uptrending, slow and steady uptrending, clean and healthy, not too crazy, not a lot of volume, not a lot of volatility, just slow and steady in one direction. Yeah, I'll be looking at Roku. I'll look at Tesla, Nvidia, Facebook for these individual setups. When the market's extremely volatile, right, and there's a lot of volume, I'm just simply watching the SPY and the Qs. It makes my job a lot easier, and we can make some big time profits. Everybody in chat, what have we been trading the past 3 weeks, right? I haven't really seen anybody talking about Facebook, Nvidia, Disney, Apple, right? A lot of people in chat have been solely focusing on the SPY, the Qs, and UVXY, and we're seeing some amazing profits in chat, keeping it that simple, all right? And again, it's my 2 cents. So is Disney following suit with your setup, assuming it breaks 137? Oh, how it consolidates under resistance before a breakout with volume? Yeah. So like we were talking about, I think it was like BEKE, right? If you see resistance, right, 137 hit and it holds above, right, it holds up and it consolidates and it breaks for the third time after it's been consolidating, yeah, with volume, that's a great little breakout trade. You're not trying to take the breakout on attempt number 1. You're not trying to take the breakout on attempt number 2. You really want to see it hold up, consolidate, not dump on off, and on the third attempt over resistance with volume, that's where I take a breakout trade. So it'd be the same thing with BEKE, right? We just came up to 1522 for the first time. We got rejected, but we're not dumping on off. If we come back up for the second time, right, maybe we get rejected. And on the third attempt to break resistance, if we hold a level of consolidation under resistance, I would then look for a breakout trade, right? But the stock needs to consolidate tightly under resistance. And the second it breaks resistance on high volume, that does signal an entry for a breakout trade. Absolutely, Zach. I got you, buddy. Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. That's what I do. I love helping you guys. I love educating. And you guys obviously love being here. For some reason, I'm good at educating about stocks. I don't know why. I don't know why. I never thought this would be something I would do as a career, but everybody says, Josh, you're really good at explaining things. You're really good at simplifying the trading process. You're really good at helping me understand the market and helping me make money. I'm like, well, if I'm that good at it, let me help everybody out, right? If I can help you make money, I want to help you make money. That's what fires me up every single day, guys. That's what literally gets me out of bed in the mornings, is seeing you guys post up consistent profits in chat. That is my motivation. Like literally, I set my trading aside to make sure you guys are making money. And that fires me up. I love it. Matt, mic drop, baby. Oh, I love it. Matt's over here using the gifts today. Matt's having some fun. Mic drop. So I do have a level 2 lesson uploaded on YouTube for free. I did it about a month ago. You guys wanted it. I opened that lesson up. I made it public on YouTube. So here on the YouTube channel, just go to videos and you'll actually see a recent video I published is on the level 2. So right now, guys, we have a lot of great action here on the SPY. Right now, you're only playing this to the long side. You're only playing the SPY to the long side. Again, there's still a lot of things that could hit the fan here around 2 o'clock, depending on what's said during this FOMC meeting conclusion. So right now on the SPY, you have room to 137.80. Right? You do have some room to 137.80 here on the SPY. Right now, you have a lot of momentum. Nice big grind on up. Healthy little pullback. Nice big pop. We are flagging right now. We are flagging on the SPY. So if the SPY holds above this 9 EMA and it continues to consolidate on decreased volume, right, into this 9 EMA, look for a bull flag continuation on the SPY, right? We do have potential over 137 here on the SPY, guys. Corey says, me looking at every stock on my watch list that I missed entries on. Me looking at my long-term portfolio that's actually doing good today. Oh man, yesterday I was down another $1,000 on my portfolio. I'm like, man, I don't like looking at my long-term portfolio, but now it's like, it looks good. It looks good. It's creeping its way back up. So who was able to grab SONN for that 15% run up? Did anybody grab SONN off the trade plan we built? Did anybody grab AKAN off the dip buy opportunity? I think that was really it, right? That was really it. We got BEKE coming on up for a possible trade. We know exactly what to look for here. We know exactly what we want to see. Nice tight consolidation below resistance, followed by a volume breakout. That signals an entry for the next leg up. AKAN, we had a beautiful little dip buy opportunity there. Then SONN, beautiful little downtrend break strategy, right up to high a day, right? Right up to high a day. So did anybody get, yay, there we go. Kamal, look at that, Kamal. $850 on SONN. Kamal, let's assume that was your first profit, right? Let's assume this is day one first profit. You just made in one trade your yearly membership. You just literally made your yearly membership in one trade. Now you got the next 12 months of nothing but profits. That's what's up, dude. I love it. Got out at 53. You did the right thing. You did the right thing. Not being greedy, identifying your target, locking in profits, making it happen. 850 bucks. That's what I'm talking about. Good job. So Kamal, do me a favor, buddy. Go ahead and post those profits in Profits Chat. Let's get some momentum going. Let's go ahead and start posting up those profits inside of Profits Chat so we can inspire everybody else inside the chat. If Kamal can come in and make 850 bucks in a single trade, you guys can as well. So look at that as inspiration. Kamal's coming in and doing it, so can you. Take a screenshot if you want, and then just go over to Profits Chat and then just copy and paste your screenshot into Profits Chat, and you're all set, ready to rock and roll. Nice, Paul. I was in at 47, up to 53. Nice little play in there. Grabbed about 6 cents a share. Good job, good job. Mutas! Looking at CNPG. Grabbed a quick little 54 bucks. I like it. Green is green. Green is good, buddy. Nothing wrong with some profits. Nothing wrong with profits. But this is why we have plans, so we don't fall into greed. If you guys fell into any greed, guess what? You're giving back all of your profits. You make your entry, you take your profits. You make your entry, you take your profits. No greed, no FOMO. You're not buying this at 50 cents, 52, 53. You're buying it right there, right at 47 cents. That's the sweet spot entry. Lock in your profits. Building trade plans, it allows you to eliminate greed. Number one, you're no longer greedy when you have a trade plan. You know exactly where to lock in profits. You're prepared. You're no longer going to hesitate on your trades. You see the trade set up. You see the confirmation. You're not hesitating. You're not chasing the stock. You're buying it right when you should buy it. Your reaction time is quick. You have a plan. You're not hesitating. When you don't hesitate, you're not chasing stocks. You're not FOMOing in the stocks. And when you're not hesitating, you're not chasing, you're not FOMOing in, you're not taking unnecessary losses. So we see how everything ties into trade plans, right? Everything ties into a trade plan. Hesitation, FOMO, greed, preventing those unnecessary losses, right? Overall, guys, we can see how having a trade plan really eliminates a lot of those emotions that we experience as traders, right? Fear is an emotion. Greed is an emotion, right? Eliminate those emotions, suppress your emotions, build your plans, get prepared, be aware of what's going to take place and what could happen, and accept it. That's going to eliminate the hesitation. If you're not hesitating, you're not FOMOing in. You're not chasing stocks. You're not taking unnecessary losses. You have a plan. You have a target. You're not being greedy. You're getting paid. You're locking in profits, guys. I make it sound easy, but it is. It's that simple. We built a plan, we took a trade, we locked in profits. It was that simple. Every trade can be that simple. And that's how we have to keep it that simple. So we do have this really nice consolidation here right below resistance on BEKE. So again, if we do pop back up on high volume and we see the breakout, I would absolutely consider a position here on BEKE, as we do have some great potential to the upside. Let's really mark up these levels, guys. Let's really get prepared here. I know we have potential to 18. Before that, 1662, 17 bucks, and then up towards around 1748. So if we do indeed get that 1522 break on high volume, you want to lock in some profits up towards around 16 and then 1662. Okay, so let's build a plan. Let's say we get entries at, say, 1530. Let's say that's where we get long, 1530. Where should we put stops? I would put stops, I'd give it some breathing room. I'd place stops back below 15, but let's say you want to put stops below this level of support at 1473. So let's say you go 1470 on your stop, right? And you know your entry is going to be right around 1530, right? What's your risk? That's the first thing. Identify an entry, identify a stop loss. Why do you want to take this trade? Well, we're consolidating, getting nice and tight right under resistance. If we see resistance break on high volume, that's a proper breakout. We can see this continue higher. So we have a strategy in place, right? There is a reason to take the trade. Now we're building a plan. Green line, entries. Red line, stop loss. And again, we only take these entries if we get that volume break over resistance, okay? So let's say you want to really give it some breathing room and you want to put a stop underneath this floor of support at 1475. So where's your entry? 1530. Where's your stop loss? 1470. You're risking 60 cents. So the next question is, where's target? And is target at least $1.20 higher than my entry? That makes it a 2-to-1 setup. Where's target? 1662. That's $1.30 to the upside. So you're looking to risk 60 cents at most, and you're looking to profit $1.30 to the upside. That is a 2-to-1 setup, right? So now you know that it's a 2-to-1 setup. You know why you're taking the trade. What's the next step? Assess the trade, right? Assess. What's your confidence level, right? What's the setup? Give it a grade. Is this an A+ setup? Is it a B setup? Is it a C setup? And based on the setup and based on the grade that you give it, determine what you're going to risk. We know we can't risk any more than 3% on our account, right? So if a $10,000 account, your max loss would be $300. But let's say you're not that confident about the trade. You're like, you know, it's a good setup. It has potential, but I don't know if I want to risk 3% on it. Maybe you want to risk 2%. You're like, all right, I'm going to risk 2%. What's 2% on my $10,000 account? It's $200. So you already know you're okay with a $200 loss. So now you have to determine how many shares you can buy to not exceed a $200 loss. So if you take 200 shares of this trade, actually 500 shares of the trade times 0.60, that's $300. You can't take that many shares. 400 shares times 0.60 is 240. Still too much. So 350 shares times a 60-cent loss is 210. So that means you can get right around 340 shares at a 60-cent loss is $200. So you've just figured out how many shares you can take on this trade, right? Without losing more than that $200. It's actually 330. So 330 shares times 60 cents of loss is 198. So that means you can take 330 shares at that 1530 if it confirms an entry. You get stopped out, you're losing $200. Accept it. Are you okay with losing $200? If the answer is yes, all right, cool. You're going to lose $200 on the trade. That means you can take 330 shares. Okay? At 330 shares, if you hit target times 1.20, means you're going to make about $400. Okay? So you build a plan. You know your entry, you know your stop loss, you know your target, you know the setup, you know what we want to see, you know why we want to trade it in the first place if you decide to take the trade. You know where your stops at, entries, targets. Now you know how many shares you can take to not exceed a $200 loss on the trade. Last but not least, what do you guys have to do before taking the trade? Accept it. Accept the reality. Accept the outcome. If I take this trade and I get stopped out, I'm losing $200. Accept it, right? If you can't accept that trade plan that you just built, you shouldn't be taking the trade. Sit back and just watch it. But if you can't accept the reality and you're okay with that reality, take the trade. If you get stopped out, you're not upset. You're not frustrated. It's not more than what you were expecting. It's right there what you had figured out in the beginning. And if you hit target, you know you can make $400 on the trade. It's that simple, guys. So we see a stock, we get prepared, we analyze it, we assess our levels, we accept the plan that we just built. So now what do? Remain patient. If the stock gives us what we want to see and we get a signal to go long, we don't react. I mean, we don't hesitate, right? We're not hesitating. We react to the trade, right? So now we just sit back, be patient, and wait for the stock to give us the signal to enter. If it doesn't give us a signal to enter, we don't take the trade. If it does give us a signal to enter, we take the trade. And we already know exactly what to expect. Best case scenario, we make profit. Worst case scenario, we get stopped out. Muta says, can I like the live stream like 5 times? You can. You just tell me you want to like it. So SONN starting to give a lot back, team. KALA not really doing too much. HOUR trying to get a little bit of a pop here, but I'd like to see this sit sideways, more of a mid candle for tomorrow. DUO was a good trade there for the break of the downtrend. Since then, it hasn't set back up. RLX is a slow and steady grinder, but I like BEKE a little bit better. We already see the stock can move. It's already gone from 13 to 15 bucks. It's already made a $2 move. Can it go from 15 to 16.50? Absolutely. We see the potential. We see it can move $2 to the upside. So what's another $1.50 if we get that proper setup? AKAN is dead. So right now, guys, I'm just going to watch BEKE here. I'm going to see if we get that nice tight consolidation breakout on BEKE. You know, nice little run up, consolidating, getting really nice and tight, potential little flag formation here. Following through with some buying volume, breaking over that level of resistance, and most importantly, really staying above that level of resistance, we have a great little trade. So my plan, right, my preparation would be getting long over 1530 and stops under 15 bucks. Because if we crack back below 1530 and we crack back below 15 bucks, I'm probably getting stopped out at 1470 anyway. So why have a 1470 stop loss? Because it's pretty inevitable I'm going to get stopped out. So in order to save myself another 30 cents, I'm going to go a stop loss at below 15. So if I get an entry at 1530, I'm stopping out below, 15 bucks. That's about 30 to 35 cents of risk. And I still have the same target up towards around 1650 to 1660. So now I have a much better risk reward, right? Now my risk reward is about 4 to 1 versus 2 to 1. And I'll take those odds. And I think that's a better plan for me and the style and the way I trade with reading price action and all that good stuff, guys. So that's what I'd be looking to do on BEKE. So let's see what takes place here coming on up. Let's go ahead and get an order in the system, BEKE. Not placing the trade, but getting an order typed up just in case. See if we can make a couple doll hairs here. Nice, Dantino locking in 220 on the day. Nice job. I'm still looking for my trade, guys. SONN 163 loss this morning. AKAN 192 profit. I still have a position on RCAT, and I'm currently down $260. So on the day, I'm down 232. My stop loss on RCAT is going to be at 205. So I'm just looking for that next really good trade. That next really good trade to get into the green. Mid-candle breakout didn't work on RCAT. Honestly, I forgot about the position because I didn't have an aggressive position in the first place. So I was looking at AKAN with you guys. We're looking at BEKE, SONN. I look back and I'm like, yeah, we cracked below 220. So now I'm just kind of waiting to see if we do indeed start to turn around a little bit. We're coming back down towards around yesterday's lows. That's where we could see a little bit of a bounce. But again, if we were going to see that mid-candle breakout, I would have assumed we would have gotten that mid-candle breakout right out of the gate when we broke above 220. So I'm not really confident with it. I have a hard stop in the system. If I get stopped out, so be it, right? I still have so much time today to get out of this little teeny hole that I'm in. Again, it's like a $200 hole at this point in time. Definitely can make that back. But again, right now it's just waiting for the best of the best setup to actually get involved. And right now, the only thing that I see that could play on out could be BEKE here. But again, there's plenty of time. We have quite a bit of time to actually see this hold on up if it's going to hold on up. And just like that, starting to crack below support, right? So we never had a reason to get involved. That's why we build plans. We take the trade at 15.30, not at 15 bucks. We're not getting stopped out and not taking an unnecessary loss. Because again, we never had a reason to get involved with BEKE. So I love the trend line trades, especially with the SPY and the Qs. So Qs back down into this trend line off the third point, right? This would be point number 1 down here. Point number 2, we see the Qs come down to this trend line. Point number 3, you could look to take that trade there on the Qs. Same thing with the SPY. We come down into point number 3 of this uptrend. You could look to take that long trade as well as you're trading with the trend off point number 3 of the trend line. That's an 80-20 setup. 80% of the time, point number 3, we get a bounce. 20% of the time, it cracks and you get stopped out really quickly. But again, your stops are nice and tight. It's if it cracks the uptrend. Targets, ideally back up to those prior highs. So watch the SPY, watch the Qs as they're working their way back down into the trend line for the third touch. And those are 80-20 trades, especially when you have a very strong trend like we do see here right now with the SPY and the Qs. So right now, I think it's safe to say, let's just put our focus here on the SPY and the Qs, guys. SPY and the Qs. Let's go ahead and put our focus here right now. Guys are quiet. Quiet day in chat, guys. Quiet day. I'm talking. My day job is screwing up my trading today. Yeah, take a step back, Mr. Corey. Take a step back. Disconnect a little bit. It's all good. We're just sitting back. You know, we're about an hour and 45 minutes and an hour and 25 minutes into the day. And we haven't really had an abundance of opportunity, right? SONN, that was a quick little winner. KALA never did anything for us. RCAT never did anything for us. BEKE never got us a setup. AKAN, couple quick trades out of the gate. It's fading and falling. And right now we just do not see a lot of small caps really doing much at this point in time. So there's literally no opportunity from what I see with a lot of these small caps. Now, if you guys see something else that I'm missing, definitely bring it to my attention. More eyes on the market, more opportunity. But right now, I'm not really seeing too much that is really appealing. The only thing that I want to do right now is watch the SPY back down towards around this uptrend. And same thing with the Qs. Just keep it on watch right around this trend line, guys. So right now, the last thing that we should be doing is hunting for stocks, right? When we start hunting for a stock to trade, it means we're desperate, right? Desperation is going to kill you in the stock market. So if you feel like you're hunting and you're like, where's the next trade? Where's the next trade? Here's what usually happens. You're hunting. Chart. And then you see something tick up with a little bit of volume. And you're like, oh my gosh, this is the next mover. What do? You just jump in, right? You just jump in. You're too quick. You're impulsive. So that's usually what happens when you hunt for stocks. If you're just looking at this ticker, you're all over the place, your head's on a swivel, you're gonna come across something that's a slight tick up, a little bit of volume, and you're gonna be like, oh, this is the next trade. And what happens? You completely forget about building a plan. You jump the gun, right? You just jump the gun, right? Without actually going through the right process that you need to go through, right? So again, just be mindful that if you are hunting for a trade and you're looking, still remember, you got to build plans. You have to have preparation in place. The last thing I want you guys doing is hunting for a trade, seeing something tick up, a little bit of volume, you think it's going to rip, you jump in without a plan, and you just get crushed, right? So that's what hunting does. So again, right now, just kind of disconnect, take a step back, right? It's unfortunate there's not a lot of opportunity, but we'll know when there's opportunity, right? How do we know? Look at our high of the day momentum scanner. Let's see if anything's hitting the high of the day momentum scanner. Breakout scanner. Keep looking at these top stocks of the day and just wait to see if they set on up. If not, sit on your hands. Don't hunt. Don't put yourself in a position to react too soon, to be too impulsive. Just because a stock moves doesn't make it a good trade, okay? Just because a stock's moving doesn't mean you should buy it, right? If we had the mindset of just because a stock's moving, let's buy it, everybody would have been buying BEKE at 15 bucks, right? We would have seen BEKE, it's hitting resistance, it's consolidating, oh, it's a bull flag, and everybody would have been buying the stock at 15 bucks. But when we built a plan, right? When we got prepared, we took a step back, we built a plan, right? We realized we're not buying at 15, we're buying at 15.30 with volume, right? And we never had an entry. So that's what happens when you're hunting for trades and you're just like desperate. You're going to see something like BEKE. You're like, oh my gosh, it's a bull flag. It can break out 15.30. Let me just buy at 15, right? No, right? That wasn't the trade, right? Just because the stock's moving doesn't mean it's a good trade. Prime example. So here's a great prime example. Stock's moving, but we have a great trade. There's a reason to get involved. We got the break of the downtrend. We had volume move in. We knew where stops are at. We knew where targets were. This is a trade that we prepared ourselves on, and it was a winner, right? BEKE, we did prepare ourselves on it, and we never had a reason to get in. So we can see how lack of preparation can really screw you. Lack of preparation, maybe you missed SONN. Maybe you were chasing the top, and now you're taking an unnecessary loss. Without preparation, maybe you guys were buying BEKE, and there was no reason to buy it. So again, just because the stock's moving doesn't mean it's a good trade, right? And right now, there's a lot of stuff moving, but there's no great trades in the market right now. Thoughts on RLX? You do have that gap that could be filled up around 225 to 233. So, I mean, you do have a little bit of a gap to be filled up around that 225, 233 level. You have a nice break over the open. But I want to see more or less this trend line hold on up. So, got a decent little uptrend on RLX, right? You're coming into the trend line. You're coming very close to the open, right? We opened at 209. We came down to 210. 209 is the open. The trend line is right around 209 as well. So, I mean, this would be an entry if you wanted to get involved. But, I want more reasons to take the trade, right? I got a trend line, that's one reason. Off the open, that's two. Maybe a double bottom here as well. That could be three. Apply a downtrend, and that could be four. So what I would say is if we see volume move in off this 210 level, right? A little bit of a double bottom, right off the trend line, right above the open. If we can follow through with a break of this downtrend here, and we see some volume move on in, maybe you can grab an entry. Maybe your entries are right around 215, right? 215. Stops, 208. So risk about 7 cents. Now the question is, can you make 14 cents to the upside? Well, 14 cents would be 229, and I see potential to 233, but you got to lock in profits at 225 as well. So that's about 10 cents to the upside with about 6 to 7 cents of risk. So it's very close to a 2-to-1 setup. And you just got to establish those multiple reasons to take the trade. So again, trend line holds a support above the open with this double bottom and a break of the downtrend with volume. All right, you got to get the volume. You got to see a pop in volume. Maybe you can grab a long at 215, stops at 209, look to take profits between 225 and 233. Now, if that doesn't play on out the way we just talked about it, you don't have a reason to take the trade in the first place. So is it the best setup? No. Is it a great strategy? No. But is it a trade that has potential? Yes. There's a few separate reasons that suggest we could see a move higher, about another 12, 13 cents to the upside. The risk is low. The reward is decent. 2-to-1 setup. You've established a few separate reasons as to why we could see the stock move. You built a plan, you know your entries, you know your stop loss, you know your target, you know what you need to see take place. You need to see this bounce off the trend line, break the downtrend, and you need to see a pop in volume. If you don't see that take place, there is no reason to touch RLX right here. Because if we do crack below that 209, 210 level, probably see it come back down towards around $2. BABA. BABA has a decent amount of resistance right around 95.40. So $95.40 resistance. If it breaks that level of resistance, you could see it up towards around $100 on BABA. But you really want to see it trading above the pre-market highs. So we have pre-market highs of 93.36. We came up, we got rejected, we broke on out, we fell back down below. So what I would say is a level that you need to be above, trading above on BABA before you even consider an entry is going to be above that pre-market high. Pre-market highs were 93.36. I mean, if we break and hold above 93.36, you have potential back to high of day. You could see it up towards around 95.40, and if BABA ever breaks above 95.40, you do have potential to the 20 EMA, and that's right around 99.80. So I would say like a 99.50 target on BABA, right below 100. But again, you really want to see this trading back above 93.36 before you think about building a plan, before you think about taking a trade. There's just not multiple separate reasons here. If anything, it could be a big head and shoulders formation, right? That could be a left shoulder. This could be a head. This could be the start of a right shoulder. So if you do not see this staying above 93.36 and you start to see it rolling back over below 93, I would think this is more of a head and shoulders formation. You'd want to short this back down to 91. Absolutely. I got you guys. That's what I'm here for. So I'm down 369 on the day. So I'm down a little bit on the day, and I'm not chasing stocks. I'm waiting for the next best opportunity to get involved with something. It's a very small loss, and it's easy to recover from these losses for me. I mean, one trade, one good trade, I'm profitable on the day. So right now I am down 369.79 on the day. And it's just about being patient, waiting for the next really good setup to present itself. And right now, that's all I'm doing is I'm being really freaking patient, really patient. So let's see what the SPY does down towards around this trend line. I'd expect to see a little bit of a bounce on the trend line, but if we ever crack this trend line, we could see the SPY fall on off a little bit, and we could see UVXY get a quick little pop to it. So what I'm looking for is eventually maybe seeing the SPY cracking the trend line, maybe getting a nice little $1, $2 drop towards it, and we can see a nice little 50-cent pop on UVXY. That would be the next trade that I would see coming on up. But right now, guys, since it is slow and not a lot of stocks setting up, the only thing that we have right now is looking at the SPY for the long off the trend line, right? If we ever crack the trend line, maybe you grab some quick puts. I'd be looking to go long on UVXY. We have a little bit of time for this to play on out. So what shall we do right now at 10:58 a.m.? I would say it's a great time to dive into a giveaway, baby. Oh, let's do it. Giveaway time, ladies and gentlemen, starting with our loyal, amazing, awesome members inside of chat. So here's how we're going to do it. You guys have to go to options chat. All right. Each and every one of you inside of chat, go ahead and go to options chat. I don't want to see any other messages in options chat today besides your one post. You get one answer, one post. That's it. Multiple posts, you're excluded from the giveaway. So if I see you guys answering 2, 3, 4 times, I'm going to delete your messages and you're going to be excluded from the giveaway. So you only have one shot, one opportunity. It's M&N time. Yeah. Post it one time in options chat. Okay. And at the end of the day, we're going to see who the winner is. So the question is, all right, what price is the SPY going to close at today? And whoever is the closest will be the winner of our giveaway. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited because we are giving away the wireless mechanical keyboard. Again, I'm not a fan of it. Maybe you guys like mechanical keyboards, but again, it just has that weird little clicking sound to it. Yeah, and I'm gonna literally take your keyboard out of the box. Whoever's winning it, it's officially used. So yeah, we're giving away a used keyboard. It's not used, it's brand new. But again, I don't like it. I mean, imagine me in chat typing with my mic on. You can hear that. You're like, what are you doing, Josh? So again, I'm not a fan of it because I talk and it gets in the way of me talking, but it's a really nice keyboard, guys. It's a wireless mechanical keyboard from Razer. You can plug it in as well with a USB. It's about a $299 keyboard, guys. So again, we're gonna be giving this away today, all right? And again, you have one opportunity. You got one guess. And what you guys have to do is be the closest to where the SPY is going to close at today. So again, go in there, say SPY 433.40, right? Go ahead and post your answer. And whoever is the closest at the end of the day will be the winner of the pretty cool keyboard. Again, I like it, but I don't like it because it's too noisy and my mic picks up all the noise. So I'll be shipping this out to you like I did last week with Cashman. He got those blue light blocking smart glasses. I'm sure he's loving those right now. So again, guys, go ahead and go into options chat and post up your answer. Where do you think the SPY is going to close today? And whoever is the closest will be the winner of the giveaway, and we will announce the winner tonight at 4 o'clock on the live stream. So what do we got? We got some, yes, an options chat. Options chat, ladies and gentlemen. One guess. So Catherine, 430.34, 432.02, the SPY. And I bet the smart individuals will wait to be the very last person, look at what everybody else thinks, and you'll probably bid slightly above or slightly below. So I just gave away how you win giveaways. You wait for everybody to post, and then you kind of see what the high is and the low is, and you can do 1 cent above or 1 cent below the high and the low, and you kind of secure a spot. I'm joking. That doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. I don't know. So again, right now, go ahead and cast your votes over inside of options chat, ladies and gentlemen, while I drink some water. You guys got to do it in the next 10 minutes. Actually, 5 minutes. It doesn't take that long, right? Go look at the SPY, do some quick TA, and throw a number out there. 5 minutes, right? So messages have to be in by 11:10. I'll give you guys until 11:10. So all messages that come in after 11:10, you'll be excluded. So from 11 o'clock until 11:10, those will count, and you guys will be in the giveaway, and that's going to eliminate people waiting until 3 o'clock and then guessing. So again, guess now. This makes it fun. It's exciting. It's different. And again, it's purely random because no one really knows where it's going to close. So again, we'll have some fun with it, do a nice giveaway today, and we'll announce the winner here at 4 o'clock. Now, since everybody's over here in options posting away, let's go check out some profit chat. Dantino, 220 on DIDI. Good job, good job. Kits King, 77 bucks on SONN. Wasn't a good trade. Gave 40 bucks back. You got greedy, but you locked in those profits. You realized you got greedy. Now you can learn from that and just move forward tomorrow. So good job there. Again, make sure you guys are over in options posting away. One guess only. One guess only, team. All right? So what do you guys think inside the chat, right? We're right around 11:04. We're going to dive into a lesson here in about 5-10 minutes, but I want to start having some fun with giveaways, right? It's a giveaway day. So I'm going to let the team decide on the giveaway that we do for viewers on YouTube. So everybody on YouTube, who wants to do a giveaway, right? We have 71 viewers and 36 likes. So definitely get those likes up. Let's go ahead and max out those likes. Like the stream, subscribe, hit that notification bell. And if we can max out at 71 likes, because we have 71 viewers, we will do a giveaway. But I'm going to let the team decide what we do the giveaway on. So what are you guys thinking? What should we offer for a giveaway to our YouTube viewers for the day? What do you guys think inside of chat? A course? Free chat room access? A one-on-one session? Right? Maybe we just give a stupid, crazy discount? I don't know. What do you guys think? Do I just give like 50% off? Do I do a free trial to chat? Do I do a free course? I'm going to let them decide inside of chat. It takes the pressure off me a little bit. Ron says an Apple Watch. For you, Ron, anything. For anything for Mr. Ron. We're going to get Ron an Apple Watch. If you guys would have taken that trade on the SPY right off the trend line, you guys are up right now over $1. Those options would have paid you very nicely, guys. So we have 49 likes. We got 50 likes and 71 viewers. Let's get that like count up to 71, 72. Let's max it out across the board. Let's do a giveaway. So we got a free trial. All right. Buy 1 month, get one free. Just a shirts. Free chatter course. Catherine wants 50% off next month. Catherine, anything for you. You just give me a call and we'll make it happen. Dougie's saying a shirt. All right. So Dougie's saying a shirt. Trendy trades, absolutely, I love it. Thank you so much for the support. This dude takes a lot of time daily. I do, and I'm glad you see that. It takes 2 seconds to like, and it's free. You're dang right it is. Thank you so much. And you guys did good off the trend line, right? Those are quick little trades, quick little scalps, right? Take it for that quick dollar pop to the upside. Beth, an invoice to pay for their new membership. Well, with all these profits being made, you know, memberships are free. We get to a point in time with all this free streaming and all these great profits. Eventually, we got some profits to pay for a membership, and it's free. So you're not at anything. Beth, you cracked me up. Colin, go to options chat. You literally have 3 minutes. Go to options chat and post up where you think the SPY is going to close for the day. So you see everybody in here saying, you know, 429, 432, 423. Everybody's guessing on where they think the SPY is going to close for the day, right? So whoever is the closest will be the winner of our giveaway, and we are giving away a free mechanical Razer keyboard. It's by Razer. It's like a $200-300 keyboard. It's mechanical, wireless. It's a really, really nice keyboard. It's just, for me, it's too loud when I'm talking on the mic. So that's what we're going to be giving away today, is that Razer wireless mechanical keyboard. So we got 65 viewers, we have 52 likes. Again, let's go ahead and get those likes up, and we're gonna do a giveaway. And we got a pretty big range. We got some t-shirts, buy a month, get a month free. Free chatter course, free chat. All right, we'll do this. We'll do a free week trial of the chat. How about that? We'll do a free week or two trial of the chat. All right, so whoever wins, shoot me an email when it's all said and done. And what I'll do is I'll offer you a week or 2 weeks trial to our platform, guys. All right, so again, I live stream every single day inside of our live trading rooms. Again, eventually we'll have multiple streamers on the platform, but for now, it's your boy Josh, right? But again, we do have our live trading chat room. We have fun with polls. You got the live stream, 5 trading chat rooms. Everything's been tailored for traders. We have fun, guys. We educate you guys. We make consistent, big time profits every single day. You guys will get access to the video lessons library. You guys get access to the morning stock newsletter. You guys get access to the live trading room. I stream from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You guys get access to my scanners, right? Those are $2,400 scanners that I stream. Again, all of our market commentary, analysis, live trading, one-on-one help. Oh man, there's just so much stuff, guys, that we do inside of chat. So I'll give you guys a week or 2 week pass over on YouTube if you are the winner. Now the next question is what? The question is, what's the riddle? What's the question, right? How do we do the giveaway? What are we gonna do? Let me think this through, because again, we're gonna start diving into a lesson here coming on up, guys. I don't want to waste too much time on giveaways, but I want to have some fun. We'll do a lesson. It'll only take about 20 minutes or so. We're gonna be talking about the VWAP today. But yeah, so I'm trying to think, what is a good way to do the giveaway for the free chat room pass? Do we do a riddle? What do we do, guys? spin the wheel. But how do we get contestants on the wheel? Right? How do we get contestants on the wheel? The Wheel of Destiny. I love doing the wheel, guys. I absolutely love doing the wheel. Let me think this through real quick. Let me think this through. While I think it through, I'm gonna do a quick little scan for penny stock land and see what we got going on. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Angel saying my first and last name, that's too easy. That's way too easy, guys. Closest to my age, that's an easy one too. I want to try and make it stock market related. So let's do this. Let me think real quick. I don't want to make it too easy, but I want to make it not too complex. I win with an A and B. Angel, you're the winner, boss. Congrats. Giveaway's done. No. What to do. That's a good idea, Catherine. That's a really good idea. Again, I'm being very quiet. I'm really trying to think this through. Really trying to think this through. All right, I got one, guys. All right, so it's a stock related question. It has to do with me, right? See if you guys are paying attention. When you're in a trade, okay? When you're in a trade, okay? What do you, so okay, let me rephrase this real quick, because I'm gonna say it exactly the way it needs to be said, and you guys are gonna answer, okay? Whoever answers correctly, you get one guess. You get one guess. If you answer correctly and there's multiple correct answers, we will then put you guys on the Wheel of Destiny and we'll spin for a winner to make it fun, to make it fair, to make it easy. So, you guys know how I trade, and you guys know what you should be doing while you're in trade. So, what should you guys be doing when you're in a trade, right? You look at a stock, you analyze it, you accept your risk, you put on the trade. What are you doing at that point in time? Right? What are you doing? Where should your focus be at that point in time? Where should 80% of your focus be once you're in a trade? Praying? Catherine says, I'm closing my eyes and I'm praying. Dear stock master, dear stock universe, I just pray that you go up 50 cents. Hey, thank you. So when you take a trade, right? After you built your plan, you assess the trade, you've accepted the trade plan, right? You're in the trade. What are you doing? Where does 80% of your focus go? What are you doing while you're in that trade? Again, we talk about this a lot, and I commentate this repetitively over and over and over. What does Josh do when he's in a trade? What am I doing 80% of the time? Where's my focus at 80% of the time when I'm in a trade? Colin got it right inside the chat. Harvey says, I'm on the phone with my bank manager. Colin got it right. You're 100% right. That's what you should be doing. That's what you should be doing. So let's go ahead and start putting the individuals that were correct on the Wheel of Destiny. All right, so we're gonna just start putting these names of individuals that got it right on the Wheel of Destiny. So actually, I'm gonna wait for you guys to finish answering. Actually, I'm gonna do this off to the side so you guys can't see the names, because then you'll just look at the names and be like, oh, that's the right answer. All right, you guys done? We'll give you about one more minute. One more minute. So again, you've analyzed the stock. You've analyzed it, right? You've assessed your entry, your exit, right? Your stop loss. You've assessed how many shares you're taking. You've accepted the trade plan. Trade gives you a signal to get in. Okay, you're in. You know your cost basis. You know your stop loss. You know your target. 80% of the time, right? What am I doing? Where's my focus at? 80% of the time. What am I doing? What am I watching? Where does 80% of my focus go after the trade has been executed? So you guys got 30 more seconds. Cast your votes. You got 30 more seconds. Now it's 25. And there's a couple of you guys that you answered twice. So again, I'm not gonna ban you. Managing blood pressure. All right. And 3, 2, 1. All right. Everybody inside of chat got it right. And you guys are 100% correct. You gotta be watching the level 2 and the time and sales. If you said level 2, I counted it. If you said time and sales, I count it. You gotta be watching the level 2, guys. Why? The level 2 is your buying and selling. Right? It's going to show you orders in the system, right? Pending orders, limit orders to buy, limit orders to sell. Stocks move up because you have buyers. Stocks move down because you have sellers, right? Who's in control? Buyers or sellers? If you're long on a trade, obviously you want buyers to be in control. If you're short on a trade, you want sellers to be in control. You don't know who's in control by looking at the stock chart, right? How do you know who's in control? The level 2. The time and sales, right? How many buyers do you have? How many sellers do you have? What's the strength of buyers? What's the strength of sellers? Is there a lot of orders coming in at the ask, right? Which shows that the stock's price can move up. If you have more orders coming in at the ask, that shows demand from buyers. They're willing to pay more than the bid. They're willing to pay a higher premium, which in turn drives the stock's price up, right? So again, when you're in a trade, 80% of your focus needs to be watching the level 2 and the time and sales, right? 20% of your focus, you're reflecting the chart. You're looking back at the chart. Candles, volume, right? What's the candles look like? What's the volume look like? But 80% of the time, you're looking at the level 2. Why is that? Because you don't care what your P&L is, right? The chart is not going to show you who's in control, buyers or sellers. Now you can see volume, you can see candlestick closures, right? But you're really going to get a good in-depth view of who's in control, buyers or sellers, by looking at your level 2. If you know you have a $14 target and you see the ask at $14, guess what? You sell. If your stop loss is $13 and you see the bid come down to 13, guess what? You stop out. You don't need to look at the chart to see where you take profits or where you stop out. It's a number. You already know what the number is. You've built a plan. So now you're looking at the level 2 to get an idea of who's in control, buyers or sellers. Another reason is, let's say you have a $14 target, but you have a very big seller at $13.75, and we're not getting through that big seller at $13.75, and you see weakness, you see sellers in control, buyers showing weakness. We are not able to get through that $13.75 seller. Guess what? Maybe you want to go ahead and take profits at $13.75 because you see, based on the level 2, it's going to be really tough to get through $13.75. You can't see that on the stock chart, but you can see that on the level 2. And that's exactly why I recommend, right? When you're in a trade, 80% of the time, you're watching the level 2 and the time and sales to get a sense of who is in control, buyers or sellers. All right, so you guys are right. Eric, Mexoids, Langston, Danny, Christopher, Mootaz, Yannick, and One Tall Cool One. Everybody on this list was everybody that stated level 2 and read the tape. Now, everybody else's answers were acceptable, right? Accepting that you can lose. Absolutely. Managing your risk. identifying support and resistance, trading your plan. All of those are good answers, but the answer I'm looking for is, what are you doing after you've already made the trade and you're in? You got to be watching that level 2 to get an idea of who is in control, buyers or sellers. The level 2 is going to show you what you need to see to maintain that trade, to manage the trade. You're not looking at your P&L box, right? You're not just staring at the chart. You're looking at the level 2, time and sales, 80% of the time, and every now and then you take a peek at the chart, you look at the volume, all right, cool, back at the level 2, okay? Back at the chart, volume, candle closures, right? Go back to the level 2. 80% of your focus, 80% of my focus while I'm in a trade is on the level 2. So Eric, Nexoids, I Langston, Danny, Christopher, Mutas, Yannick, and one tall, cool number 1. You guys are on the Wheel of Destiny. So what we're getting ready to do, we're gonna apply those wheel changes. As you guys can see, your names are on the list. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and spin the Wheel of Destiny, and we're gonna let the wheel decide for me. We'll decide for you, right? And you guys, whoever wins, will get a free, I'll say 2-week pass to the Alpha Day Trading Chatroom. All right, guys, let's go ahead and spin the wheel. Next question I have, how many clicks of the wheel do we give it? 1 click, 5 clicks, 10 clicks, 100 clicks. Don't hit me with 100 clicks. I'm gonna break my finger. So how many clicks of the wheel do we do? Mexoids saying 3. He was the first person. He is ready to go. Let's go ahead and do 3 clicks of the wheel in 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Who is the winner? It's gonna be Yannick. Congratulations. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Yannick, you are the winner of our 2-week free pass to come join the Alpha Day Trading community. No obligation. You don't have to put in your credit card information. It is purely a free 2-week pass. You come in, you sign up, you don't have to do anything else. You'll get access for the next 14 days or 10 trading days inside of chat. So congratulations for being the winner of our giveaway. Steve saying congrats, Angel saying congrats, Catherine saying congrats, congratulations. So shoot me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com. Let me know that you are the winner. And I'll go ahead and send you the information that you need to go ahead and get signed up to lock up that 2-week pass. Congratulations. And now I feel really generous again. Man, I'm giving away $300 keyboards. I'm giving away $100 worth of chat. What's next? What is Josh gonna do now? Why is Josh so generous? Let's dive into a lesson. let's just dive into a lesson. But the last thing I'll say is, I've had a lot of people reach out. You guys are still emailing me from last week. Hey, I want a spot. I wasn't ready to buy, right? I wanted to get my finances in order. I wanted to wait for my paycheck to come in. A lot of you guys know who you are, saying, hey, I need to wait. Well, the seat's filled up. And I told some of you via email that I'll reserve a spot for you. But coming to think about it, that's not fair. If I'm gonna reserve a spot for Joe, then I need to reserve a spot for everybody else that was interested, because you may have been in the same position. You just wanted to stash some cash. You wanted to save up. Maybe you wanted to sleep on it for a couple of days. I'm gonna open up another 10 seats, okay? I'm opening up another 10 seats, and I'm just testing the waters, right? I don't want to have 500 people sign up and just not be able to give you guys my undivided personal attention. I want to know you guys one-on-one. I want to be able to work with everybody inside of chat one-on-one. I want to build a relationship with you guys. I don't just look at you as a number, as a membership, right? I know everybody by name. We get personal. It's one big family of traders, and I do not want to be like a typical Discord where it's 5,000 people online and you don't get that personal attention that you guys need to really find success. So I'm still testing the waters, 5 to 10 seats at a time. And when we get to a certain point where I feel like this is enough, right? I can give everybody my undivided attention, but it's getting to the point where if we grow anymore, I'm gonna start sacrificing the quality. It's all about quality, not quantity to me. So I'll open up another 10 seats. Same promotion as last week. I'll offer that once again. If you guys were on the fence, you wanted to wait, there's 10 more seats available this week. And like I said, I wanted to make sure I'm being fair across the board. If I do it for one person, I feel like I should do it for everybody. So again, there were a few individuals that I promised, regardless, you have a seat, even if they fill up. All right, a possible boat giveaway? Absolutely. Absolutely, we'll do a boat giveaway. So that's the last thing I want to say. All right, 10 more seats, same promotion as last week. For those of you that I've already talked to, you're still guaranteed. I'm going to open up an additional 10 seats for those of you that are interested, just to be fair, to keep it consistent across the board, guys. All right, let's go ahead and dive into an afternoon lesson, and remind me that we got a giveaway at 4 o'clock, because you know me, 3:50, I'm out. You guys will be like, Josh, you're not going anywhere. You got to see where the SPY closes. I want to win my keyboard. So guys, make sure you remind me if I forget towards the end of the day that, hey, we got a giveaway announcement. All right, get a week in Josh's future Airbnbs. Catherine, you know me so well. I'm waiting for the real estate market to go kaplunk. If it does, I'm buying up real estate. If it doesn't, I'm still renting an apartment. I'm screwed, right? No, you don't need to be here for the giveaway, Kids King. I'm not gonna make you guys be here. Whoever wins will announce the winner, right? You guys can fact check me if you want, right? If I say, hey, Kids King's the winner, and you're like, no. It's Catherine. Catherine was closer. You guys can fact check me. But you do not have to be inside a chat to win the giveaway. So if you're not here, but you're a winner, right? You'll know because I'll post up the winner in options chat. You can shoot me an email with your mailing address, and I'll mail that keyboard out to you guys. All right. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and do this. Closer without going over? No, you can be over, you can be under. Whoever is the closest. So if someone's over by 11 cents, and you're under by 10 cents, you're 10 cents away from the actual closing price, you will be the winner. It's not over or under, it's just who's the closest to the actual closing price on the SPY. All right, guys, so we're gonna go ahead and dive into an afternoon lesson. I don't have anything structured. I don't have anything prepared as far as a beautiful PowerPoint that I'm always doing, but this is a pretty easy topic. This is a pretty easy lesson. The theme of the week is indicators, right? Different types of indicators. On Monday, we talked about the RSI, the Relative Strength Index, what it is, how to use it, what it tells us, right? There's multiple things that the RSI tells us, right? And then certain strategies that you guys may not have known about the RSI, like divergence trades. I love divergence trades. So again, we got you guys up to speed on the RSI. It's a very popular indicator. I use the RSI. And there's some unique ways that I use the RSI. So we got you guys up to speed. You guys are comfortable and confident with now utilizing the RSI and understanding what you see and how to develop strategies around it. Now, we're gonna talk about the VWAP. The coupon code from last week isn't working. Do we have to email you to get access? Give me 1 second since you guys are asking, and let me make sure or see why that wouldn't be working. Oh, I got to activate it because that's something I just did. So let me activate it real quick. So again, it's on the yearly. So if you're trying to sign up for the monthly or quarterly, that's only applied to the yearly. It's 20% off the additional 30% off that it's already discounted. So that's 50% off the yearly, takes it down to like 65 bucks a month. It's just billed up front in a yearly plan. So again, it does break down to about 64 bucks a month, which is 50% off what the monthly normally is. And I'm giving you guys a free course as well. So whoever signs up with the coupon winning 2022 for the yearly plan, you're gonna get a total of 50% off. And I'm gonna enroll you for our course as well. Same thing we talked about last week. Same thing running this week as well. Only 10 seats though, guys. All right, I'm gonna cap it at 10, test the waters, see how we're looking. And then if I decide to open up more seats, I'll let you guys know. But again, just for the simple fact that there's a lot of you guys emailing me saying, hey, I need to wait a week, and I promised it to 2 or 3 of you, I'm just gonna go ahead and promise that to everybody to make it fair, all right? So, same thing as last week. For today, go ahead, use Winning 2022 on the yearly plan, alphadaytrading.com. If you guys have any questions, you guys want me to type up the coupon or the link, I can do that after our lesson, but it is now active. You guys can use that. So, we're gonna talk about the VWAP, guys, all right? Again, I don't have a PowerPoint prepared, but I don't think we really need a PowerPoint for this, as again, the VWAP is a very common indicator. I think 80%, 90% of traders they all use the VWAP. It's one of the most popular indicators used by retail traders and used by firms, funds, and institutions as well. And it really varies on how it's utilized, right? So day traders, retail traders, use it primarily one way. Now, institutions and funds, right, they use it two different ways. So we're gonna really break down what the VWAP is, how retail traders use it, how institutions use it. There are multiple ways of utilizing the VWAP, time frames that you want to use the VWAP on, and then some strategies, some things you may not have known about the VWAP. When you see certain things take place, it gives you a great indication to make trades off of. All right, so let's start with number one, the VWAP. So if you guys are looking at my screen, my VWAP is the gray line that you guys see. So my VWAP is this gray line. All right, so every single chart that you guys see, I have a VWAP on it. The VWAP is very popular. I absolutely love the VWAP. It's a very powerful, very strong indicator when used correctly. All right, guys? So I do want to find a good example of the VWAP and how we can utilize this to make good decisions and how to make good trades. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start. We're gonna just use the SPY, okay, the SPY. And we're gonna throw this on a 5-minute time frame here on the SPY. So let's start with number one, the VWAP. What is the VWAP? Well, it's an indicator, right? It's just like the RSI. It's just like an SMA or an EMA. It's an indicator that's populated on your chart. My VWAP is this gray line. Now, what does the VWAP stand for? Volume weighted average price. So it's kind of like a moving average, except it's not actually just basing its moving average, its calculation solely on price. It's basing it off volume as well. It's the volume weighted average price. So it's taking the average price of the trading session and it's adding in volume to calculate the VWAP number, right? So again, the VWAP is the volume weighted average price. It's a very popular indicator, right? I would say 80% of the traders that I talk to, they use the VWAP, right? Because everybody else is using it. So if everybody's using the VWAP, it's probably going to be respected, right? If everybody's using the 9 EMA to make trades off of, it's probably going to be respected. And if we have an indicator that's called the Alpha Joe Blow 01-244, just this very odd random indicator that no one talks about, that no one uses, do you really think that indicator is going to help you make better decisions when trading? Do you really think it's going to help you give you higher probabilities of success in the market? Do you think it's going to give you an edge in the market? No, it's not going to give you an edge. No one's using it. It's not going to be respected. We want to use indicators that everybody else uses. The only reason indicators are respected is because other traders place buy orders and sell orders at and near these very popular indicators. Why in the world does a stock rip up to this red line on a daily chart? That's my 200 SMA, right? Why in the world, when the stock rips up to a 200 SMA, does it back off? Well, because you have selling taking place. Why do you have selling taking place? Because traders utilize the 200 SMA as a very strong moving average for support and resistance. So if a stock is running up underneath to the 200 SMA and traders see that's really strong moving average resistance, what do you think they're doing? They're selling at that level, which in turn causes the stock to drop. And that's a level of resistance. So it's the same thing with the VWAP. It's very popular. Everybody uses it. So it's going to be respected. Now, time frames. Let's talk about time frames. You use it on your intraday time frames. 1-minute charts, 5-minute, 15, 30 minutes. Now, when you start getting above 30-minute time frames, the hour, the 4-hour, the daily, I don't use the VWAP. I do not use the VWAP on a daily chart. It just doesn't work for me, right? No one else really uses the VWAP on a daily chart, right? Hours and 4 hours, you can technically use the VWAP on those time frames, but I prefer not to because I don't really see the accuracy with the VWAP on these larger time frames. I see the accuracy, I see the validation, the VWAP being respected on these smaller time frames. A 1-minute time frame, a 5-minute, 15, and a 30-minute time frame. So those are the time frames that I'll be using the VWAP, okay? So we know what the VWAP is. We know why we're gonna use it. we know what time frames to use it on. Okay, so how do retail traders use the VWAP, right? We use the VWAP as a level of support and resistance, just like the 9 EMA, just like a 20 EMA, just like trend lines and Fibonacci levels, right? We are going to utilize the VWAP as a moving line, a moving level of support and resistance. Why are we using the VWAP as a moving level of support and resistance? Because that's how other traders use it. So when the stock comes down to the VWAP, why does it bounce? Because traders are buying the stock when it comes down to the VWAP, which causes it to bounce. When a stock comes up to the VWAP from the underneath side, why does it typically get rejected? Why does it sell on off? Because traders are selling at the VWAP because they see VWAP resistance. They see VWAP support. That's how the vast majority of traders utilize the VWAP as a moving level of support and resistance. And it's a very strong level of support and resistance. That's why we use it. So we know how retail traders use the VWAP, a moving level of support and resistance. How do institutions, right? Hedge funds, firms, institutional traders, how do they use the VWAP? Same way as retail traders, a moving level of support and resistance, but they also determine buy and sell areas based on the VWAP. So the way they utilize it, and it's a way that retail doesn't really utilize it, if the stock is above the VWAP, it's considered a good sell. So when the stock is above the VWAP, they consider that to be a good time to sell. When the stock is below the VWAP, they consider that to be a good time to buy. The reason for that is when the stock is over the VWAP, right? It's a good time to sell because when they sell, institutions, funds, right? They're selling large quantities, right? Which could really affect the stock's movement. They use the VWAP for buy and sell areas, right? If we're overextended from the VWAP, it's a good time for them to sell because when they sell, it could make an impact on the stock's price and they want it to return to the mean, to the average, right? And that is the volume weighted average price. So when we're extended away from the VWAP, they say, hey, it's a good time to sell because our selling could affect the market. So it'll at least affect it to return it to the average, the mean, right? Now, when the stock is overextended below the VWAP, they think that's a good time to buy. Now, they're not just buying because it's below the VWAP. Obviously, they're professionals. They have multiple reasons to take trades just like us. But again, their buying activity could greatly affect the stock's price. They don't want to pull it too far away from the mean, from the average, right? They want to keep the stock's price right around the average. So when we're very overextended away below the VWAP, they consider that to be a good time to buy because if their buying activity really causes the stock to move on up, right, it's going to make it return to the mean, which is the average, which is the VWAP, right? So that's how institutions will utilize the VWAP as well. Retail traders, we don't really utilize the VWAP in that way. We're just using the VWAP as a moving level of support and resistance, okay? So let's take a quick break. VWAP, volume weighted average price. It's taking into account the average price and the volume. It's doing some really awesome calculation that I don't know how it does it, and it populates this line on our chart. Populates this line, right? And it's the VWAP line, the volume weighted average price, okay? Why are we using it? 80% of traders use it. So if 8 out of 10 traders use the VWAP to buy and sell, do you think that level is going to be validated more times than it's not? Yes, right? So that's why we use it. It's very popular. Everybody uses the VWAP. It is literally one of the most popular indicators out there, okay? So again, we're utilizing it as a moving level of support and resistance. And the reason we're using it as a moving level of support and resistance is because other traders use it that exact way. That's when it's going to be validated. That's when we could use it to get an edge in the market. As retail traders, we are solely using it as support and resistance, okay? Institutions, they use it as support and resistance, but they also determine sell areas and buy areas based on how far away from the VWAP we are, okay? So that's round one. That is the first little walkthrough about the VWAP. Do we have any questions whatsoever? We talked about time frames. Under 30-minute time frames, ideally. Higher time frames, I don't see it working that consistently. I don't use it on high time frames, okay? I use it on my intraday time frames because everybody else is using it. It's a very respected indicator, and you can apply it with other forms of technical analysis to get an edge in the market. And that's one last thing I want to hit on. You never just buy the stock because it's at VWAP. If you buy the stock just because it's at the VWAP, you're buying the stock based on one reason. You need to have multiple separate reasons to take a trade, right? You need to use the VWAP in conjunction with trend lines, with fibs, with prior support and resistance, with EMAs, with SMAs, with the RSI. You use this in conjunction with other forms of technical analysis. It is not a standalone indicator, right? You don't use it all by itself. And if you do, you're not really gonna find the success that you wanna find just buying the VWAP, okay? So we know what the VWAP is. We know the time frames to use it on. We know how to use it, support and resistance. We know how retail traders use it. We know how institutions use it as well. Do we have any questions before we move on to a couple unique strategies that I have with the VWAP? And there's one particular strategy that I'm going to point out to you guys, right? So again, we know it's support. We know it's a level of support. So if the stock is shooting on up and it starts pulling back to the VWAP and we have other reasons to get involved, we can take trades. So for example, if you're looking at the SPY, right, and you notice that we just broke into a new high of day, we're consolidating, we're very overextended, and you want to be a buyer at the VWAP, you need to have multiple separate reasons to get involved. Well, that other separate reason you could have had was it would be a retest of the prior high, right? When we break prior highs, we typically get retests, old resistance, new support. So if you're looking at buying this for the retest of new support off old resistance, you could have applied the VWAP with this as well, saying, you know what? I want to be a buyer on the SPY back down at 432.38. If this stock comes back down and retests this prior level of resistance as new support and we hold, I want to be a buyer. And then you would have noticed the VWAP is right here as well. So you could have utilized the VWAP as a separate form of technical analysis to justify this being a trade you wanted to get involved with. And look at the VWAP on the SPY, right? The VWAP is holding this stock on up. Not only the prior high, but we see a lot of buying pressure moving in off the VWAP, right? So we can see how it's respected. Let's go look at like a penny stock, right? We see here on SONN, when we pulled back here, we came right down into the VWAP and we popped on up, right? So we can see how the VWAP is used as a level of support and resistance. Check out pre-market on SONN, right? We're very overextended from the VWAP. We consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. What happens when we touch the VWAP? We get a nice big pop because traders see the VWAP as support, and you see a little bit of buying here. We crack below the VWAP. What's the VWAP now? It's resistance. We come up to the VWAP, we get rejected. VWAP, get rejected. VWAP, get rejected. VWAP, get rejected. Get rejected. We got rejected. We broke above, right? We came down, small little bounce, we fell below. So we can see how the VWAP is used as a very strong moving level of A, support, and B, resistance. One thing that not a lot of people talk about, and I don't know if this is accurate, I don't know if this is reality, right? But what I've noticed with the VWAP is anytime the 9 EMA crosses above or below the VWAP, that is a bearish or bullish indication. So this usually applies 80% of the time on higher time frames. I'm talking 5-minute, 15-minute time frames. I don't really put a lot of emphasis on this that I'm getting ready to discuss to you guys on 1-minute time frames, because again, 1 minute you get a lot of false moves. 5 minutes, you're definitely cleaning things up. You're not seeing as many false moves. So when I see the 9 EMA crossing below the VWAP, that to me is a bearish indication, right? We're cracking below the VWAP. We're below the 9 EMA, and when we see that 9 EMA actually cross the VWAP to the downside, that is considered to be a bearish signal. Not saying you're going to short the stock. I'm saying it's considered to be a bearish signal. And if you can apply that with other forms of technical analysis to really suggest the short, you can apply the bearish cross. The 9 EMA crossing below the VWAP, at least on a 5-minute time frame. And we see here that the second we broke above, right? Look at just the 9 EMA and the VWAP. Just look at these two, right? So the 9 EMA crosses the VWAP. We get an explosive move on up, right? Stock breaks below the VWAP and the 9 EMA. Both of those levels turn into resistance. The 9 EMA officially crosses the VWAP to the downside, and what happens? We see it dump off even more, okay? We come on up, we break the VWAP, we attempt to hold it as support, we crack below. It was a failed attempt to break over that level of resistance, okay? Coming back up, VWAP resistance, okay? VWAP resistance, but here's the thing that we're starting to see. What are we starting to see? The VWAP as resistance, but we also have our 9 EMA as support. So not only are we looking for the stock to break above the VWAP and stay above the VWAP, we're looking for that 9 EMA to cross back above the VWAP to the upside, and that is a bullish indication. That is a bullish signal. Now, one other thing that I want to talk about as well is we get what's called 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formations. And I'm like, you're probably like, what? 9 EMA VWAP squeeze? Like, what are you talking about, Josh? Right? So here's what I mean. So every now and then, right, you'll see, obviously you got a nice little VWAP, right? Let's say that's what the VWAP looks like. And let's say the stock is just kind of chopping around the VWAP and we're below the VWAP, right? And so the stock is just kind of sitting below the VWAP and it's just doing a little something like this. And now you apply a 9 EMA to your chart, right? You apply a 9 EMA, and let's say the 9 EMA is just kind of following the stock's price a little bit, doing a little bit of this, and eventually you see something like this, okay? You see the stock is choppy, it's all over the place, holding the VWAP, dropping below the 9 EMA, but you come to a point in time that you see the stock hitting the VWAP, coming back down and holding the 9 EMA support, back up to the VWAP, holding that 9 EMA as support. Not only do we want to see the cross of the 9 EMA and the VWAP, because that would be considered a bullish signal, you can also get a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. It's where the stock eventually gets back above the 9 EMA and it turns into support. It turns into support. And then we see the VWAP holding the stock down as resistance. And the stock will basically consolidate and get tight in between that 9 EMA as support and the VWAP as resistance. And when we see these 9 EMA VWAP squeezes, we typically get very explosive moves to the upside. And then in turn, that allows, right, the 9 EMA to cross back above the VWAP, which is a bullish signal, and you can see these stocks absolutely rip and run. So not only does the 9 EMA crossing above the VWAP, not only is that a bullish signal, but when you see that 9 EMA VWAP squeeze, you can pair those two together. You have a nice squeeze formation between the 9 EMA support, VWAP resistance, getting tighter and tighter and tighter until eventually you see that explosive move on up. That helps pull the 9 EMA to the upside for the cross, and that's a very good strategy. So it's a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation, followed by the 9 EMA cross of the VWAP, which is a bullish signal. These are really nice trades, right? How many times have you guys inside of chat seen this exact formation where the stock is holding that 9 EMA as support, VWAP resistance, you get the initial break of the VWAP off the 9 EMA, you see volume, then moments later, you see the 9 EMA cross above the VWAP completely. How explosive can those stocks be? I mean, there's been several stocks that even you in chat have called out saying, hey, we got a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze, possible cross as well. And those stocks have absolutely ripped and ran to the upside. So not only can we utilize the VWAP as levels of support and levels of resistance, but we can utilize it in the form of a strategy, right? And I've developed the 9 EMA VWAP squeeze strategy, followed by the cross on 5-minute or above time frames. Those are very strong, powerful indications that we could see a nice move to the upside. And this here works exactly the same when you flip it and you do a 180. So if we were looking at this as a 180, right? We're looking at VWAP supports with 9 EMA resistance, and you see the same formation, but to the downside, that would be a good short strategy, a good short indication. So not only does this work to the long side, if you just take this image and you do a 180 with it, it also works to the downside. And I'll actually rotate this, right? I'll flip it vertically. It works the same way, right? So again, if you got VWAP support, but 9 EMA resistance, and you see that squeeze formation and it cracks below the VWAP with the 9 EMA crossing below, that is a good short opportunity. That's a good bearish signal. So again, let's go back to our example on the SPY. At this point in time, we can see that the VWAP was resistance. We came down, 9 EMA resistance. 9 EMA resistance. We got back above that 9 EMA. Support. Back up to the VWAP. False breakout. Resistance. 9 EMA resistance. 9 EMA resistance. Resistance. We finally break back above the 9 EMA. We hit the VWAP as resistance. But then we start to notice the 9 EMA is holding the stock up as a level of support. And we're on a 5-minute time frame, right? So let's take it another 5-minute candle. Look at that. We came back down to the 9 EMA. We bounced, and we're finally starting to break the VWAP. So we can see initially we have a VWAP and a 9 EMA squeeze. We see how the stock was getting very tight between 9 EMA support and VWAP resistance. And eventually we got a nice little pop, right? We closed above the VWAP after holding above 9 EMA support. We finally got a break above. This could be the start of that explosive move. And if we start to see that 9 EMA crossing above the VWAP, that's a great indication that the stock can continue even higher. So right now, we're considering an entry. As long as the stock stays above the VWAP, we want to get long with stops under the VWAP or under the 9 EMA. And at any point in time we're long in this trade, if we start to see the 9 EMA cross above the VWAP to the upside, that can give us a great indication of, hey, this can continue to make an even explosive move higher. All right, so let's see how this plays out, right? A little bit of a false breakout. You broke out, you came back below the VWAP. So again, the fact that that candle never held the VWAP, you never had a reason to take that trade. Let's take it to the next one. You're getting even tighter, guys. Look at that. Back down to the 9 EMA, back into the VWAP resistance. And look at the 9 EMA and the VWAP at this point in time. You see how that 9 EMA shot straight up and it's even closer to the VWAP? This thing is absolutely squeezing. You got that VWAP resistance. The 9 EMA is curling on up, looking like it wants to cross above the VWAP. It's very strong support. You see 1, 2, 3 candles coming down to that 9 EMA, holding a support. This is a very good indication that this stock is about to explode to the upside. You're not only seeing the 9 EMA VWAP squeeze and the stock getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, you're also seeing that potential cross to the upside. So the next time we break VWAP, I'd want to go long. And I want to put my stops underneath that 9 EMA. Let's see what takes place. Look at that. Big time explosive move, right? Big time explosive move on the SPY, right? Nice 9 EMA VWAP breakout formation. Now, we want to see that 9 EMA crossing above the VWAP and staying above. And that's going to be an extra piece of confirmation that we could use to continue to hold this stock, as it could continue to run to the upside, as we could continue to see momentum move on in. So I was already planning on taking my entries for the squeeze, for the break. Stops are under the 9 EMA, right? Now we're starting to see the cross of the 9 EMA and the VWAP. Where's my stop? My stop is going to be under the 9 EMA at this point in time. So let's say we got that explosive move, we took some profits, and I want to leave a runner on the table. I'm going to trail my stop loss underneath the 9 EMA, especially if I see that 9 EMA continue to hold above the VWAP and continue to go shoot up, right? So let's take it on the next candle. A little bit of profit taking. Again, we got a nice cross. We see the cross here. So again, explosive move. I lock in some initial profits. You guys know me. That's how I trade. right? Now I'm running a nice tight stop loss underneath that 9 EMA, right? 9 EMA is still pointing up. Solid cross, it's confirmed. That was a bullish cross, right? So we're still holding a little bit of a runner. What happens? We come back down to the 9 EMA, we get another explosive move to the upside. I'm taking even more profits. What am I doing? Running a tight stop loss right under the 9 EMA, right? Getting another little pullback, some more profit taking, right back to that 9 EMA. We're still moving on up. I'm still scaling out. I'm locking in profits. The second the stock closes below the 9 EMA, I'm out, right? So again, we never close below. We opened below, but we shot straight up. We got even more profits, right? When a candle closes below the 9 EMA, I get out. We technically opened here below the 9 EMA. We never closed below it, and we got that push. And honestly, that 9 EMA was recalculated off this 5-minute candle. So I guarantee at this point in time, when this 5-minute candle opened, the 9 EMA was probably right at the bottom of the candle. So it actually was never probably below the 9 EMA in the first place. But since that 9 EMA was calculated on that explosive move, it looks like it was below the 9 EMA in hindsight, but it probably wasn't, right? That 9 EMA was probably sitting right there underneath those candle body lows. Would have never been stopped out. Another explosive move on up. You take some more profits. Continue to trail your stop loss under the 9 EMA. I would have gotten out right then and there. So from a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation, we get the cross, and now I know I can run a nice, tight, trailing stop loss under the 9 EMA until the first candle closes below. I would have just been stopped out at 424.76. My entry was 422.47. That is a beautiful $2 move to the upside. But remember, we were locking in profits along the way up. I would have gotten out right here. Let's see what would have taken place on the SPY. It actually moved higher. It actually moved higher. Barely, but it moved a little bit higher. But again, that would have been a signal for me to get out. So looking at this trade, look at how nice that trade would have been. SPY, 5-minute time frame. Nice little 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation. You get your initial explosive move to the upside. You lock in some initial profits. If you start to see the 9 EMA crossing above the VWAP, you then can leave a runner on the table and simply run a trailing stop loss just below the 9 EMA until you get stopped out, and you would have been stopped out way up there, about $2.50 higher to the upside. So now let's go ahead and see if we have any of those formations today, right? Let's see. So look at yesterday, the VWAP resistance, VWAP resistance, VWAP resistance. We never saw a formation on the SPY. That actually wasn't yesterday. Let's go to today. Are we into today yet? We are. So did we have any kind of great setup like that today? We actually don't, right? We see the 9 EMA was pretty close to the VWAP all day. So there wasn't really a lot to go off of from that strategy, thinking about any kind of 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. But do we have any of these at all? Do we have any stocks that have sold off, that have fallen, that are popping back up to the VWAP, and you got the 9 EMA curling back up as well? Do we have any stocks setting up? Because if we do, those are great setups. Those are great trades, right? So look at this. I mean, it's a decent example. It wasn't a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation, but it was a simple cross, right? So sometimes you get to pair the squeeze formation with the cross. But if you see a cross of the 9 EMA over the VWAP, that's still a bullish signal. And look at this. The second the 9 EMA crossed the VWAP, what happened? We got an explosive move up, and the stock has been grinding the 9 EMA for the duration of the day. So you see the cross here, you get the explosive move, you get your first pull back to the 9 EMA, maybe you get entries right around 205, and you're up 20 cents a share, and you're running a nice tight trailing stop loss under the 9 EMA. So again, that strategy, I pair it with a 9 EMA. Same thing here. Look at the 9 EMA. Crosses above the VWAP, explosive move on up, and you could have ran this all the way up until it closed below the 9 EMA. AKA we never saw the cross, right? We never really got a great 5-minute setup utilizing that particular approach. Now, you're not going to see this every single day. It's not going to be your one go-to trading strategy, but right, it's a great opportunity for you to get to learn this strategy, for you at least to identify when you see these things, right? So now you have this just in the back of your mind. It's like a little back burner strategy. If you're already charting the way you chart, you're already planning and preparing your trades the way you trade right now based on your playbook, now you can just add that in as another piece of confirmation to take a trade. So if you're taking a trade solely based on a different reason, but you start to see the 9 EMA crossing above the VWAP, you could say, hey, I remember Josh's lesson. Typically, we see the stock continue to rip and run to the upside, and I could leave a runner on the table and trail my stop loss under the 9 EMA and continue to lock in some profits. Or you see a trade, you build a plan completely separate from a 9 EMA VWAP formation, but you do indeed start to see that squeeze formation. That could be another thing that's in the back of your mind to help support the odds of going in your favor. So again, we got 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formations. We saw a great example in the SPY earlier this week. And then we can see what takes place when that 9 EMA crosses above that VWAP to the upside or the downside, and how we continue that nice little trend for a decent period of time. And again, I'm identifying these types of strategies on 5-minute time frames. Now, you do see them a lot on 1-minute time frames, but they're not as strong, right? You get a lot of false moves with the 1-minute time frame. You don't see as many false setups on 5-minute time frames. That's why I prefer to identify those strategies on a 5-minute time frame or above. Do I change your stop loss manually? Yeah. So anytime we continue the rip, I will continue to trail my stop loss just under, maybe 5-10 cents, depending on the stock, but my stop loss will be trailing under the 9 EMA. And the second we see the candle close below the 9 EMA, that signals a stop out for me. I use the VWAP. So you do have a volume weighted moving average, but it's not the same as the VWAP. Like Fidelity's volume weighted moving average, it's not the same as the VWAP, right? It's a different price. The VWAP is the VWAP. And if a broker doesn't have the VWAP and they have something else, it's still not good enough, right? The VWAP is the VWAP. So I'm using the VWAP, not the moving average VWAP. All right, guys. So that's today's lesson on the VWAP. Again, the theme of the week is indicators. Okay, so we talked about RSI yesterday, what it is, how to use it, right? Pretty simple stuff, but then a unique strategy behind the RSI that not a lot of traders know about. That's divergences, right? And you guys are like, wow, divergence. I can see this left and right and really get a good edge in the market when I see divergences. Now you know what the VWAP is, you know how to use it, you know exactly what it's telling you, and you know that there are some strategies that a lot of people don't talk about. And my favorite strategy with the VWAP is pairing it with a 9 EMA for those 9 EMA crosses to the upside or the downside of the VWAP, or those VWAP 9 EMA squeeze formations that clearly, based on the example, you can really see some big time moves, right? When they work out, they work out. When it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But when it works out and when you start to see that develop and play on out, I'd say 80% of the time, you continue to see those stocks rip and run to the upside. So if you guys do have any other examples, I'd be more than happy to share them with you. Like even look at oil, crude oil, right? We fall below the VWAP, it's resistance, 9 EMA crosses below, that's bearish, you could have taken a short. Stops would be if the stock breaks back above the 9 EMA, you would have gotten stopped out on your short, but it would have been profitable. Same thing here. We got a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze on crude oil. Look what happens. We get the squeeze, we get the break, we get the retest. At the same time, the 9 EMA is crossing above the VWAP, and look what happens. We rally about, what, $1.50 to the upside. Stops are below the 9 EMA. So you can see, you can short these, and you could simply look to go long on these trades as well. And when they work out, guys, they work out, right? Look at the VWAP, support. VWAP, support, we crack below the VWAP. We retest it as resistance. 9 EMA is crossing to the downside. That's a killer short. Squeeze formation, great long. Back below the VWAP and the 9 EMA. 9 EMA crossing the VWAP to the downside. Killer short. Now you're starting to see another 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation. So if you're looking at oil, if you're trading futures, guess what? You could see what you saw right here. A nice little break and hold above. 9 EMA crossing that VWAP. Nice little quick explosive move. You could see the same thing play on out here in the next 5 to 10 minutes on crude oil. All right, so you guys can see it visually in real time. You can see it with past examples that we've had, right? And see just how easy it is to utilize the VWAP and the 9 EMA together to give you more of an edge on the market. And that's my goal, is to help you guys see things clearly, to understand how to use these indicators together with one another, some tips and tricks and strategies that not a lot of people know about to increase your odds of success in the market, to give you a stronger edge to where you just make more money more consistently. Steve, loving the lesson. Great lesson today. Thanks, Steve. And again, I winged it. I was not prepared, but again, it's natural to me. It's easy. I like putting PowerPoints together. You can take screenshots of what I type up. But again, I made sure I repeated myself a lot today. So you had a chance to write these things down as far as the VWAP, the time frames, how we use it, how institutions use it, and again, the sole purpose of the VWAP and how we're going to use it to make more money in the market, guys. All right, so Steve loving it. I love it. Awesome stuff. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. I'm sure you could develop a scan, right? I'm sure you could develop a scan, you know, filter it out for 5-minute time frames, bring in the 9 EMA and the VWAP, and anytime the 9 EMA crosses above the VWAP, it'll give you a signal. I'm sure I could create a scan for that, right? Or call trade ideas to have them scan. So I'm sure there is, you know, a way to do that. When 9 EMA crosses the VWAP up or down, it'll give you a signal. You'd want to pair in other things as well. You'd want to pair in like relative volume, because obviously you probably get a lot of false signals on low liquidity, low volume stocks. So it just may be noisy. So how do you eliminate the noise on that scan? Maybe filter in volume as well. Make sure that the volume traded is above the average. That's another thing that you can do. Something else that you could do as well to filter out the noise would be to maybe classify it based on float, right? If you're really looking for the strategy on lower float stocks with high relative volume that could explode and just squeeze to the upside, maybe filter it based on lower float stocks as well, right? So there's definitely a way to do that. You can screen for a 9 EMA VWAP cross, just filter it with volume and probably float as well to just eliminate the noise. Because let's go find a noisy stock, right? Is there a stock that's just chopping around today that would be really noisy? Like RCAT yesterday, RCAT, that would have been a noisy alert, right? There was barely any volume, 9 EMA crosses above and below, you would have got 2 alerts back to back. But again, looking at this ticker, there wasn't really a lot of volume in the first place, right? Yesterday was a low volume day. So that's how we probably eliminate some of that noise, is filter it based on relative volume and make sure the stock is trading, you know, high relative volume. So nothing is ever 100% team, right? Nothing is ever 100% Dantino. So I wish there was 100% strategies, right? Because that would make our jobs easy. We would just sit back and look for those strategies and only trade those strategies with 100% success. I would say that it's at least 80-20, maybe 70-30. I would say 70% of the time when you see that take place, you get a nice follow through. 30% of the time, it doesn't work out. But you have 10 trades. And that's all you trade on 10 trades. You already know that 7 of the 10 trades will probably work out, and 3 of the 10 trades would not work out. So as long as you always have a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio plan, that means you're going to be profitable on those 7 trades, and you're going to take losses on those 3 trades. But if you're always looking to make twice as much as your risk, even with a 70% win rate, with a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio, you're still making substantial profits in the market. Right? If your average gain was $100, right, on those 7 trades, that's $700. If your average loss was $50 on those losers, that's a 2-to-1 risk reward. That means you're losing $150 on those 3 trades, right? So $700 of profit on the 7 green minus $150 of red. That still puts you up $550 over the average of those 10 trades, and that's at a 70% win rate. you can still be profitable with a 50% win rate. So let's say that was a 50-50 setup. It's not, it's higher, but let's say it was 50-50. 50% of the time it works, 50% of the time it doesn't work. So let's even say 50-50. It's a coin toss, right? You have 5 green trades, 5 red trades. With a 2-to-1 risk reward approach, you're always going to be profitable. So again, you're making $100 on average on the 5 trades, right? That's $500 of profit. But if your risk is half of your reward, that's $50. So you're going to lose 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. That's $250 of losses. So you made 5 green trades with the strategy at $100 a trade. You lost 5 trades with the strategy at $50 a trade loss. You're losing $250. You're making $500. You're still making $250 on average over those 10 trades at a 50% win rate. But the only way that's achievable is if you have a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. If you're willing to risk $100, but to make $100 at a 50% win ratio, you're never going to make money, because you would make $100 on the 5 green, you would lose $100 on the 5 red, you're break even. So how do we get around that? How can we still make money when we're just average, right? We're just average. 10 trades, we typically lose half, right? We have 50% win rate, right? That's average, right? But how do we still make money in the market just being average? 2-to-1 risk reward ratios, right? Never risk more money than what you're willing to make. Your risk should always be half of your profit potential. If you're looking to make $100, you should not take any more risk than 50. If you're looking to make $1,000, your risk should not be any more than $500. That's the minimum. 2-to-1 risk reward ratio at a 50% win rate. You're still profitable at the end of the day. Exactly, Christopher. Yeah, absolutely. He's like, I used the 90 EMA, the VWAP, but I never knew that. But now that you see that, based on this example, Christopher, I want to ask you a question. Now that you see there is a strategy around the 90 EMA and the VWAP, how many times can you think back and be like, I remember that happening? I can think back to a trade that I took, and I remember that 90 EMA crossing the VWAP, and that stock absolutely exploded. Now you're just going to be more mindful of it, right? You're not hunting for 9 EMA VWAP squeezes, but you're mindful of it. So the next time you're watching a top stock, has great news, great volume, low float, it's the #1 gainer on the day. And the next time you see that, you're gonna be like, oh, Josh's lesson, right? I have a reason to take the trade, but I'm also noticing that 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation. And this is already a top stock with high relative volume and good news. You're just gonna be able to add that to your plan to help increase your odds of success. So, I mean, BEKE still has potential. I mean, it could. We could definitely see this continue to work on out for us, guys. But this would be the second touch of resistance at 1530. So this is the second touch of resistance. I wouldn't expect to see it break on the second attempt. I'd expect to see a rejection on point number 2, it to pull back, continue to hold on up, consolidate, and then on the third attempt, get that break on the third attempt. That's what I would expect to happen on BEKE. 5 minutes or above, guys. So everything that we just talked about with the lesson, the VWAP, the 90 EMA, those unique strategies that I've kind of tailored over my trading career, I don't really look at 1 minute time frames, right? It's 5 minutes or higher, right? 5 minute, 15, maybe a 30 minute, and that's where I stop. I don't really use the VWAP on hourly. I don't use the VWAP on the 4 hour. I go back to my SMAs, and that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow is EMAs, which one I use, right? EMAs, intraday, which ones do I use and why? And then SMAs, which ones do I use and why and what time frames? And there's always a difference, right? I'm not using the same moving averages on the daily as I'm using on my intraday. Everything's tailored based on the time frame that I'm looking at. ABEV, let's go check it. ABEV. No. So ABEV wouldn't be that. It wouldn't, because we want to see the stock curling up off of a low, right? We want to see the stock curling up off of a low, getting back above the 90 EMA and the VWAP being resistance. Right now, this is the opposite, right? We actually have the VWAP as support with that 90 EMA as resistance. So this wouldn't be a bullish signal. This would be a bearish signal. So again, you got the 90 EMA holding this stock down as resistance. You got the VWAP as support. If you start to see the stock crack below VWAP and that 90 EMA follows through, that could be a great short to the downside, right? But again, you got to take other things into consideration, right? Just because you see this doesn't mean you should trade that strategy. You have to take into consideration a multitude of things. You got to look at your volume, right? We're trading 8.7 million shares today on ABEV. Is that good volume? Well, how do you figure that out? We go to yahoofinance.com. So go into the chat room, go up to Yahoo Finance search bar, type in ABEV, hit enter. It's going to take you to Yahoo Finance for ABEV. And the average volume on the stock is 22 million shares. The volume right now is 8 million shares, right? We're trading less volume than we do on average. So the fact that we don't have high or little volume, I wouldn't even be looking at ABEV, right? So that's how we kind of cancel ABEV out. It's not trading any high relative volume. They don't have any recent press release. There's no catalyst to really drive this stock, right? So again, I want to find stocks that have high relative volume, stocks that are trading more volume today than they normally do. Those are the stocks that I want to watch. And if I see these strategies on a stock that I want to watch, I will definitely utilize that strategy. But I'm not going to go hunt for the strategy on a stock that I'm not even watching. Because again, it's got to be a stock that I'm watching for a reason. It's got to have a catalyst. It's got to have high relative volume, right? It's got to be moving. And when we go look at ABEV, we can see that it's very stagnant. It's it's dry. So hopefully that answers your question there as to why we wouldn't really utilize that strategy with ABEV, for the simple fact that there's no catalyst, right? And there's no high relative volume on that stock. That's the beauty of working with a team of traders, right? The more eyes on the market, the more opportunity. You can collaborate and exchange ideas with other traders, and you learn new things. I've learned a lot from traders in chat. I've learned a lot from Matt. I've learned some things from Corey. I've learned from traders in chat that have brought things to my attention that's made me go research and learn new things. That's the beautiful thing about being a part of a community. Everybody says you can do it on your own, and don't get me wrong, you can, but it's gonna take you 5 years. But if you get with a group of traders that this is all they do is trade and come up with great ideas and strategies and educate upon those strategies and bring it to your attention, you can cut your learning curve down in half, right? Do you want to figure this out on your own in 5 years, or do you want to work with a group of traders and just really get that education off the ground in a year and a half, 2 years, and find success that much quicker? I was the one that tried doing it on my own for 5 years. 3 years actually, and it wasn't working. And I said, I got to do something different. I joined a community and I started learning so much, so many things, right? 2-legged pullbacks, 3-legged pullbacks. I learned, about, what was the other big thing I learned about? Oh, dip buys and lower shadows and upper shadows, and how those levels, those hiccup candles, act as levels of support and resistance for dip buys, right? So I've learned a lot, and I literally went from a crappy trader trying to do it on my own to someone that was making money, actually making sense of things within 6 months of joining. So that's the benefit, is these aha moments that you guys are experiencing right now. Aha, wow, I never knew you could do that. Now I have another form and another approach to the market to increase my edge. Guess what? You're probably gonna see better success now. You're right, just knowing the VWAP and the 90 EMA alone and a unique strategy around it, now you have your eyes on a unique trade. Next time you see it, you're gonna be, oh, I remember this lesson. I know how to trade it. I know what to look for. You're gonna take a trade, you're gonna make money. But if it wasn't for the lesson, you would have never known in the first place. So that's the beauty about being a part of a community, guys, is you're gonna learn something new every single day to advance, to grow as a trader, and to get to the level of trading that you wanna be at. So I've learned more in the past month in chat than I've learned in the last 6 months on your own. And that's the reality. It is real. And I speak from experience. That happened to me. I sucked my first 3 years. I started breaking even, getting out of the hole my 4th year of trading. That's a long time, right? If I would have just sucked it up and said, you know what? I need to invest in my education. if I can at least make my membership back and learn for free, that's worth it. If that was my mindset, I would have probably spent 6 months to a year of just making enough money to make my membership back, to learn for free for a year, to build up my confidence, to be more educated, to where I would have probably seen success my second year, my third year of trading. But instead, I failed and failed and failed and failed and failed. It wasn't until I said, you know what, I got to do something different before I actually started seeing success and learning new things, right? So that's my 2 cents on that, guys. That's my 2 cents. I have a lot of great free education out there, but again, it only takes you so far, right? And it does take time, but having the right community, the right group of traders, we're here to support one another, to help build everybody up. We all have the same goals in mind, right? We want to learn new things together. We want to trade together. We want to make money together. And that's what we do every single day inside of chat. So nothing but value bombs, nothing but education, locking in profits, making some money. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. So right now, let's do one quick scan before we dive into lunch. RCAT's dead. SONN. It's getting pretty tight. It's definitely squeezing, guys. Got a nice little squeeze formation here, SONN. Go ahead and run a downtrend off those highs and run an uptrend off the lows. We got a very nice, tight, symmetrical triangle formation. We could see this explode above the downtrend, back up to 55 and then 59 cents on SONN. That's on high watch right now, coming into lunch. KALA is dead. HOUR, nothing, but that's going to be a good mid-candle breakout opportunity for tomorrow, possibly. DUO right now, not a lot going on. We just fell below the 9 EMA on RLX, so now that is considered to be a little bearish. We'll probably see this come back down to 210. BEKE, we're still watching this one for that possible break over resistance. AKAN is dead. So the number one stock that you guys have on watch right now for this nice symmetrical triangle squeeze formation would be SONN, and your trades are going right now. Trades are right now, stops are underneath the trend line. So stops right now, 49. You're taking profit at 55 and then 59 cents. It is. Community is key, guys. It really is. I'm not just saying that to say that, but it's reality, right? It's the truth, right? Is every experienced trader that you talk to, I would say 90% of them, you know, you talk to me, talk to Ashton, to Sean, to Ross, they're going to tell you that they lost a lot of money in the beginning and that it took them joining community before they actually started making money. I can verify that, and that's a fact because I've actually talked to these traders and I know their stories. And all professionals, a good majority of professionals, say the same thing. They say, you know what? It wasn't until I joined a group until I actually started finding success. But it's got to be the right group, guys, right? If you want to swing trade options, I don't want you joining because we don't swing trade options. You're not going to find the success you want to find based on that form of trading. So I would say stop. Don't even join, right? Go follow Ashton. He swing trades options. He's going to be the best person to learn from for that type of trading. But if you want to day trade small cap penny stocks, you want to day trade options, you want to learn about investing, we got you covered. But if you want to swing trade options or do debit credit spreads, I cannot help you out with that. So stop, don't join. Thanks for being here. I don't want you to sign up because, again, you're not going to get the value that you need to take your trading to the next level if that's all you want to do. You want to day trade penny stocks, day trade equities, day trade options, take a few swing trades every now and then, talk about investing and success and entrepreneurship. That's what we do here inside of chat. All right, guys. So again, you can use winning 2022. Ashton Nolan. Ashton Nolan. He's a good guy. I like Ashton. His name's Ashton Nolan on TikTok, and yeah, he does a lot of swing trading with options. So I just posted up the coupon link for you guys. I know some of you were asking for the actual coupon, and I know I want to make it easy and give you guys a link as well. So I just posted up the coupon. There is a link. The stream is open until 7. I'll be back around 2:30 to kick off some Power Hour commentary to see if we can get some money on the table into the day. But let's check out Profits Chat real quick. All right, I like the transparency, down 18 bucks. You know, hey, it happens. We can't be right 100% of the time. 77 bucks on SONN. Down Dino to 20. I know Kamal over there was making 850 bucks. I'm personally down 369 on the day. And again, transparency is key as well, guys. Not only can you learn from my successes in the market, you can learn from my mistakes and my failures. I don't really have a lot of failures and mistakes today. SONN was a good trade that stopped me out. AKAN was a good trade that I didn't catch the full move on. RCAT, maybe I could have been less aggressive, and maybe I should have been more mindful about the trade, right? Because honestly, I forgot about it. So that was my mistake. How do you forget about a trade, right? That's easy for me. I take a trade, I'm looking at it, I get a question, it throws me off, and then it just slips my mind. So I could have had a hard stop in the system below 220. Instead, I got stopped out at 205. So I could have really reduced my loss on RCAT if I would have just put a hard stop in the system. So what's my learning lesson for today? Don't forget about trades, right? Put hard stops in the system if you take your focus away. It was a simple mistake. It was a stupid mistake, but mistakes happen. We bounce back from them. We learn from them. So you best believe that if I'm in another trade and my attention, even for a second, comes off that trade, hard stops going in the system. And I could have avoided a $400 loss. Maybe it was $100, right? Maybe it was a $100 loss. I'd be down $100, not $400. But again, we make mistakes. We're human. We just learn from those mistakes and we bounce back from those mistakes. But right now we may have a UVXY coming on up, guys. And the reason for the potential trade on UVXY is because the SPY looks like it's going to start cracking below that VWAP. So if the SPY does start cracking below that VWAP here, we could definitely start to see UVXY get a nice little pop to it. So let's see, is the SPY going to crack below that 432.50 and get a nice little quick drop? We could see a quick little pop there, possibly on UVXY, if we do start to see that crack on down below 432.50 on the SPY. You can get a quick little 50-cent drop. Maybe that's a quick 20-cent pop on UVXY. And it did come down and put in a decent little bounce there. Really nice bounce on the SPY. Really nice bounce on the SPY right off the VWAP. Let's put this into a 1 minute time frame. And let's see what that volume looks like. That VWAP's been holding strong as support pretty much all day. If it does start cracking below the VWAP, you can expect to see a quick little sell-off. So let's see, is this a drop? Is this a two-legged pullback into that 9 EMA? And are we gonna follow through with a nice little dump below 432.50? If so, I wanna try and scalp UVXY if we do start to see that quick drop below the VWAP. Again, the SPY doesn't have to drop that much. The SPY could literally drop 50 cents, but if it's a quick 50-cent drop, you see a quick little 20-cent pop. Give or take on UVXY. So I'm just watching that right now to see what happens here. Is the SPY going to actually rebound and still move higher, or is it going to pull back a little bit more? Probably see it remain choppy for the next hour and a half, guys. Probably see it remain choppy for the next, hour and a half up into that FOMC conclusion. I do want to watch the SPY here right before we jump off the mic. If the SPY does get a little bit of a drop down below the VWAP, I mean, next support level, 432.15, and again, we could see a slight pop. on UVXY. It may be worth a quick little scalp opportunity just to lock in a couple bucks. So I'm just looking to see if I can get a quick little scalp before lunch, maybe. Sounds good, Mr. Eric. I'll be looking forward to it, man. And again, 4 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be announcing the winner of the giveaway. Where's the SPY going to close? Maybe I should guess too, because if I'm right, I'm keeping the keyboard. I'm just going to start using it, typing away. You guys are going to hate me because it's going to be loud and annoying. We're good. We're great. Again, you guys know I'm just kind of taking a peek at the SPY. I'm going to see if it starts cracking on down close to the VWAP, because if it does, you might get a little bit of a crack down below, a little bit of heat. So I'm just kind of taking a peek here at the SPY just to see what it's going to do over the next maybe 5 minutes or so, because I know that when we get those quick little pops up and down on the SPY, we usually get a quick little pop over on UVXY, and maybe worth a little scalp on it. Tell you what, my butt hurts right now. Oh, I gotta get a comfortable chair. I thought this chair was comfortable when I bought it. You'd think a freaking $500 chair would be comfortable, but I tell you what, this thing hurts my butt. All right, so we saw the downtrend rejection, just a slight rejection off the downtrend, nothing too crazy on the SPY, but I want to start to see that crack on back down, ideally to like at least 432.50. And if we do start to take some heat around that VWAP and drop down, you can see a quick little 30-50 cent drop on down before it bounces. And you can see a nice little pop there on UVXY. So, or the SPY breaks the downtrend and rips up back to, you know, high a day at 434.55. And then UVXY keeps on dropping on down here. But I got a little position here. Right off the downtrend on the SPY, I jumped long, on UVXY, and I'm just looking for the SPY to at least come back down to the VWAP before it bounces and maybe get a quick little 10-cent pop here on UVXY. There we go. See if we get that quick little jump up on UVXY. You got a quick little jump up there. You got about 2-3 cents to the upside. Quick little pop, nothing too crazy. Again, the quicker that the SPY moves, that's when we see UVXY pop around pretty quick as well. So if it's just slow and steady, UVXY really doesn't react, right? It's kind of really slow and steady. But if you see volatility and quick moves, that's when you see UVXY make some of those quicker moves as well. So right now it's just chilling right around 1750. Right now it's just sitting right around like that 1750-ish mark on UVXY, while the SPY could still come down another, you know, maybe about 50 cents or so here. A lot of big buying on the SPY there. We had about 10,000 shares at 432.85. You know, with this higher low, if we get volume that moves in off this higher low on the SPY, I'd actually be looking for the break of the downtrend possibly on the SPY. So if you do start to see a nice surge in volume back above 433, and you start to see that nice volume break back above 433 like we're starting to see here, and that downtrend, that could be a nice little downtrend break after that VWAP bounce, and we could absolutely see this, you know, push another maybe like $1.50 to the upside. They're on the SPY. And you can see it's definitely fighting for that that move higher. So let's see, still watching. Yeah, the way it looks like it wants to get that break. So this candle would be the decision-making candle. Right, this candle gets rejected and we have a decent little fall, then we're probably going to come back down to that 432.50 VWAP level. But if this candle starts really, you know, holding strong above that 433 and we start to see price above 433.15, we'll probably start to see the start of that break and at least get a nice little 50 cent, maybe even $1.50 move. But if we get that rejection and we come back down into the 432.80s, I'm pretty certain, pretty confident that we'll see that VWAP touch and see a quick little drop below VWAP before it gets bought back up. But at least I think we can get a nice little drop on down, maybe 30 cents below VWAP. That would allow UVXY to pop on up a little bit, and we can get a couple profit. There we go. That was a nice rejection candle. Cool. Cool. UVXY popping on up here a little bit, guys. Let's see if we get that quick drop. I'm not looking for a drop and it fall, right? I'm looking for a quick drop below, right? That would allow UVXY to pop on up here a little bit. Because I would assume that the SPY would crack below the VWAP and get bought back up. Drop below, get bought up. Drop below, get bought up. So I'm looking for it to come down, possibly drop below, maybe 30, 40, 50 cents before it gets bought back up. But at least I know I can grab about 10 cents on UVXY, maybe even 15 cents, depending on what happens. Is it a drop and it just dumps, or is it indeed going to get bought back up? I think it'll get bought back up. But again, let's see if we can grab a quick scalp here. We got about break even on UVXY. Let's start getting in some green here. Let's see if we can get a quick little drop on down. Nice little flush before it gets bought back up. Now we're in the 39s. UVXY is not really doing anything here. That was a pretty decent drop. There we go. Now we got a quick pop on UVXY. There's another little penny pop. Come on, drop a little bit more here for us before it gets bought back up. Drop a little bit more. I gotta take some profits if we don't keep dropping on down. The second I see the SPY bounce back up a little bit is the second I'm gonna have to go ahead and lock in profits on UVXY long. Again, it was just a little scalp. We're starting to see it getting bought back up a little bit here. I'm going to take half on UVXY. It was a very tiny trade. It wasn't a profitable trade at all. I mean, it was, but it wasn't the big profits I was looking for. I was looking for a few $100. I got like $100 on the table. That's... So I'd say back below 1755 on UVXY. I'm just going to lock it up. It'll probably be a break-even trade by the time it's all said and done. I got in a little bit too late on UVXY, but we're still dropping on the SPY. About $100 in profit. Like I said, probably 30-cent drop before it gets bought back up. It's already dropped about 25 cents. This is the area that we'll probably see it at least pop back up to retest the VWAP as resistance. But the last, several times we've done that, it's gotten right back above the VWAP. So I'm not super confident on this continuing the drop. I would think that if it does start to bounce back up here, it would probably get back above the VWAP. And we can see that it's slowing down. It didn't just drop and just fade and fall. Got big orders coming in. I got to take a little bit more on UVXY. Still holding about a fourth of my position, looking to see if I get any left in it, and there's the buy back up. So I'm going to go ahead and close that out. That was weak. That was $87. Wow. Wow. UVXY didn't really get the move. I was thinking maybe 10 cents, 15 cents. It literally moved 3 cents. It moved 3 cents. So it wasn't that quick. It was a quick drop on the SPY. It did drop on off within that 4 minutes, but we literally saw UVXY barely push on up. So it was $80. It was worth giving it a go. It was the right idea, the right trade, right approach. It just didn't really get that pop on up like I had thought. So again, I locked in the profits that I had. So had a plan, executed the plan. Wasn't as profitable as I thought, but $80 is, I guess, $80. We'll come back this afternoon. See exactly what we have in store after the FOMC meeting. See if penny stocks start to heat back up right now. You guys are going to be watching AREB. AREB is moving on up a little bit. So AREB, AKAN, you can take off your watch list. That one's done for. I guess you can still watch BEKE if you want. RLX isn't really doing anything. DUO, not too much. HOUR for tomorrow. KALA coming off the watch list. SONN. You guys got your targets there, right? So symmetrical triangle squeeze. You got your entry, stops under the trend line. Never even getting close to your stop out. Hit first target, hit second target, and now you're working your way to 72 cents, guys. So you have a runner on the table. You're doing pretty good. And we're all set. So SONN, the entries were back here for the break around 52 cents. You guys right now have about 8 cents of profit on SONN. And then AREB is jumping around here a little bit. And support right now on AREB is right around 209. So if we hold above that 209, 210, you see a nice little bounce on up. But I like SONN better. If you guys are in this trade, manage it. You do have potential to 72 cents. Right now, you're just running a nice tight trailing stop loss. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out, but you're getting stopped out with profits. All right, guys? All right, so enjoy your lunch, traders. Get up, stretch, disconnect, drink some water, get some food in your stomach. All right, guys? We'll be back here right around 2:30 to kick off our Power Hour trading. Good job and good work. I know it was slow, right? But we pretty much nailed what was going to happen. 30 minutes of choppiness with small caps, 10 o'clock setups, boom, SONN. Nice little 10 o'clock setup. Another little setup here. We had some good opportunity in the market. We took advantage of it, and we saw some good profits today, guys. We definitely saw some good profits. But if you were more or less sitting on the sidelines, it's okay. I'll be the first one to say it's okay to sit on the sidelines. If you're not comfortable, if you're not confident about the market that we're in, you don't have to trade, right? The market will be here tomorrow. The market will be here next week. If you don't like what you see, you don't have to trade, all right? So if that was you today, it's all good. It happens, right? Some days we just don't trade. But if you were in the market today, you got in SONN, you got in some of these other nice movers, good job and good work. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here a little bit later this afternoon. Let's end it the way we always end it, in 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Way to come in, way to crush it, way to make it happen. Traders, enjoy that lunch, And I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30. Take care, guys. I'll see you later. Hello. What's up, traders? What's going on? I thought I'd jump back on really quickly before 2:30 and just talk about what we have going on, guys. So obviously we have a lot of volatility and a lot of volume moving into the SPY, the Qs, the broader market. You got UVXY shooting on up. As you guys can see, I'm down $700 now on the day. I was taking UVXY right here when the SPY was at this downtrend. Quick little drop, stopped me out, and then I saw the SPY start to tank. I tried to jump in on UVXY. I did not get in. I just hesitated. I didn't have a plan in place. But in hindsight, it would have been a big time trade if I would have been able to jump in on that. And I was on a call too. But anyway, so I attempted the UVXY trade over lunch, got stopped out. If I wasn't stopped out, obviously I would have hit hard on the trade and it would have been great, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. It happens. We'll see we'll definitely see it set back up in the next 2 hours for another trade. So let's just talk about what's going on, guys. All right. So why is the market reacting the way it's reacting? Obviously we see a slightly negative reaction. Well, the big thing and the first thing to hit was interest rates. Again, the key thing we were looking for today was, what was the vote, right? How much are they going to be raising rates, right? The market priced in 25 basis points. That's what we were expecting, right? That's what the market was expecting. Then they come in and say, 25 basis points, right? Well, there's a slight surprise because they voted on anywhere from 25 upwards of 50. The market wasn't pricing in 50. Right? The market was pricing in 25 basis points, but now we have a range, right, of 25 to 50 basis points. Again, it's a little bit of a range. We don't even know what the decision is going to be. So again, what we can see here is Fed members voted 8-1 for anywhere between 25 basis points to 50 basis points. St. Louis Fed president voted for a 50 basis points. Most of the Fed members also see up to 7 rate increases this year alone. That's a lot of increases. Fed rate decision for March 16th. Dissecting this. But again, the first thing that threw the market off was we had a range. It wasn't set in stone, 25. It was 25 to potentially 50. And that's a little bit of a surprise. The market was not thinking that the Fed was going to announce anything higher than 25 basis points. So that's a slight surprise. That's why we see the reaction here in the market. And that was the key thing that we were looking for. All right, that was one of the key things. 2022 inflation, 4.3%. 2023, they see 2.7%. Obviously, there's people that disagree with that. They think it's much higher. So update, Fed's key federal funds rate raised by 25 basis points. Market's still not liking what's going on. Democrats introduce bill to prevent large mergers, give regulators power to retroactively reverse deals. Some market chatter. Again, okay, so Fed raises key interest rates. It's still a range, so it's still not definitive. It's still a range. It could be 50 basis points. Fed sees unemployment rate between 3 and 4% for 2022. But the key thing that the market's reacting off of is the interest rates. All right, guys. So that's why the market's reacting the way it is. And we said that this morning, right? The key thing we're looking for is interest rates, right? That's what everybody's looking for. If it's exactly what we had priced in, you probably will see a decent reaction. But if it's anything different than that 25 that we had been talking about for a week, 2 weeks now, right? If it's any kind of surprise, you're going to see the markets react negatively. It was a surprise, right? Because again, we could go up to 50 basis points. It's not set in stone at 25. So that's why we see the SPY dropping on off here a little bit. Still green on the day. Still a nice little gap up from yesterday. But we're seeing exactly what we've been seeing the last 5 times. That the SPY has gapped up into or above that 20 EMA and above that downtrend. What's the SPY doing right now? It's falling back inside of this falling channel. Again, I'm still not convinced we found the market bottom. I'm still convinced we come back down to 415, 410 before we attempt a bounce higher. So if we stay below 428 today on the SPY, I'm taking puts into next Friday with a 415 strike. I do not know yet, Corey. I do not see that on my end as far as whenever they get to confirm whether it's 25 or 50. So I don't know, but we do have, I'm sure Pal will be answering some questions, what, right around 2:30? Man, looking at UVXY in hindsight, I'm kicking myself in the ass right now. Yeah, I was gonna say at 2:30, I think he's gonna be doing some Q&As. So we'll see exactly what he has to say, and maybe the markets like what he has to say. Maybe he validates with 90% certainty it's 25%, you know, or 25 basis points. We'll see, but that's what the market was really looking for there. And then how many hikes? And then 7 rate hikes potentially in 2022. That's a lot, right? That's a lot when we have, you know, 7 months left in the year. Right? We got 9 months, but still, that's a rate hike every 45 days. That's a lot of rate hikes, and the market does not like that. It's going to cost more money to borrow the money. That's obviously going to hurt growth. Companies being able to take out those loans, borrow money to continue to grow and scale. It's going to cut into their bottom line, number one. Yeah, the 7 is a lot. 7 is a lot. So from what I see, again, I haven't gotten any verification yet, but I still see a range. Let me go do a little bit more research, but I'm still seeing them giving a range of the rate hikes. But again, I could be missing something right now. Placid's saying they did. It is definitely 25%. And yeah, you're 100% right too. It's the 7 more rate hikes as well. That's definitely a little bit of a, whoa, 7? Because I think you were right. I think it was like 4. I thought it was 5, 4 or 5, but yeah, it could have been 3 to 4. Then 7 is definitely something that the market hasn't priced in either. That's a surprise, and the market does not like surprises. So, yeah. So with that being said, obviously we're down from, you know, right around 431 down to 427. Nice little 4-point drop. We have some volatility. We're going to continue, in my opinion, see some volatility through the rest of the day. And we have some opportunity in the market, guys. We absolutely have some opportunity here to lock in some great profits, whether that's on UVXY or trading options on the SPY and the Qs. But if we do indeed look like we're going to close, I would say below 427, right? Below that downtrend, I'm absolutely looking to take some puts. Just so you guys know, I'm going to swing UVXY, number one, and I'm going to look to take some puts on the SPY. So, geez, man, I'm looking at UVXY, and I am literally kicking myself in the butt. I was on the phone with Cole, and I even told Cole, I'm buying this at 1780. I'm a buyer at 1780. And I'm literally typing up my order. I look over, it's over 18. I'm like, I missed the trade. He's like, what? I'm like, I missed the trade. I'm talking to you. Too busy talking. I missed my trade. He goes, dude, how many shares are you going to take? I said, 5,000. He goes, dude, you would have made $1,500 on the trade. I'm like, yeah, and I wouldn't have sold it all either. I would have left a runner. I'm looking in hindsight, it's up $1. And I'm like, that was my one great trade that I was waiting for. That's the beautiful thing about trading stocks. Sometimes you get distracted. But anyway, we're all good, all good, all good. We will absolutely see it set back up. Yeah, Cole owes me now $3,000 at this point in time. He owes me $3,000. Cole! Hey, Cole, my PayPal is josh@alphadaytrading.com. All right, you can go ahead and send me that cash. All right, so we're just kind of sitting back right now, waiting. Obviously, there's no reason to be shorting the SPY, dropping 4 points without popping back up. There's no reason to be touching UVXY to the long side. It's already up $1 from that move on up. We're not touching it. Wait for the pullback. Wait for the next best entry here on the SPY or UVXY. So this could just be all momentum, right? We could just see nothing but momentum follow through here on the SPY as it just keeps dropping. Really just kind of referencing that 9 EMA. And as long as we see that 9 EMA hold this down, I would consider scalping UVXY. But here's the other thing as well, guys, is yesterday's close, 426.21. Breaking below yesterday's close of that 426, what was it? What was the close? 426.17. we could see it continue to drop another, $1.50 to $2 to the downside. So you may see me in and out, in and out, in and out of UVXY as I'm literally just looking to scalp this along the move up. If I see momentum moving back in and more downside potential in the SPY, I'm still absolutely looking to try and scalp UVXY. I already missed my home run trade. I could get another home run, but in the meantime, I'm definitely just considering, the scalp UVXY. 5-10 cents here, 5-10 cents there. That's kind of what I'm looking to do right now. We are back below the trend line. We are back below that that massive daily downtrend. Looking at the 9 EMA, again, we have a lot of selling volume into the 9 EMA, a lot of selling volume into the 9 EMA. Let's see if we continue to follow through with bouncing up into that 9 EMA and then sellers regaining control and driving it down even further. We know we have support off yesterday's close at 426.17. So if we were to take this trade, we would need to consider locking in profits down towards around 426.17, or at least a little bit of profits. But right now, as you guys can see, I put my P&L box up. I do not have any open positions. I did get smacked in the face on that one trade on UVXY. I did, dig myself another, $300, $400 hole. But again, the day's not over. There's still a lot of opportunity in the market, and I am ready to attack the opportunity, guys. I'm ready to attack. I'm ready to make some money. And penny stocks right now, guys, it's not really where the focus is going to be. We'll still keep pennies on watch, but really, your best of the best opportunity is going to be just looking at the SPY, right? Looking for calls, puts, ideally puts. You want to play this downward momentum. Just wait for it to bounce back up into a level of resistance. Let's look for a good short setup if we get one. And then if we do get the good short setup on the SPY and you guys don't like trading options, we are looking to trade UVXY to the long side. And that's where I'm going to be putting my money, is going to be over on UVXY if we do see the SPY give us a decent little short setup. So right there, 428.50. Let's see if that's a point in time where we get rejected here on the SPY. What's the best email to reach me? Josh@alphadaytrading.com. You can shoot me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com. So right now, who's even close? Colin said 420 on the SPY. Jamie said 450. 425 for Beth. Beth is pretty close. 426.59 from Alan. He's pretty close. 428.18 from Steve. Steve, if we just flatline here the rest of the day, you're the winner. So we got some 428s, 427, 426, 425. So you guys are definitely in the right range. 428.38. Matt says 425. 428, 429, 429, 431, 431, 430. So we shall see. Those of you that put in answers below 430, you guys are winning right now. Anybody that said anything below 430, you guys are winners. Come on, 428.18, Steve says. Come on, 428.18. I want to win that damn keyboard. And if anybody gets the keyboard and you don't like it, feel free to send it back. Seriously, if you get it and you're like, no, I'm not going to use this, I don't like it, just mail it back or just return it to sender, and we'll do a different giveaway for you guys. I don't want it sitting in your closet like it's been sitting in my closet for the last 3 months. So here's what I want to see, a slight little bounce back up. It doesn't have to be double top, but I want to see an attempt back up into this level of resistance. I want to see it roll over. I want to take UVXY long. I thought about taking it right here, again, off that lower shadow. I thought about a quick scalp on UVXY, but I'm really looking for that bigger picture trade, something that I can grab 50 cents a dollar out of. So if we can get a slight little pop back up and still get rejected here, I want to take the trade. And it looks like it's going to keep getting pulled down here, but I cannot chase the stock. That means I'd have to 20 cents of risk on UVXY with 20 cents of reward. Yeah, count me out. I don't want it to go to 420 today because I want to get my puts on it to swing this for a couple weeks out. So I don't want it to come that low because then they're going to be more expensive, but I do want to see it below 427 or 426 ideally, and if we do see that around like 350 355, I'm absolutely buying 2 week out puts on the SPY. I'm just being completely straight up with you guys. I've missed a lot of these SPY trades that you guys have been crushing. I'm gonna take my own alert. So again, puts, we want to go out, not today's expiration, 7-day March 23rd. I don't want to take this out until the 25th. So we'll go 25th of March, 9 days, and I'm looking at 415s. Yeah, probably be the March 25th strikes at 415 is where I want to take those back into those lows, and I think it'd go lower. Yeah, and that's why I'm going 9 days, and they're already $300 a pop. Faded K on these, got implied volatility 31, open interest is 9, which is actually a pretty good strike. The delta is 30, which is the delta I want to be on, with a theta of 40. That's not the best. I'm gonna have to go out pretty far, aren't I? Probably be $1,000 contracts if I went out 15 days at the same 415. We're looking at 550 a contract. Great open interest. Delta, the theta is evened out. Still not the best, but you know, for the price and the time horizon, I do think it's realistic. So again, we're going to play this closer to the end of the day. We'll check it out closer to the end. I'm already trying to get somewhat prepared. And I would probably want to try and go, might even go into the month, March 30th, going 14 days. Those 415s are already up $50. So those are going to be the ones I'm looking at. Why would I go out 2 weeks? I'd want to go out, I'd try and go out past the 25th. I want to try and get out at least 2 weeks from now. So whenever I look at, you know, swinging options, obviously you have theta, which is time decay. And I got to look at how long do I think it's going to take this trade to play on out, right? To get that nice little 10-point drop. Well, when we see those false breakouts above the 20 EMA and that downtrend, we typically get that move in 3 days. Right? We get that false breakout close below. We get our move within 3 days. So I'm expecting to see that take place in 3 to 5 days. So what's my rule for options? Right? If I think it's going to take a week, I always add an additional week to it. I think we can see that come down to that level absolutely next Monday or Tuesday. Shit, it may even happen by Friday. I'm definitely thinking within the next 5 trading sessions, we could see the SPY down towards around that 415 level based on what the SPY typically does. But I want to give myself that extra week, right? So I want to try and give myself at least 2 weeks if I think that this can play out within 3 to 5 days. So just going out a little bit further, right? Instead of going a 5-day, probably go out a 12 or a 15-day put, just to give myself more time to be right. And like Corey said as well, to minimize the theta decay if it does take a couple extra days. And if it goes against me and it's a wrong trade and it shoots on up, well, guess what? You know, I still have some time left where I'm not going to take that big of a hit on the contract if it is a loss. But I'm very convicted. I'm very convinced. You know, again, we've been trading this massive falling channel for at least the last month and a half, and really utilizing that 20 EMA as a key level of resistance. And look at today, we gapped up. People are like, it's going green. I'm like, but it really depends on how we close, right? We've seen it several false breakouts. We saw one here, 3 days, we get our drop down 10 points. We see the false breakout here, 3 days, we get that substantial drop. So here, false breakout, if we close back below inside of this falling channel, again, the market not liking the Fed meeting and the conclusion, below that 20 EMA, falling back inside of this falling channel, I would expect at least to be able to come back down to 415. I think we can hit 410 and lower, which is going to put me in the money, but at least I think, hey, at least best case 415. But look at the other drops, right? Look at those 3-day drops. You went from 433 to 415. That was a 15-point drop, almost a 20-point drop. What was the drop here? From 450 down to 435. That was a 15-point drop. So we know that we can see 10 to 15-point drop if we do indeed close back below those levels. And again, $10 from now puts me right at my target. If we get 15, that puts us back at 410. And these are both very key levels of support. 415 to 416, back down at 410.75. If we do indeed come down to the lower part of this falling channel, you know, that would put us at right around $400. And I still think we see $400 on the SPY. So maybe a short-term descending triangle on the SPY. So again, we're putting in flat bottom support, lower highs. If we continue to get rejected here off the downtrend and we crack support, I'm absolutely looking about to go long on UVXY, but I keep missing my trades. I'm not confident in shorting at support or buying at resistance personally, but there is a lot of strength here. So let's see, let's get my scalping fingers ready, guys. Scalping fingers engaged. Yes, I call them scalping fingers. They're my miracle fingers. That's how I scalp the markets. Got my scalping fingers. Come on, get that crack. I'm up about 10 cents a share now. I'm looking to see if the SPY's gonna crack and move lower here. Fingers on the trigger though. I got 10 cents of profit right now. Let's keep dropping on down here on the SPY. Let's see if we can get 20 cents of profit here on UVXY. About 270 right now. Fingers on the trigger. If we start to see this back above 426.50 on the SPY, I'm gonna start locking in some profits here, but we're still getting a nice little pop there on UVXY. SPY's still dropping, still long, not out yet. Still watching time and sales level 2, 1892 on UVXY. We got about 322 on the table. SPY stalling right there at yesterday's close. We're down below yesterday's close. If we don't crack below 426, there's 426 crack. Let's go ahead and take half of UVXY. Let's go ahead and cut half there. And let's ride the other half to see if we continue to fall on the SPY and see how much higher on UVXY we can go. Cost basis is still 1878. So if we start to see the SPY bounce here and we close above yesterday's, so here I'm going to start cutting UVXY. If we do close above 426.17, I'm going to lock up my profits on UVXY completely. But if we close below 426, I'm still holding. We're over 19 on UVXY. We got about 25 cents a share right now. Still being patient. I think we can still move lower. A lot of selling volume. We're at 1906. Still holding. Back above 426 on the SPY. I'm going to start locking in UVXY profits again. 425.66. We're still moving lower. UVXY over 1910. We're good. There's 1910 break. So now new stops are right below 1910 if the SPY does start bouncing, but we're looking good, guys. We're looking good. And I guarantee those puts that I was going to take, I'm guaranteeing they're up. Let's go ahead and lock in a little bit more. We got some great profits on UVXY right now, guys. We just locked in, that's a $700 trade. It got me out of the hole. So I told you, one good trade, it'll get me break even on the day. My next good trade, I'll be in the green. So one good trade, back to break even. That was a $780 trade on UVXY as I was down 780 bucks. Below 1915 on UVXY, I'm out. I got 600 shares left. SPY's still dropping, but we're right at 425. We're at 1920 on UVXY. What a move. 40-cent move to the upside. And I'm still holding 600 shares. Back below 19. Let's go. Let's trail it up to 1915. There's 1915. I'm out. All right, we're starting to bounce there right at 425, psychological level. We're overextended to the downside. We just dropped $2.50. The SPY's got to bounce back up. Exit your position, wait for the bounce back up, wait for the next good short setup. Look to go long on UVXY or look to take some puts on the SPY. And those puts that I was going to take for my swing trader up 30%. Placid says, quick comment. I know you have tried to decrease the F-bombs used in chat, but I miss those days. Fucking me too, Placid. Fuck, me too, buddy. Tell you what, I love my good old F-bombs. So there you go. I gave you 2 F-bombs. So now I'm going to zip it. Now I'm going to zip it. No more F-bombs. So that good scalp turned into a nice little trade there. I was able to get out of the hole about 700 bucks. And we're still looking to do the same thing through the rest of the day, guys. Penny stock, slow and steady. The action is with the SPY. The good old SPY. So waiting for that slight little bounce on back up on the SPY. I'm still looking at this downtrend right there. So if we do come back up underneath those lows, that'll put you right around the downtrend. That's where I'd look to short the SPY again or go long on a UVXY. So again, if you guys are still watching the SPY and you're gonna day trade these options, right? Go to your 0 days until expiration, find yourself a nice 30 delta, trade yourself a nice little 30 delta. You go with a 423 option. So a 423 strike gives you a 30 delta, and they're about 70 bucks a piece. You could scalp these and lock in $20, $30, $20, $30, $20, $30. Like literally every dollar the SPY moves, you're gonna make 40% return. Right? So again, we're getting nice clean dollar drops, right? It's pretty easy. We just dropped the dollar in one candle. And these are very volatile. So just keep in mind, these are very volatile. These could go against you just as fast as they go with you. But again, they're low risk, right? You bought one contract and it went to 0, you're literally out 75 bucks. If you bought one contract and get a nice little $2, $3 drop, which is very realistic, you can make 100%. So I'd be looking for the SPY to bounce back up into this downtrend, as well as come back underneath these prior lows, that support level, retest as resistance, get rejected off the downtrend. That would give us entries right around 426.68. We can get about a $2 drop to the downside. That means on a 30 delta contract, you'd be looking about $60 of profit based on the price. You're making about 100% return. You could risk $1 safely and you'd be in a good little spot. Randall, do you click buy on the puts or sell? Well, you're going to be buying a put, right? You're going to be going long on a put. So the put's going to go up in value when the stock's price goes down. So you're not actually shorting anything, right? You're going to buy a call if you think that the stock's going to go up. You're going to buy a put if you think the stock's price is going to go down. So you don't actually have to take a short. You're not shorting anything. You're going to go long or simply buy a put. And when the stock's price goes down, the put's going to go up in value. But right now, it's too soon. I mean, you could jump in right now and you could, hit a home run trade. It could drop. It may not make it back to that downtrend in that prior level of support, but that's the level that I'm looking at. That's the level that I want to get involved. If I get it, I get it. If not, it's going to set back up. We still have an hour and a half to go, guys. But here's one thing that I noticed. You got a little bit of bullish divergence. Look at your RSI. RSI is making a slightly higher low, right? Stock's making a lower low. You got a little bit of that bullish divergence. So that's something to be mindful of. That if it does break the downtrend with that divergence, you should probably cut your loss very, very quick. You do not want to get caught in this, squeezing back up, another $2 on you. So if you do break that downtrend here and you don't get rejected and fall back below and you stay above this level for 1-2 minutes, I'd get out because you do see some of that bullish divergence. Stock's making a lower low, RSI is making a slightly higher low. You are starting to see a break of the downtrend now, which is ideally not what you want to see. As you guys can see, I don't have an entry right now because I'm just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Again, trend lines are subjective. That could be the downtrend here off the candle body, candle body, candle body. I was running off the wicks. It could absolutely be a candle body downtrend, but we still need to watch that prior level of support, 426.65. So if we get rejected off the downtrend and we see price back below 426.65, that's going to be a signal to short back down the low a day, but we are still grinding higher right now. And UVXY is still dumping on off. Let's go ahead and clean up my chart. My chart is horrendous right now. So what's this trend line? Oh, that's our daily downtrend. That's our daily downtrend. I don't want to remove that. I'll remove it for now. I can redraw it. Let's remove that for now. Actually, no, because that's still a level of resistance here on the daily. Just got a lot going on. Let's remove that downtrend and we're good. We got support resistance, 428.48. We got that daily downtrend that we see is still being respected. I mean, you can see this very clear on a lower time frame. That's just a very, very strong downtrend. And we've broken about it, a few times, but we've always fell right back down below. So let's see what happens. You can see it backing off here a little bit. We're overextended to the upside. I think we'll start pulling back. All right, I do think we're a little overextended. I do think we're going to start pulling back here a little bit on the SPY. Just a little bit of a drop back down to 426.65. Again, we're almost 3 points to the upside without pulling back. Same thing, UVXY is overextended to the downside. So with that being said, I want to grab a quick little trade again on UVXY to see if we can't Grab a couple bucks on the slight pop. Again, I'm just looking to scalp this. Again, you guys can see I'm in with 1,200 shares at 1847. I'm not very aggressive because it's a dip buy opportunity. On UVXY, it's not an aggressive position for me to be taking, 5,000 shares because, again, it may not get rejected on the SPY. We can continue to shoot on up. But again, we are a little overextended to the upside. We saw it back down here a little bit right off that trend line level. We do have resistance right there at 428.48. Again, I would expect to see it pull back down to 426.65. So I'm taking a good amount of heat here. Yeah, that's why I didn't take big size, because again, the SPY is just rocketing to the upside, but decreasing volume along the leg up right into that level of resistance. We literally went from oversold to overbought in just that move. And we all know that's not sustainable. We know that this is going to pull back a little bit, so I might have to be just really, really patient here. It's strengthening up here a lot though. 425 all the way back up to 429. That's a pretty big move in 10 minutes on the SPY, guys. So how much higher could the SPY actually go? So let's look at this big downtrend that we have. Come off when we initially cracked support, run it off that high, and I mean, we could see it all the way back up at 430, maybe 431. What's SONN doing? SONN, nothing. HOUR is going to be a good mid-candle breakout for tomorrow, guys. And AREB, she's done for. So right now, again, this is where the opportunity's at, guys. So again, the SPY is definitely overextended. We just ripped from 425 to 429.50. That's a $4.50 move to the upside without seeing a single red candle. Obviously, it's going to pull back, right? But you do have good support, 428.48. So how much lower is it going to pull back, right? Was this a false breakout over that level of resistance? Is it going to continue to fade and fall? We're going to get a decent little small pullback right to that 428.50 and then see this back up right around 430. Right now, I took a lot of heat on UVXY, and I knew it was a riskier position, and that's why I didn't jump in with 5,000 shares, 3,000 shares. I jumped in with 1,200. I cut 600 very, very quickly to get out, and I still do have a little bit because, again, I do know we're going to see a pullback, and if we really start to see it really get hit hard with that pullback, we'll start to go back in the green a little bit. But I guess today's just a inevitable day. I guess I'm meant to be red. It seems like today's the day that I'm meant to lose my green streak. I've been on a green streak for 3 weeks. I guess today's the day that the market's like, Josh, you've had enough fun, right? It's time for you to lose a little bit. So if today's the first red day, so be it. I'll take it. But we still got plenty of time, guys. So for a moment there, I was like, anybody under 430, it looks like you're going to be the winner of the giveaway. Now it's like anybody above 430 is going to be the winner of the giveaway. That's pretty wild move there. Nice little drop, and it rallied back up just as quick. Just tagged 430. Very close to that downtrend. So right now we're just kind of sitting back, guys. Sitting back a little bit here. Yeah, there was too much aggressive selling pressure. It was definitely going to bounce back up. I didn't expect it to bounce back up that much, but hey, it happens. That's the market. I wasn't expecting to see it up $5 in the past 10 minutes. Absolutely not. But that's the market for you guys. On very volatile days like today, and this week being a very volatile, crazy week, stuff like this happens, right? So you got to tread lightly. You got to trade safe, and that's what I was doing on that trade. Is I felt like I was treading lightly. I didn't take a huge position. I cut half of it quick. I'm still holding another half because, again, I do expect to see a pullback, maybe get back into the green, and if it's a bigger pullback, then maybe we start really seeing some profits there. But right now, I'm still managing that trade on UVXY. I still see resistance around 430, and I still do expect to see some pretty decent moves. All right, $2, $3, swings in price. So we are still good to go. I'm just kind of sitting back on the position I have, and I'm not going to add just yet. But if we do get a better, more proper setup, and I see something that I like, I would absolutely add to my position. But right now, I'm not just going to add to it because we're at support. I'm not just going to add to my UVXY position because we're just at resistance. I want to see a much better setup. So let's see what takes place over the next 5 to 10 minutes here, guys, on the SPY. Let's see which direction we're heading. Are we going to break that downtrend back above 430? Can we take some calls to 432.44? Are we going to fall back below that 428.50 and maybe grab some puts down towards around 426.50? About $2. I mean, we got $2 of potential to the upside. We see $2 of potential to the downside. That's still very profitable if we can capture a $2 move in either direction. So again, right now, we're just kind of sitting back and watching, guys. That's really all that's taking place right now is we're sitting back, being patient, waiting to see what takes place back down towards around this 427.48. We crack below, pop back up, retest it. It's resistance. We could absolutely start to see another nice little drop here on the SPY. And at that point in time, I may consider adding to my position if we do get another nice little dump on down. But right now, I'm just still trading lightly and just playing it safe, guys. Playing it safe. So again, if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Right now, we're just watching the SPY. We know we have that downtrend resistance right around 430 psychological round number resistance. VWAP's at 430.92. We're starting to see some decent consolidation here, which is definitely looking like we can be primed and ready for another pop on up. We ever do see any kind of bearish formation, and we do see a good short setup on the SPY, I'm absolutely looking to go long and add to my position again on UVXY. So that's a double top. Maybe we see divergence setting in right off the downtrend at 430. That could be a decent little level to get involved here on the SPY to see if we get that nice little next leg on down. But right now, broke above 428.50. We're holding strong, consolidating above that level. It could be getting ready to move higher. It could be. We could see it back up to high a day above, 433. I mean, what was the high a day? It was like 430, 455. I mean, technically speaking, we could see it all the way back up there, another $5 to the upside if we do indeed get above 430, break the downtrend, and get above that 20 EMA on the daily. Yeah, we could absolutely start to see a nice little rebound, and we could absolutely continue higher. So we got to shift our mindset to going long on the SPY if that's the case. But right now at this point in time, I'm just looking to see what takes place right around this 430 level. And if we do see any kind of just really bearish, selling pressure move on in, and we see anything that really just signals short, I'm going to add to my UVXY position. All right, so the SPY's right at that resistance level. You're not seeing any strong divergence. You still have a lot of buying volume compared to selling volume. It's breaking key levels pretty clean, pretty easy. Right now, it's definitely not giving us a strong indication that we could see it pull on back. Right now, it looks very, very good and pretty strong to the upside at this point in time. We're right there, guys. We're right around the downtrend. You got the VWAP right at the VWAP. Like I said, it's looking pretty strong, like it wants to make a move higher. So I'm back down 600 bucks on the day. It is what it is. Like I said, today I guess is just one of those days that I guess I'm gonna break even. It seems like it just seems like, hey, I'm just gonna. Today's the day that I just lose my green streak, guys. It happens. All right, it's inevitable. I expect to have red days. I expect to hit daily max losses at some time in my trading, right? I don't want it to happen, but I expect it to happen because it's literally inevitable. You cannot control it. You're going to take losses. You're going to have red days. Was this red day controllable? Yeah. I could have not taken that risky trade right off resistance, and I just got squeezed out of the position. I could have said, nah, it's not really a great trade. It wasn't a great trade, right? I was looking to buy the dip, scalp it. I was up like 50 bucks at one point, and then immediately I got my face melted off. So it was definitely avoidable. I could have been break even on the day, but at one point I was already down 700 bucks. I was like, you know what? I'm already down 700. I'm probably gonna walk away 7. So Again, I'm not too upset or anything like that, guys. So now's the point in time that we may start to see a slight reversal. If we do not break and squeeze above this prior high, we top on out and we see that divergence, we start cracking back down below 430, we could absolutely start to see the SPY pull on back here a little bit. So we had a high volume rejection candle over VWAP. It was a slight little false breakout of VWAP there. Again, that's the first rejection. I'd want to see buyers attempt the re-break of the VWAP, and if it breaks, it breaks. And, you know, we're still going to be looking for some calls. But if we do pop back up, we can't break and hold above, and we fall back below 430, I could expect to see the SPY back down at 428.48, below 428.48, back down at 426.65. Below 426.65, back down at 425. So we got 3 levels to look to lock in profits if we do indeed start to see this roll over and pull on back here. So let's just keep it on watch. Probably a couple of minutes, we'll have a great idea. If it's going to crack on down, maybe we can grab about, you know, $2 to the downside, or if we should stay out of puts and just look to play calls. But right now, still looking at the SPY, we're still in a slight downtrend, right? We were uptrending, consolidating, cracking out of the consolidation, downtrend, downtrend, downtrend. We are still, bigger picture, moving to the downside, but we are short term starting to grind back up, obviously, a little bit. So breaking really above that 431 and staying above 431, I would say we're going to start trying to retest probably high a day again. So again, SPY below 430, back down at 428.48 would be the target. If we bounce here above 430, you'll probably see it retesting slightly above 431, like that high at 431.31. Got about 4 seconds left on this candle. Let's see where it closes on out. Back above, yeah, it's probably going to pop back up 431.40 and retest. But we shall see. Let's see what happens here. IXHL must be setting up down. Let's see real quick. IXHL. Let's go take a peek at that while the SPY figures out where it's going to go. IXHL. No, they're definitely not setting up on this. This thing's done. This was a random pump and dump. Yeah, so that was a very light volume pump and dump there on IXHL. So yeah, this thing is definitely not worth your time here on IXHL. So right now I'm still looking at the SPY, probably back down at 428.50. That would get UVXY up towards around 814-ish. And that puts me break even on the trade. So that'll put me back at break even on the day. So if I get break even there and we start to see it bounce and I'm cutting that trade, that'll at least get me to break even. And I'll probably wrap up a break even day and just call it that. So there's really not a lot to base anything off of right now. For NVIDIA, is that considered a double bottom? That would not be considered a double bottom on NVIDIA, as it made a lower low. So that, to me, I can see you had a little bit of a downtrend. It looks like you had a falling channel drawn up there. It looks like a nice little break at the downtrend, obviously breaking back above the 9 and the 20. Probably go look at your RSI around the same time and see if you notice any kind of divergence on the RSI based on the time frame and the day that you're looking at. But to answer your question directly, that would not be considered a double bottom because you actually made that lower low. Right, your one low is at 234, your next low is at 232. But again, I don't know what time frame. What time frame is that? Is that today on NVIDIA? Yeah, boom, boom. So you didn't really see any like clear-cut divergence, but the biggest thing that you saw here was just that nice little break of the downtrend, right? So nice little downtrend break, closing back above that 9 EMA, and then that rally and that rocket ship to the moon. 5-minute time frame, still not the best looking double bottom. I mean, double bottom from the open, but again, you know, that's a big old double bottom. There's just a bounce off support, but looking at your picture there, yeah, just because it did make that lower low. So really what I see, not really seeing like a clear cut double bottom, just seeing a simple break of the downtrend. So I'm going to get that trend line out of here for now. Let's go ahead and, I don't want to duplicate you. I want to remove you, buddy. So remove that out. We got these nice higher lows, higher high, higher low. Trying to get a slightly higher high. Barely, but it was kind of up there. And you definitely don't see the RSI moving suit with the price. So I do have my trend line drawn up here on the SPY. I'm looking at 1 minute time frame. I do see the start of some divergence, possibly at resistance. If we do see this follow through here, double top maybe, right? Maybe a double top. We see the divergence, cracking that trend line. That's a good short. So let me show you a double bottom, Owen. I'll show you a double bottom. If we do the inverse on the SPY, just do negative SPY and flip it. Obviously, it's a double top, but I want to show you what I see as far as a double bottom. That would be a textbook double bottom. It's not really a double bottom because, again, I'm looking at the inverted chart on the S&P. It's a double top, but I want to go ahead and flip that chart around to show you what it would look like on a chart if you were to look at it, find a double bottom. That would be a really nice double bottom. Comes down, bounces, within moments, comes back down to that same level, bounces with volume. That would be a nice little double bottom. Nice little W formation there. So again, if we top out here with that double top, maybe it's a triple top, we do see the RSI curling on over. We do see a loss of buying momentum. You have that little bit of divergence, nothing too crazy. But again, we got VWAP resistance up there. We do see the RSI making lower highs, even though we put in a slightly higher high, but at least a similar high. We didn't see the RSI correlate. Not aggressive divergence, but it's something to be mindful of. Throw yourself a nice little trend line on this. If you do see a triple top or a lower high form off VWAP, and you start to crack that slide uptrend, you could literally look to take some puts for about $1.50 to the downside. So you got pretty good resistance on the SPY. Some pretty decent resistance right around that 431.50. Obviously, you see a lot of support and resistance, a lot of resistance before it really started to tank there. And if you run a downtrend off of our high of day across those highs, you see it's also this downtrend. So you do have a lot of resistance here, right around 431.50 on the SPY. That's the VWAP nearby, holding this down as resistance. You're starting to lose some buying volume here as it's trying to bounce on up. This could be the start of the lower high that we want to see, followed by the crack of this uptrend that would also be cracking back below 430. I would be okay with getting puts for about $1.40 to the downside. You want to take those down towards around 428.60. So if we do indeed start to see it drop back below 430, cracking the trend line, you got divergence, weak bounce there, light volume bounce on up. You can literally get away with about a 75-cent stop. You're looking for $1.50 to the downside. So your stop loss would be if the stock pushes back up to 430.70. That's where you stop out over that lower high. And your entries would be once we start cracking the uptrend back below 430. So again, you got about a 70-cent loss looking at this, the chart, about $1.50 to the downside, $1.40 to the downside of profit. So it's, I mean, it's a textbook 2-to-1 setup. You got your lower high coming in. That was a weak volume bounce. You see that initial divergence. I definitely do like this here, guys, for a possible crack here. But it's got to close and crack and stay below 430 before we make an entry. So again, it has to fall below 430 and fall below the trend line. Until that happens, there's no reason to take the trade. That's got to take place first. So as long as we do put in that lower high and eventually see the follow through with the crack of this trend line, we can definitely start thinking about a possible trade coming on up. So still sitting back and being patient. We know we have 431.50 resistance, the VWAP as well. Ideally want to see the lower high selling volume. We saw the initial divergence set in. We want to get a crack of the uptrend. Breaking back down below 430, that's going to be a signal to enter your put contracts. Ride those down until the SPY hits 428.70. That's a great level to lock up some profits. You could see it as low as 426.60 and then back down to the low of day. But your signal is not until you crack that uptrend and you crack below 430. Your stops are going to be right above that VWAP level, right? Whatever that lower high is, wherever that lower high forms, that's where your stop loss goes, is above that level. If it is a false crack below the trend line, if it's a false crack below 430 and it rips back up, you got to keep your stops nice and tight, and it's got to be in a good place. And the best place for this is right over that prior high. Steve says 428.18. Let's go. Yeah, we'll be announcing the winner of the giveaway here in about what? 48 minutes. So let's see what the SPY's going to do here, guys. This is the make or break. This is the moment in time that in the next probably few minutes, maybe even few seconds, we start seeing this confirm and possibly giving us what we need for those puts. Or to go long on UVXY, whatever your preference is. So I'd say about another 2 to 3 minutes before we actually make a decision. Are we going to bounce? Are we going to shoot on up and break higher? That could very well happen. But I'm definitely seeing more opportunity to the short side, assuming that we do indeed get the crack of the trend line. We have that divergence, you know, again, everything that we've been discussing. But again, with this volatility and the market just being this erratic, we could easily squeeze up and break 431.50. And at that time, you want to be looking for calls, probably up towards around 433.50. If we do not crack on down and we see a nice aggressive pop on up, you'd want to be thinking, let's go long. Let's take some calls over that 431.50 up towards around 432.31, and then up towards around those other highs, right around 433.35. The suspense is terrible. I hope it will. Yeah. The game of patience, guys. It's just it's a slow and steady game of patience. You know, you just mark up your levels, get prepared, do your due diligence, build a plan. If this happens, I will take this action. If that happens, I will take this action, and just simply wait for the trade to give you what you need to get involved. And right now, we haven't seen what we needed to see to get involved. So what are we doing? Sitting back, being patient, waiting for that technical level to crack. And if it does, we have high probability of being on the right side of the trade. But until that happens, we're just sitting here. We're chilling. We're chilling like a villain. So this is the third attempt to actually get a clean break over the VWAP, guys. That is the third attempt that we've actually been trying. Actually, it's the fourth attempt. 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth attempt to actually get a solid little break here over the VWAP. And if we do, and we see some great buying volume move in, wouldn't be surprised if we break over 431.50 and start ripping back up towards around 433. But if this cracks that uptrend, guys, falling below 430, things get interesting to the downside. Beth says, drop, Spy, drop. I wanna win this giveaway. Like, come on, man. I wanna win the giveaway. What you doing? What you doing, Spy? We wanna get some giveaway action. We wanna get that giveaway action, guys, don't we? So it's taking a minute. It's definitely testing your patience here, guys. It's taking a good minute. We got to get a break. What do you guys think? We got to break and run, or we got to see this top on out? What are you guys thinking right now? Do you think we're going to break and run, right? Get up to that 433, 434, or do you think we're going to falsely break out? You think this is going to be a false breakout followed by a dump? Yeah. Open a position and get out for me, Steve says. Josh, open a position and then just get out. The stock will rip. You guys are hilarious, but it's inevitable. It's inevitable, isn't it? It's definitely looking like it wants to squeeze here, guys. It's definitely consolidating, getting very nice and tight. Looking like it wants to get a little bit of some action here towards the end of the day. And today could be that official breakout, right? We could actually be fully breaking out above this downtrend, above that 20 EMA. And this is why we wait towards the end of the day, guys, right? We said, hey, we need to wait towards the end of the day, right? Before we consider puts to swing. Just really about being patient. Nice volume break there on the SPY. Nice clean volume breakout on the SPY there. Yeah, I tell you what, they are pretty funny. Steve says, open position on UVXY and then get out. Yeah. Okay. That's probably what I should do. I'll help the team out. Then just split your profits with me 50-50. So it is 3:20 in the market. Do we have anything with SONN? We do not. Do we have anything with HOUR? I think this is a better setup for the mid-candle breakout tomorrow. BEKE. Nothing here. AREB was another top stock. Nothing going on there. So it's clear that all the opportunity and all the focus is here with the S&P. Obviously, you guys can be watching the Qs as well, but I prefer to watch the S&P, just personal preference. So guys, you can chat. You guys know you can talk, you can chat. I know we're watching the same things, but right now it's just really it's game of patience, guys. We just broke that 431.50 on the SPY. Very strong volume, very aggressive move on up. So if we get our nice little pullback, 431.50, retest old resistance as new support, definitely look to jumping on some calls there. If we pull back, retest 431.50, we hold a support, we can absolutely look to be jumping into some calls back up to whatever this prior high would be. And that high would be right now 433. So at least we know we get that nice little pullback and that bounce on up. We could catch about $1.50 to the upside here out of the SPY. So I guess the SPY is just gonna go straight up, just like, yep, we're good. We're just gonna go straight up. We're not gonna pull back. We're not gonna crack on down. We are good to go. But we still have about, what, 38 minutes until the closing bell. So anything could happen. I mean, look at the SPY, literally, from what, 2:30 until 3 o'clock. Look what the SPY did. I mean, it literally ripped $7 to the upside in 30 minutes. We could see the SPY up another $5 by the end of the day. We could see it down $5, $6 by the end of the day. Anything can happen. And this is a clear example on, dude, look at that. 30 minutes it takes the SPY to rip $7, $6 to the upside. So again, we know that there's a lot of volatility. Obviously, there's a lot of movement, and there's still plenty of time to find a great trade, to make it happen, to lock in some profits. Do I think anybody in the market bought some puts at 425? I'm sure people are trying to chase those puts to the downside. I'm sure they were trying to chase some puts to the downside, and they're just getting their faces melted off. So that's why, again, I said wait until the last 10 minutes, right? Anything could happen. Gotta wait until the last 10 minutes. 5 minutes, see where we're closing, see if we should enter those puts, right? So again, right now, if we close where we're at, I'm not shorting the SPY. Absolutely not. I think about flipping along maybe to, 440 in the same time frame. This strong of a break, this nice move here intraday. I mean, we could see it gap up and follow through, and Friday we could be back up to 440, testing the 50 SMA, maybe even testing the 200 SMA. So depending on how we close, and again, anything could happen. We could close back below 427, right? We could technically close red and close nasty. I mean, we could see it back down at 425 at the end of the day. Anything can happen. And if that happens, oh, I'm definitely taking the short on the SPY. But if we close just like this, I may consider flipping long, same time frame, same horizon, thinking we could see a multi-day rally, probably up into our next level of resistance, which is going to be this prior high of 440, and then our 50 SMA right around 443. And you can clearly see we're definitely losing a little bit of steam up here. But technically speaking, we do have potential back to high a day 434.55. And it looks like it may want to get a retest of the high. I mean, this is pretty strong move. A little bit of an overreaction. Drilling Powell questions. Clearly the market likes what he had to say. Market nice little rally. You can say this was contributed towards a little bit of a short squeeze, right? Obviously a lot of shorts piling in. And then, that initial short squeeze on out, and then markets are just taking over and holding strong to the upside, guys. So I'm listening to what they're saying on CNBC. No wonder my eyes hurt. Where'd my glasses go? I think I left my glasses in the other room. I'm like, man, my eyes are starting to hurt. I'm like, oh, I don't have my blue light blocking glasses on. No wonder. All right, guys. So right now, we got about 30 minutes to go here until the end of the day. And right now, who said 433? Just curious, if we do get close to high a day, is anybody close? Ron said 432. Corey said 435. Corey may be getting close. Sam said 435. Tim said 432. Matt said 425. Well, he was right there for about 10 minutes. 431 from Mike. 434.75 from Jay Brew. Now he may be getting close. 435 from Angel. $434.55 from Trendy Trader. Okay, he's getting pretty close as well. Addie said 432. See, there's a lot of people that are close right now. You're definitely in the range. Anybody under 430? You really want to see the SPY dump. You really got to see the SPY dump on off here, guys. Right now, we do have quite a few members that are getting pretty darn close. Depending if we just hold this level on up, we do have some traders in the money right now. Drop, SPY, drop, 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 do it! Just get destroyed! Let Biden come back on and talk. Yeah, get Powell off the mic. Bring Biden back on. I want Biden to speak right now. Can we bring him back on? Can he say a few things? Can we get the markets to kind of crack on off here a little bit? Oh, he said the wheat market. I thought he said the weed market. I'm like, I've never heard a commentator say the weed market, nor is it like cannabis sector, right? And I thought he said the weed market. I'm like, what? That's the first time I heard someone say the weed market is the wheat market. And I had to turn around. I'm like, what? So right now, we're holding strong, we're consolidating, holding that 9 EMA. A lot of good buying volume right now. We are pretty extended here. I mean, you definitely do need to see some kind of pullback, but again, we could still see this rip on up to high a day. There's definitely not any indication on where it's heading next, right? I mean, you got your break over 431.50. I mean, if you took that for the break, you guys got some kahunas. I like the breaks and retests, but in such a strong market like this, short term, we've been pretty strong for the past hour. We didn't really get that nice little retest. So again, really, we're just kind of sitting back watching. We had one good little trade here off the downtrend. We took it for a quick little scalp. But since then, we didn't get our second trade below 430 in the crack of the trend line. But we did get that nice little break on out over 431. So maybe you took that for about $1.50 to the upside. But right now, we're still just kind of sitting back and relaxed, waiting. Again, we got 30 minutes to go, and we know a lot can happen in the next 30 minutes. I agree, Steve. I agree. Let's get the market to close at, 425.40. So Beth wins. She deserves a win. Absolutely. I can edit messages. So I'll go back in there and edit your message, Beth. Actually, I'm joking. I can't edit messages. I can delete your message, and I can have you post another one up, and I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I can't edit your messages. I don't even think you guys can edit your own messages. Right now, we are just waiting. Waiting patiently. What's going to happen here, guys? Come back down. We're going to bounce off 431.50. Right? We're going to bounce back on up. Can we get about $1.50, maybe $2 to the upside? Do we see a nice little trend line bounce? Nice little bounce off prior resistance as new support? Or are we just going to crack on down below. I know a lot of you guys are rooting 50-50. Some of you are like, crack, mother trucker, crack, dump for me. Some of you guys are like, no, keep going, keep squeezing. Yeah, everybody in chat's 50-50 right now. See ya. Have a good one. Love you too. All right, let's have a discussion, guys. I like discussions. You guys know me. I'll talk day trading stocks all day, every day. But some of you guys understand the market maybe a little bit better than I do as far as what kind of effect could we see from interest rates being raised, right? So for example, we knew that tech would suffer. Q1, maybe into Q2, we were talking about this November, December. We knew we were gonna have some rate hikes, and we knew that that was gonna cut in to the bottom line, a lot of these companies, and we knew that, you know, the Qs, NASDAQ, tech, a lot of growth, that was gonna take a little bit of a hit. So we pretty much called that, nailed it to the, you know, the T, that we could expect to see a pretty iffy market, Q1, Q2, based on, you know, the interest rate hikes alone. Now that we're going through these interest rate hikes, which stocks do you guys think could benefit from interest rate hikes? So what are you guys thinking? Sectors, stocks, what do you guys think could benefit from these interest rate hikes to where money could start moving into, say, a different sector? What sector, what group of stocks do you guys think that could be? He keeps saying wheat. I keep thinking he's saying weed. He's gotta clear up his verbiage here a little bit. Alan's like, just waiting patiently right now. And that's what I was thinking, you know, like you said, in theory, right? Interest rates go up, banks make more money, it adds to their bottom line. So in theory, you would think that the financial sector would go good, XLF. And if we go look at our relative rotation for sectors, the top, what is it, 11 or 12 sectors? I think it's 11. It's 11 S&P sectors. And we go look at XLF. We see XLF is still leading, right? They are a leading sector. Our lagging sectors are going to be XLY, technology, and then consumer discretionary. Sectors that we have coming out of lagging territories, and they're improving, and they could start drifting into the sectors that are leading the benchmark, right? That sector is going to be communication services. So I have a couple communication services stocks I like that have been just absolutely destroyed, absolutely been beaten down, that I want to personally start dollar cost averaging into. And when we go look at XLF, a percentage change this year, down 7%. But we do see some strength in that sector, and we have seen some decent strength. Here recently, more recently, we've made up quite a bit of loss. I mean, at one point, when we go look at XLF, you know, we were down pretty substantially. I mean, the last rate change was what, 2018, if I'm not mistaken? The last time that the Fed adjusted any rates, like 2018. And I was in the market, but I wasn't like in the market. Like I was still, you know, getting to, you know, my break-even standpoint from day trading. I never really paid too much attention to large cap stock. I wasn't even looking at options, right? I was day trading penny stocks. So, I mean, I've never really been in the market from an experience standpoint like I am now, to where I actually care about these things, right? When we actually think about these things. So again, you know, you say in theory, financials should benefit, higher interest rates, banks making more money, but higher rates, slowing down lending and growth. That's what Wade has to say, and you guys are both correct. So what stocks, what sectors do you think would even benefit, if any, would benefit alone from these potentially 5 to 7 rate hikes? You know, that's definitely something to do some research on, right? Like, we knew not to be in tech stocks. Q1, we knew not to be in tech stocks. Like, I look at my portfolio, I don't have any tech stocks. No, I don't have any tech stocks. Actually, I have no, that's not tech. Unity is not tech. I don't, yeah. It is tech, yeah, information tech, but so yeah, we knew not to be in tech stocks Q1, Q2 because we already knew that tech was going to take a little bit of a beating, possibly. So yeah, I just like having these conversations, guys. Again, I'm a day trader. I'm gonna day trade. I'm gonna teach you guys how to day trade stocks, swing trade. Again, I like having these conversations and these discussions. Muta saying he likes SI. Silvergate, 127 bucks, down from 239. Despite the overall market, we are holding up relatively well. I mean, everybody's saying banking, but and again, in theory, that makes a lot of sense. But then Wade makes a very valid point: higher rates, slowing down lending, and growth. Right, so we already know that these higher rates are going to cut into the profitability on a lot of these companies that need to borrow money to continue to grow and scale and everything like that. So it's definitely going to cut into their bottom line. So from an earnings perspective, the earnings are not going to be as appealing, which in turn we're not willing to pay a higher premium or a future value for the price of the stock for the company, right? So, you know, definitely I'm not going to be in real estate. I'm not going to be looking at real estate. Real estate was great the last year and a half. But real estate right now, count me out. I would absolutely not be looking to get involved in anything real estate wise for the time being. If anything, maybe go short the real estate sector. I don't know. They're coming out with a stable coin later this year, so it's gonna be like a CBDC, like a central bank digital currency, like stable coin. Is it gonna be? Are they gonna try and do something like a CBDC? So you still have this trend line on watch, right? You still have this trend line on the SPY. And it's still a level that you should keep on watch. If we're going to continue to bang off this trend line and push higher, then you're still pushing higher on the SPY. If we start cracking that trend line, we could start to see that next little pop in volume move into the downside and start to see it pull back to that 431.50 level. So still watching that trend line. And if that trend line does ever crack off of a lower high, that could be a good short level, a level to short off of. We already know we have room back down to 431.50. So right now, definitely put some focus on the SPY, guys. Definitely put some focus here on the SPY. The SPY starts cracking that trend line. You get a quick little dollar drop to the downside. You can make a quick couple bucks there on the SPY. So what about airlines with all the pent-up demand? I know fuel is a big part, though, and international travel not back yet. I mean, that's definitely a good approach. What's is that sector? Is that like the industrial sector? Let's check it. Is what is it? American Delta? Is that's the industrial sector, right? Yeah, industrials. It's good. I mean, this is not my field of expertise when it comes to the stocks. You guys know that. I trade pennies, but I like having these discussions. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think about airlines? I don't really have any comments on that because I just don't know. What I do know is if we crack this uptrend on the SPY, we can get a nice little dollar drop. So look for some puts or look to go long for a quick scalp on UVXY. Industrial sector, right? That was the industrial? Yeah, industrial sector. I mean, still down 5% on the year. They are trying to make a small little comeback. Can I zoom in here? No, I can't zoom in. Yes, I mean, they are, definitely, they were lagging early this year. They're definitely improving, more leading. So, that could be a good sector. I actually came across this really cool, this graph on stockcharts.com. It's called their RRG graph, their relative rotation graph. And what you can do is actually you can go in and type in the 11 different S&P 500 sectors like XLU, XLE, XLV. And it basically shows you market sector rotations, which is pretty cool. So it visually allows you to see how these sectors are rotating, right? Where money's leaving and where money's going. Where money's leaving and where money's going. It's a pretty cool graph. It's the relative rotation graph, and it just shows you relative strength based on sector. If you're indeed, if you type in those sectors. So again, like I'm looking at communication services, we see that's going from a lagging sector to a sector that's improving, and things move in a clockwise position, right? In a clockwise movement. So if we do see that clockwise movement, we are going from, the lagging area to the improving. And if we do see that rotation continue to follow through, communication services, one of the most beaten down sectors this year, we could start to see money move back in to the communication services sector. We definitely see money moving away, right? Weakening into lagging. That's going to be consumer discretionary and obviously technology as well, that are just really, that entire sector is getting hammered right now. Obviously, we can see XLE, the energy sector, is up 16% in the last 10 weeks alone. I think this is a 10-week time frame. Yeah, it's actually 1 year. What? Oh yeah, so that is 10 weeks. So yeah, that is 10 weeks. But let's go ahead and really take this on out. I mean, this is a pretty cool graph, I tell you what. And that's 30 weeks out. So yeah, XLC is still the one that's performed the best. Let's just go into the highs, right? Go into the peak, 4,700. The highs 11 weeks back. And yeah, we definitely see that, the sector that really stands out to me the most is going to be communication services. That's where it looks like some of the money starting to move back in is to communication services. And the next best bet, from what I see here, would be, let's highlight materials. It could definitely be yeah, absolutely. Industrial sector definitely looks like it. We're definitely starting to see a slight rotation from. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting used to this graph, but Yeah, it's just cool to know. Do what? What is the website? So go to. I'll type it up for you. It's and here's the actual link. The link. It may ask you to sign up for a 30-day trial before you'll actually be able to like click this link and view it. But this is actually the link where I have all of the 11 S&P sectors typed up in the SPX benchmark going a year out. Looking over the last 10 weeks, 11 weeks since we really started selling off, just looking to see where, you know, basically where money was and where money's going. And where money was, obviously, was with XLK and XLY. So consumer discretionary, technology, that puts you back in like November. And then we've seen money leave that sector and money is starting to rotate back into the communication services. You do see a little bit of money moving back into the industrial sector as well. And then you do see a slight rotation into financials, but not as clean as XLI, and definitely not as clean, as easy to see as XLC. So it's a pretty cool graph. It's a relative rotation graph, and it definitely shows you how each sector is performing, which sectors are leading, which sectors are lagging, what sectors are going from, you know, lagging to improving. That could be, you know, leading again. Money flows through different sectors. And again, it's very clear that we can see the money starting to rotate in, especially communication services, for sure. So that's why I was doing some hunting last night, just kind of looking at some of the most beaten down good names within the communication services sector. And, you know, I personally, you know, pointed out, you know, Spotify and Twitter. But I'm still doing some hunting to see where I kind of want to maybe rebalance my portfolio for this year. So, but that's the link. I don't know if it's going to actually pop it up without you having a trial, and it's going to take you to the graph, but it's not going to allow you to actually customize it based on like sectors, for example. So, SPY wants it, baby. SPY wants it. Definitely going back to high a day, guys. So, right now at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 10 minutes to go. And right now, we're really getting close to seeing who the winner is. Who's going to win? So right now, the SPY is almost at 434. Who do we have that's, yeah, that is close. We got 425. 435.75. Ooh, Corey's getting there. Corey's got a 435.75, but Sam's got a 435.54. Do we have any 435 on the penny? Oh, we got Jay Brew with 434.75. So he's the closest right now. We got 434.75. We got Trendy Trader at 434.55. If we close at 434.55, Trendy Trader has a freaking crystal ball, and he's going to run the commentary for us. All right, he's the closest right now at 434.55. It even says, thank you, want my address now or later. Waiters are cheaters. And right now, he's almost to the penny. We had 430, 432, 431, 429, 429, 428. We got some other close ones too. We got some 435, 435s, 430, 475s. Come on, winner, winner, chicken dinner. So right now it's not anyone's game, but we're getting close. You got these are the members on the list right now that are pretty darn close, right? assuming that we retain somewhere between this 433 to 435 level. Right now, we have Trendy Trader, 434.55. We have Angel at 435. J Brew at 434.75. We got Tim at 432. Sam's at 435.54. Or he says 435.75. And that's what we have. So right now, Corey could definitely be hitting, coming on up. He's at 435.75, asking for another $1.50 to the upside. Sam's at 435.50, asking for another $1.50 to the upside. 434.75 from J Brew, another 50 cents to the upside. He's getting dirt close. But Trendy Trader is the closest, 434.55. Woohoo! It's getting close. It's getting close. Let's see. We still got 7 minutes. This is exciting. And if you guys do not want the keyboard, please let me know. If you're going to take it and just put it in your closet and you're not going to ever use it, I'll give you something else that you'll utilize, and we'll use that for another giveaway. So whoever the winner is, we'll congratulate them. You guys will send me an email if you are the winner, and we'll definitely get that sent out to you. And if you're like, dude, I don't want it, I'm not going to use it, I don't need it, we'll find another thing to give you away. Right now, these dudes getting close. 434.55. I promise you guys, if it closes at 434.55, if that is where we close to the penny, I am leaving chat. I'm not coming back. Trendy Trader is taking over because clearly he's got a freaking crystal ball. All right, clearly. So we're gonna let him do the commentary, right? Crystal ball it up. We're good. We're gonna take all of his trades. Screw Josh. Josh can educate you on the setups. When it comes to alerts, he's gonna make these alerts. But dude, this is getting close. We got 5 minutes to go. We got 4 to 5 members right now that are getting pretty darn close. VNet. I wasn't even looking at VNet. I'm too excited about this this giveaway. Now VNet definitely exploded on up there. Nice little trade there on VNET. Four minutes to go. We got 4 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, and we are getting very, very close. Now I have to ask, because I can see everybody else, right? We have like Angel, right? Angel, I know Angel, right? Dougie, Doug, Sam, Steve, right? Beth. Now I don't know based on your username, Trendy Trader, male or female? Because I always like, you're crushing it, dude, or you're crushing it, girl. And I don't want to be sitting here and be like, you're on fire, man. You're like, you're not talking to a man right now. You're talking to a woman. Get it right. Get it together, Josh. I can't tell based on your username. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure before I'm sitting here like, you got it, dude. Man, you're on fire. And you're like, dude, I'm not a dude. So, all right, just wanted to make sure. Trendy Trader. I did that to Angel. True story. I did that to Angel. I was like, Angel, we got a new lady in chat. Angel's like, I'm a dude. I'm like, oh. I'm like, I feel so bad. Like, which one? Which one? Oh, dude. 434.50. Oh, with 3 minutes to go. What'd you say? All day tomorrow, I get to talk. I'm pumped about my keyboard, and my crystal ball is functioning well. Clearly, Clearly your crystal ball is functioning well, but we still got 2 minutes to go, guys. Anything can happen, right? We got some 435s, right? Angel said 435. I might just drive over to Angel's house. He's like maybe 30 minutes away and just personally deliver his keyboard. Honestly, it'd probably be less expensive for me to just bring it to you instead of me mailing it. We can grab a brewski too, man. All right, guys, so right at 4 o'clock, we will announce our winner. We will do the giveaway. Whoever the winner is, let's all congratulate them for a job well done. And whoever the winner is, go ahead and write this down. You got to shoot me an email, members@alphadaytrading.com with your address, all right? And I'll get that mailed out to you ASAP. I have to run out of here right at 4 o'clock, guys. So right at 4 o'clock, I have a hard stop. We're going to announce for about a minute. And I got to jump out of here, guys. All right, I got to go pick up my daughter. And I'm taking my daughter to go see Sing 2. Yeah, Sing 2. Hopefully it's good. So post-market scanners are now live. Live stream will remain open until 7 o'clock. He's already like, how do you want my address? You want it via email? Like, he's already confident. He's like, dude, I got it, right? It's all me, right? It's going to close right at 4:34:55. If it closes at 4:34:55, I'm not showing up tomorrow. If you're like, Josh, where are you at, dude? It's 9 o'clock. I'm not here. I'm not here. I'm going to go figure out where the hell my crystal ball's at. Like, why is mine not working? I'm going to take it to the crystal ball shop and have them fix the damn thing. If you hit it to the T, I'm not showing up tomorrow. Nope. I'll be at the crystal ball shop trying to get mine fixed. But right now, dude, it could be Angel's game, right? Whoever gets the closest, there's no over, no under. But right now, Angel is the closest. We got 435 from Angel. He's right at 4 cents away. Maybe I need to go steal his crystal ball. But again, we have 40 seconds. It is a nail biter because Sam, what did you choose? 435.54. And we had 435.55. What? You picked 1 cent below? Oh man, and we're over 435. So right now it's gonna be Sam's game. Oh, Sam was 435.54. So we got Sam in play right now. We have Corey at 435.75. And Corey, it might be your game, dude. What? Oh, where's it gonna go, baby? Is it gonna hit it to the penny? We got 3, 2, 1, and we are. Oh, where do we close at? Where do we close at? The market's done. Where do we close at, guys? It's still moving, right? It's still moving a bit. Where was our actual close? Close 435.55. And I don't know how accurate that was because again, the market closed and we were still moving. It was like 435.40, 435.70. And I'm like, dude, freaking closed it already. The market's done. The market's closed. So the official close today, I see 435.55. 435.55. Let's see what we got here, guys. We have Sam at 435.54. Sam, 435.54. Dude, I don't know if anybody's a penny away. So let's go through one by one from top to bottom. We got to do this right. So no. Very close. Trendy Trader, dude. We got 435. All right. 434, 431, 425, 429, 432, 432. So right now, Sam said 435.54. We closed at 435.55. Mr. Sam, congratulations! If you want the keyboard, shoot me an email, members@alphadaytrading.com. If you don't want it, you let me know and we will figure something else out. But again, if I get your email, members@alphadaytrading.com, shoot me your first and last name, shoot me your mailing address, and I'll get that mailed out as soon as possible. Dude, literally 1 penny. 1 penny away. 218. I did not think it was going to be that close. I thought we were going to see dollar differences, but we got to the freaking penny. Mr. Sam coming in, crushing it. Sam, I want your crystal ball. I want your crystal ball now, right? I don't want trendy traders, right? His is okay. His wasn't working accurately today. I want yours. You want to switch? Let's switch, because clearly what you got going on over there is working. Why in the world did you even say 435.55? And I can kind of see why you would have said that. Maybe you were looking at that gap fill. Use the market profile, and I guarantee the market profile put you right at that gap fill level, because again, I see that gap fill right at 435.70. You said you used the volume profile. I love it. I love it. Nice analysis, not just coming in with random guess, looking at some technicals, seeing where it realistically could close, depending on which direction we went. Very well done, man. Very well done. All right, guys, I got to run out of here. It's 4:03. Have an amazing night. What an amazing Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. I lost today. I'm red. I just broke a fantastic green streak. So, it's all good, right? Got to get out of my system. The red day, the red trades, they were inevitable. I needed to get it out of my system. It's out of my system. I'm coming back tomorrow, ready to rock, ready to roll. I'm going to make that $800 loss back, and we are all set, ready to rock and roll. Good job and good work today, team. Enjoy your Wednesday night. Take care, everybody, and I'll see you back here at the start of pre-market, 7 a.m. Eastern time, as we kickstart our Thursday trading. Once again, Sam, email me, members@alphadaytrading.com. Have a great night, and I will see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Way to go. Today was a fun day. Today was an exciting day, and we'll definitely do more of these in the future, guys. All right? I'm going to email you later about one of those spots. Yeah, absolutely. So definitely hit me up. Anybody ever have any questions, comments, concerns? For you guys inside of chat, it's members@alphadaytrading.com. Anybody else, they can email me, josh@alphadaytrading.com. Again, I will only respond to members that email me at members@alphadaytrading.com. If I get any other emails, I will not respond to those. Those are for members only. If you guys are not a member over on YouTube, you can hit me up, josh@alphadaytrading.com. All right, so let's end it the way we always end it in 3, 2, 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Have a great night. I'll see you guys back here at 7 a.m. and let's have an awesome Thursday, team. Take care and have a good night.